how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
It is playoffs time in the South American League, where our teams will start with their best of threes and their run to qualify to the Munich Major. Exciting stuff is ahead of us. I'm your host for today. My name is Anne, and I'm joined by Alfama and Lynx on the desk. Glad to have you two here. Now, Lynx, you were here, I believe, 2 weeks ago as well. You're joining us back. Again, I guess you couldn't miss us on the desk and talk about the SAL.
No, especially when I've wanted to work with Leo for quite a long time, so this is a very, very happy day for me, and of course, obviously, always happy to join you again, and in what has proven to be one of the more entertaining regions of the league. Then again, that's not saying a lot when I'm coming from NA, where I spend most of my time, and it's been a little lopsided up until this point.
It's a happy surprise for me as well. I will say this. I somehow, Jack had forgotten to tell me that he was not working today. So I came up today and, you know, with a duo swap, which was, I will say this, a happy surprise to get rid of Jack. Finally, he's not here with me.
We've been working out a long time.
You know, yeah, and I've been happy getting rid of him because Anne was actually my duo the last week. So, you know, yeah, it's been fun.
I feel like Jack is just catching strays left, right, and center by not being here, but he's probably enjoying his drink somewhere in Barcelona while we have a look at some of the most competitive region inside Siege. And whilst we start our playoffs only now, all the other regions have already started their playoffs or are somewhat completing their playoffs so far, especially when we look at the other regions and we look at Asia Pacific League and the North America League, who already know all of the teams that will be going to the Munich Major. For the European League, I mean, Leo, you and I, we qualified 2 teams last week. But for the SEL, we still had to qualify all of them. Now, looking at this one, and maybe specifically to the NAL links, any surprises, I guess, especially when we're looking at these teams that have made it to the Munich Major?
Oh, I mean, 100% you got to say that wildcard qualifying is a bit of a surprise. One, because I think wildcard have continued to be pretty inconsistent throughout the couple stages of the NAL. But more importantly, that Dark Zero had a, dramatic fall off, puts it mildly. The fact that they're not in those spots, missing, one of the, I think, the first major in 2.5 years or so since I think Berlin or Jönköping. That's crazy in and of itself. But the other crazy thing, and Leo, I know you'll be happy to hear this, SSG are genuinely in some of the best form they've been in for a long time.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a huge surprise when you see once again their comeback, because at the start of the season, like always, their group stage is looking really shaky. At some point, we were even wondering, and I wonder if you were asking yourself the same question, but I was wondering if they were going to make it to playoffs.
Oh, me too.
Because they were looking really dire. And then whenever they arrive in VO3s, they show all of their strength. And this time, without going through the lower side, they go and are completely undefeated, haven't dropped a single map. And yeah, I'm happy to see some new blood as well. Some other French player stepping up in NA and making the major, proving that maybe, just maybe, the Americans are just not as good as European players.
Well, to that point, Baby Shark really locked in on the last day too. So I know there have been a lot of questions around him, but boy, did he really prove himself in that final game.
Yeah, it's a very well-deserved to the Munich major for them. When we're looking at the other teams, I think a big surprise for the Asia-Pacific League as well as Chiefs not making it. With the way that their playoff bracket turned out, it ended up very difficult for them to make it. And then over for the EUL as well, or the EML, the fact that G2 haven't actually made it yet, they still have a chance as they play next week, but they haven't made it as the first two teams, which we thought was going to be a thing, Leo. Now, we're actually not qualifying any teams to the major just yet, because this is the playoffs bracket, and this is what we're looking at for right now. And as you can see highlighted in green, once you make it to that slot, you are then qualified to the major in Munich, which means tomorrow when we have the semifinals with NIP and Furia, the winners of those games will make it to the major, and then next week we'll qualify to more teams. But that means that we're looking at the bracket or the matches for today. 2 best-of-3s only. We're looking at the game between W7M and Lowe's, and we're looking at FaZe Clan and Liquid. Now, I think the thing that gets me really excited for this, Leo, despite us not qualifying a team yet, both these games were so close when they happened in the group stage in the best-of-1 that I just expect a spectacle today when they play best-of-3s against each other.
No, absolutely. And I think the biggest surprise is that it was so close between W7M and LOS. Many people would expect that LOS would be one of these lower tier teams in SAL, and that W7M were a staple titan of Brazilian Siege, and it would have been, a smash. And actually, that 8-7 on the very last week turns out to be an exact same rematch only a week later. So it's going to be very interesting this time to see them in the BO3. Another thing to point out, I think, is that NIP ended up the best team of the group stage in Brazil. For anyone that's not been following Brazil for a long time, it might be a surprise because NIP was a name that was forgotten. Just now, recently, we're invited to EWC, managed to go to an international event once again, and this time proved that they have it. They have it in themselves to make it to Munich. It's just a question of a game, but it's I guess, a very big surprise to see FaZe Clan starting this bracket not as one of the number 2 seeds.
And, FaZe Clan also in one of the most beatable forms we've seen in a long time, which, to be fair, again, we're talking about FaZe Clan. This is still a team that qualified, winning, I think, going 6-3 in their record overall going into the playoffs. So still, by all metrics, a good stage. But for a team that, was, like you said, always getting that first, second seed, was rocking a 70 to 75 defensive win rate for, all of 2024. This drop-off is kind of crazy, and it gives Liquid, who half the time, I don't think Liquid don't know exactly who they want to be on a given day, but it gives them a good shot to beat them. But honestly, with how Losa playing and how they appeared in that W7M game, I'm a lot more excited in that game than I thought I'd be at the start of the stage.
That's a very valid point you're making there, because I feel like a lot of people would have gone onto that game last week and said, oh, easy peasy lemon squeezy for W7M. And, well, you're fair to do so, because of the way that W7M have found themselves so far in the stage, in comparison to Lowe's barely hanging on just by a thread, it would seem like it is a very easy game for them. I think the big thing that really drew that series was that they played on Nighthaven Labs, which in the interview Loben said to be a good map for both of these two teams. And I like that as well, when a team likes to take their opponent to a map that also suits for them, which means we just get shown a very good game of Siege in general. But when we look at that first matchup in W7M versus Lowe's, that point that Lowe's did get last week by pushing it in overtime turned out to be so important for them, because that eventually pushed them into these playoffs. Now, looking at the teams in particular, for W7M, who probably thought that matchup was going to be a little bit easier than what actually turned out to be, I think something we've noticed, Leo, about their playstyle, it seems that it could be really benefiting them, but it's also kind of working against them the way they play in this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main thing that we've known for W7M as such a big strength for them has been their fragging power, right? Because you're looking at some of the most individual skilled players in the world. You're looking at this and you see VODs, for example, you see Lobin, you see VODs, guys that have been honestly carrying impressive stats throughout the biggest tournaments in Siege for a long time. And I can see that. I can see that because right now, going into this match, they had 19 points gathered throughout the group stage, when LOS had only 10. They almost have double the amount of points of LOS. That tells you about their consistency. That tells you about the fragging power. They have the second best team KD rating across the entire region. But then you look at this and you think, why is it so hard for them to attack? Why is it so hard for them to plant? They have one of the worst plant rate. Well, it's because they only play around the frags, and that is an issue in my vision, because then they struggle to problem solve things. They struggle to problem solve utility, and that's been a weakness for them, something to be exploited by LOS. Not sure if this is enough to take them down. For sure, they're still some of the best players in the world, but that is clearly a weak side that I've spotted so far during this stage.
And I think another weak side that we have seen from W7M, you know, as you mentioned, of course, not playing around the plants as much, often kind of being reliant on those frags, is when your individual players aren't showing up, it really does hurt things. And for a long time this stage, Lobin was, who used to be one of the big star fraggers on this roster, and still very much is, was struggling. He was the bottom-rated player, hovering around an 85 to 90 EPS for a lot of the stage, and while he has begun to lock in, he's just knocking on the door to 100. It goes to show that if you are having a very individual playstyle, or a playstyle that's very focused on fragging, if a player like Lobin is only just now starting to get on the level of a player like VODs, it's going to be a big issue, just because Lobin adds so much, can do so much on that lurk role. But of course, at the same time, Dodez, Palu been having fantastic stages as well. VODs in particular in that Black Dragons game last week had a fantastic game on Chalet. So this is still a team that, even if Lobin's been having a rough time, can still perform very well. But it's the kind of case where if they start going a bit quiet, the floor for this team can get low very quickly, very fast.
Yeah, the main thing for me is consistency, because you can see them drop points or rounds to teams that they should not lose to. And I think one of the main things for this is that VODs can be extremely good in some games and then drop hard. It's make or break, I think, for this player. And you can see that with the EPS score. Great EPS score, amazing KD, but look at the cost. The KOST is only at 64%. Is lower than Dots, for example. That's on a 92 EPS. And that tells you about the inconsistency in VODs. And Lobin, like you said, have been struggling a little bit. And so when you rely so much on fragging power, and some of your players that are supposed to be fragging are having a bad day, then once again, your win condition is gone. And that makes W7M a little bit less consistent than some of the biggest teams in Brazil.
Yeah, it's a thing that's been hurting them for a little bit now, and I think especially given that they were first in the group stage last time around and now third, it gives them that extra game to make it to an international event. But when we look at their opponent as well, for LOS, like you mentioned inconsistency for the side of W7M, but I feel like when we look at LOS, it's kind of the same. I mean, that point they got last week pushed them in the playoffs, absolutely huge for them. But when we look at some of their results over the last stage, it brings a few question marks to me. They sometimes seem competitive against a team like NIP that's also made it to playoffs. They beat a team like Liquid, but then they lose to Black Dragons. It seems like there is improvement in the team links, but maybe it isn't just where we wanted to see, even though they did make it into playoffs last time, which is an improvement to what happened last stage.
It is an improvement, and I would say they're kind of the inverse Liquid for me, in that you're correct. Both Liquid and LOS have been very inconsistent, but whereas Liquid have the burden of higher expectations, I mean, our expectations for LOS were basically on the ground last stage, and going into this stage, they weren't all that much higher. But the fact that they were able to get 7-3 victories over Liquid, were able to, aside from Black Dragons, get some pretty clean wins and get some teams at the bottom of the table. But then, of course, push it to all 15 rounds against W7M, who are unequivocally, even with their struggles, one of the big four in Brazil. Has it been inconsistent? Yes, but for a team where we expected not a whole lot, they, at least for me personally, are really surprising. And I know Leo has talked about this plenty of times. I've talked about this plenty of times. A big reason for that is Dark Eyes right there, a fragger who is not only the highest rated player for Los at the moment, but has continued to be a really strong win condition where if you can pour a lot of resources into Dark Eyes and somebody else is having a good game, you can make things very competitive. And they've also shown some good ideas on maps like, for example, I don't know, Nighthaven, which of course we saw against W7M, but I also would draw attention to that FaZe game that we saw. It might have been a 7-3 loss, but the two of the rounds they won were one was flawless, the other was basically flawless, and on their defenses, a lot of the rounds they dropped were for individual mistakes and individual kind of, getting a little antsy, getting a little indecision on what they want to do, as opposed to a greater strategic failing. It was the small things that were messing them up in that game against FaZe, and that just goes to show that against big teams on certain maps, Los can really lock in.
Yeah, I can really see that happening. Obviously, you've mentioned it because of Dark Eyes as well. I mean, I'm still baffled at his rookie stage. I mean, we've spoken about Makina, we've spoken about other players that were supposed to come in as a rookie and perform. Vincente, for example, for 9Z, and we have not seen that from other rookies, except for Dark Eyes. Dark Eyes is the only one that is stepping up, and look at these stats. I mean, he's clearly head above everyone else, and I think it's not only his impact in the game as a fragger, but it's what he's enabling for the rest of the teammates. If you look at this, he's an incredible opening fragger, but then on the side, you've got Legacy as a second entry that is performing better than he did last stage because of that. You've got Arthur as the IGL that brings the shield play at the same time. And now we're starting to look at a team that is a little bit meta-oriented, that can play at a high level on certain maps, and that's just good enough in VO1s to cheese a win away. And clearly they've benefited from Brazil being so top-heavy that the 4-5 first teams have an incredible amount of points, which dropped the amount of points of the lower tier teams, and that's why Lost was able to go just above Loud with their round differential and make it into the playoffs. Clearly here on paper, the weakest team, but I will say this, they've got some reserve, they can do it. If they were able to do it in BO1s, why not in the BO3?
And to your point, just very quickly, I've been very critical of Arthur and his shield play going into this stage, but I have to say, in the kind of towards the end of the stage, they have started to use him a lot better to make space a lot more effectively and play a bit more around him. So I'd keep your eye on Arthur today, whereas I've often kind of maligned Los' shield play. I've started to come around on it, and I'm really interested to see how they make it work.
Yeah, and the fact that this game got so close last week shows that in just a best of one, it can get really close between these two teams. But we're now looking at a best of three, and that shows that you need a little bit more depth as a team to make it through multiple matches at the same time. I'm really glad to see Nighthaven Labs back into the veto, but Leo, we're going to Clubhouse first. Please take us through it.
Yeah, Clubhouse, I mean, we know W7 on that map. In fact, I've seen that these guys play the most one-sided game I've ever seen in Top Siege in a very, very long time. I think, honestly, it was probably the most dominant game I've ever seen in my life. Against 9Z, where they absolutely demolished them 7-0. I remember that as well. They still beat some of the biggest teams on it, by the way. They beat NIP this stage on it as well. I remember at EWC, that game was the decider against Furia, and they lost it only 7-8 against a really strong Furia at EWC. So we're looking at one of their favorite map on the side of Los. It's clearly a weak one. They've lost it twice to Loud this stage, and before that they didn't play it much. So it's been a really poor one, and it's a massive one for W7M. Makes a lot of sense to pick it for W7M.
And on the flip side with Bank, it's a map both teams have only played once this stage, and W7M did lose it the one time they played it, but it was against Furia in a game where KZ was dropping 17 kills, and only that was enough to get Furia a win all 12 rounds in. Los did beat Liquid 7-3 on this map, and it was one of the few victories they had, but two genuinely very good victory off the back of a lot of shield play from Arthur. But I would be a little careful about W7M losing Bank because, again, there was a massive performance from KZ in that game against Furia, and it still went all 12 rounds. This map could be stronger for W7M than I think Los might think.
And then we have the side as well. I mean, I already mentioned it. That was the map that I guess Loban said was a very good map for the both of these. So I'm secretly hoping we'll make it there, but I feel like that'll be about 2 hours further. And before we get there, we have 2 maps to play. So we'll bring in our casters as well to guide you through the games. Today, we're joined by Fluke and Demo. Now, welcome. I'm glad to have you two back on the SAL with us. I would love to know your predictions for this game. Do you think we might get to a third map, or is that a bit of copium at the moment?
I think it's copium. you know, I'll be honest. I'm not gonna lie. You have to look at the fact that obviously Los only just sort of scraped by. You compare them with everybody else that is currently in playoffs, and it's, I think, a bigger divide between them and like 5th place than them and almost 10th place. Like it's a big drop off, and they have to make sure that they don't get left behind. And they might be able to, but I'm not going to pretend it's going to be easy.
What about yourself?
7M and 2.
So all right, cool.
Well, that's a very fast one. I mean, we'll see if it actually happens up going that way. But first off, we're going to Clubhouse. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Demo. You want to elaborate? You want to use any more words?
Nope.
Okay. Well, you've got it. It's kind. Can I just pull you aside for a second?
Okay.
We got to talk a lot. We got like an hour, maybe 3 hours to talk.
When was that arrangement? When did I agree to this?
A couple of months back when we got the contracts through.
I thought I was just here just for good looks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you must have accidentally got someone else's contract. Ooh, we saw a little glimpse of somebody's strats in Dots' camera, but hidden away. Right, we do have a moment, and it is okay. You're going to be pessimist because you are. I will instead take the role of optimist because I am, because there's always possibility, Demo.
You've just said mind the gap between Loss and everyone else, by the way, and you're supposed to be Miss Positive over here. Yeah, right.
I have, but it's the thing. I'm only saying that because in the top 5 teams, which I don't think we have anywhere else, the top 5 teams all have at least 5 wins. No, they all have at least 6 wins, even. And that in a league to be that sort of top, it's like F1. There's currently, you know, front runners, and then there's teams that are trying to catch up to the front runners. And that's the problem with a region that is so good, is that there will always be that sort of divide.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yes, they are on an island in the middle. Their round difference is a little bit negative. Their points difference is just good enough to get them here. But now they need to prove it. To come in here and pretend that they don't have that challenge is how tragedy occurs, Demo. But instead, focus on the challenge, surmount it, and you might be surprising everybody, because who gets to be an underdog but the underdog themselves, right?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I see something very interesting about the attacking lineup here for W7M. They have done their research. Look at their lineup, Emmy. Not a single bit of hard breach. And for a basement, that's not typically something that we see. And I think it's because that W7M know that Lost like to go for this extension in with the castle. So they're going to already open up the hatches for the attackers. You don't need to bring any hard breach for that. And look at this position right now. From Doodad straight down the staircase, picks up another. We're only a minute in and there's already 3 players dead. What's going on? This is not a basement.
Yeah. It was like the double shield run. Obviously, the kit's currently cold inside the bar. I think they're a bit worried someone's going to try and pick it up. They haven't put the pressure on towards Dirt, but they're trying to find Dark, who's adrift on the top floor. And if they do find him, that's an easy shutdown. Not only because, well, it's a single player running around on the top floor and you're in a decent situation with shields, but there's so much time. And time allows you to go for these takes, these plays. If he's gone undetected, that could spell a bit of a tragedy later on. Palu is watching one set of stairs for a potential rotate. There goes the blitz up towards the top. Volps is on a mission. They have a ping. They have the scent of blood. And they also have somebody on the back stairs. Dodes gets himself his 3rd for the round. And what a start it has been for him. That's entirely what you needed to do there, Demo. Find the player, shut him down, and now you can focus on the side.
Yeah, this will just be a very painfully slow round now for Lost, where it's just the inevitable's going to happen to them in W7M. I've got so much time.
Oh my word.
Surely not the first round ace. It can't be. It can't be. Oh,
it's the first round ace, baby! I mean, what an introduction. And unfortunately, what a way to back up the pessimistic points us and the desk made before. There is a top dog team in this game, and opening with an ace is just a show of strength that is a bit terrifying.
Oh, well, if that is
locate and defuse as many bombs
a little glimpse of things to come, I think Liquid and FaZe can get warmed up right about now by the time we finish this series. Because honestly, a first round ace where really Lost didn't lay a glove on W7M that round. Like, of course, yes, he's got the ace. They would have won that round nonetheless, even if he had died, you know, in the 4v2. Because that was so such a simple execute, really, for W7M. If you look at what they had Blue Hatch, they had Moto Hatch, they had a massive opening into triple wall, into church. There's so many different options that they could have used there to really execute. And for two players trying to hold that entire basement with all those hatches opened, it's just not going to be possible for them. And you can see that's probably why he was able to get the ace, is because Lost knew that they almost needed to challenge onto him to try and get a kill back. But he just wins the engagement against you and he aces you. So yeah, W7M, they've done their homework. I think that's the main thing to get across after that first round. They're ready for this.
Now, for all that we sort of talked about as well, it is worth highlighting the fact that obviously the last play day was these two teams meeting each other. And it was one that went all the way, 7-8 in towards OT. It was a defender-sided Nighthaven Labs. Donuts was the MVP of that game as well. Really sort of put the extra mark in. And that's going to be our decider. That's going to be where we end up eventually, I believe. But you know, there's always that sort of chance of driving in. In fact, here, a steady potential approach on towards the top floor. You can see how they're cooking with the time that they want to put into here, W7M, and they're making sure that everything is sort of pace and thought out and pressured bit by bit. And it's why I kind of like the take on his army before, is if there is a situation to be lost, it's down to the team with the advantage to lose it in a similar manner, and that's made by underestimating your opponents. The fact that they're being as cautious as they are, it's the sort of tale of, oh, they're not underestimating them, right? They're being precise. They're forcing Lost back step by step in towards the site itself. They've already just got half of the site the control. The air jab will be very easy to remove, but they've cut off construction windows, so at this point, oh, Legacy's playing their life, and they're able to actually get one, get out. The keyboard will buy them a second, and a great little bit of movement there gets them back to site.
Yeah, Azami, very strong, of course, inside of construction. We've got that big kind of area of the plank just in the middle of the room that where you can put the keyboards on, able to block off the angles that of course the windows want to try and provide. LW7M actually intent in trying to get themselves in towards Jim, but very smartly there. Lost just being able to swing around and deny that. So really for Lost this round, they're just giving W7M nothing to work with here. So with 30 seconds left and no kills on the board for W7M, it'll be a tough execute.
Well, talking of a tough execute, there's at least a back and forth, but Palu, he's going for two. He'll take the C4 out of midair, but in the meantime, Farius has been able to find Volps, and Lobin cuts his way for a double. How have they done this? Palu's under a lot of damage. They've been able to cover it off. They're going to go and stick the plant in the meantime. They're just getting it locked in. The pre-fire and premonition pulls them off the plant. Great bit of movement there, because now look at the timer. The player cannot come off it, but Palu doesn't come off either.
You can't teach that. You can't. Like, that is just, you're better. Simple as that. So the way that we would look at rank between, like, champions and diamonds, a little bit, isn't it? That's the difference. I mean, they have nothing, like, at a 4v5, 30 seconds left, they've used no util. They haven't cleared players out of positions. Still, bathroom is intact. I mean, there's mirror windows still up.
Attackers need to
Even
locate
barriers,
and defuse as many
and
bombs as they can.
somehow those two players just walk in and kill everything that moves. I mean, Palu, beautiful. Yeah, gets the first, gets the second, and then that shot on the C4 is the creme de la creme. Honestly, but it just, yeah, skill diff,
Bomb
skill
located
diff.
by attackers.
2-0, and you know how there was a part in that round where I started talking about how good teams won't throw away their advantages and things like that. Don't get me wrong, it was rested control, but they did have an advantage there, Loss, and W7M were able to find a way to steal it back. The essence off the back, Palu getting the 2K and then shooting the C4 out of the air. So we have a nice little panoramic of the canisters. Beautiful cinema. the Maison C.
How much good has that done you?
How much good has that done you, Azami? One day I'm gonna get you to get involved with those little voice clips.
I'll pass.
What?
And it wasn't in my job description.
Oh, I thought you were the voice of Rainbow Six CJX.
No. You're thinking of a bald guy who used to do some shows back in the day.
Tim, he's still around.
Yeah, Tim, that's who I meant, yeah.
Lobin.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, Lobin with the Deimos is ready for a siege time all to his own, as he's just going to take his time and slowly creep his way up underneath. Wants to try and maybe apply some pressure onto whoever's in logistics. Just get the ping. It's all soft floor. Peppered some shots through the floor, and if they know that Mira's here, Dark might be about to be under a surprise shot from a big revolver. He can just turn the corner towards the left, but he also doesn't want to get caught from that side. There's a bit of a motion. It's a Blackbeard, and a Blackbeard's able to do a lot of damage. I'm a little confused.
What is...
And now Dark is dead.
Like, what are you doing? Like, I have no words. I just walking around Lodgy with a C4 and I stand looking at Blackbeard and just dies. Grenade, like, oh, that's good news. It's good news.
Well, that's that Deimos I talked about.
Round's good. Yeah,
and that leaves Legacy. Will there be a timeout after this? Potentially, probably. There's how much you think they're going to lose, but remember, this is their defense. I said before, what got them all the way to the end was defender-sided, and here, well, it has been anything but.
I mean, for W7M, this is business end of the season, isn't it? Let's get the job done, you know. And I think, obviously, for a team like W7M, we expect to see them at events. You know, you look at the players in that team. I mean, it is a star-studded lineup from top to finish. You know, trophies galore in that team as well with the people who have won things. You just think overall for a team like W7M, it's almost bare minimum to get top four, isn't it? You know, that's the way we view this team as one of the top four. Like, really, for me, it's... I mean, it's tough because I think NIP now have to have a discussion at the table. But originally for the past four, you would have said that it would be Furia, W7M, FaZe, and Liquid would be like your big four in LATAM. Probably the same way that we would view, obviously, our own region of kind of EML. You know, well, maybe that's more of a top three, I think. At the moment, we're still trying to find that fourth team almost. But, you know, certainly I think for this region, NIP have obviously came in, and I think they've really kind of upset the apple cart almost. But I still think W7M have cemented themselves as, of course, that top four team. We know that. I mean, finished third place, of course, behind Fury at NIP. But yeah, this is what you expect. This is the team.
Yeah, it's almost the sort of split as well. Because remember the year that they started off with, too. Obviously, things didn't quite go their way in playoffs, where they came out in the lower bracket semis, I think it was. But they were top dogs. They were sort of flying high in first place in stage one, dropped off a bit in towards stage two, but they're still, as I said, not a million miles away. What, one game, one win separates them from first place or joint alongside all the other teams. They're on a plus 17 round difference. What separates Loss in sixth from Liquid in fifth is 7 points, is at least 2 full wins, and then a little cherry on top. And that's, as I said, it's a worrying divide, but it's also, this is the practicalities of it, is when you have a team that is as good as they have been showing up, because let's be honest, it feels like every single member of W7M right now is getting around where it's like, Mom said it was my turn to get the triple kill. Either way, we have the break, we have the conversation, and now we have ourselves with a slight change in the bans. Azami's gone. Even more limitation in terms of how they can sort of construct some defenses. We've seen it used as their escape, and talking of escape, they're gone, but will they get all the way? Yes. However, as you pointed out before, look how well W7M have read Loss's holds.
Yeah, and I think this time Loss is obviously taking a lot more of a passive approach in terms of this roam game, where they're not looking to go out and fight W7M. They're more than content with just kind of sitting back and just allowing W7M to, you know, to take the map and maybe try and play a bit of retake. But and if you look at the pressure now that W7M are doing, they're starting to actually kind of work now on the bomb site, which is naturally going to drag these defenders back downstairs, and that's exactly what has happened. All of Loss have fled. They've evac'd that top floor. I think they've got themselves down in through Oil Pit, and yeah, they're back in the site now. But this is probably where W7M want to be. And don't forget, with this setup, after work's done, you know, hatches are opened up. It just, you give them so much time over W7M, and yes, they have the Goyer there to probably try and counteract that. I don't think W7M can. I mean, they've got Nate on the Blackbeard they can utilize to clear away a Goyer if they need to. I also like the addition that this time they've brought in the Habana, so there is the possibility of trying to open up that triple wall even more so than what already has kind of been done to apply the defense. When you look at that middle wall, it's completely open. You're almost sent to the Blackbeard. Just come on in.
I was watching to wait and see if that C4 could get body in because there were so many people piled up, but unfortunately just couldn't quite get the snap right. Less than a minute now. And as you said, most if not all the work is done. So, what was the conversation about Loss and how are you going to try and stop this approach? They've only got one shield, but they also have the blinds of Candela. W7M, they're spreading wide. Gonna get some eyes here above blue. There's a little bit of nerves either side. In fact, there's one deep on oil. Look at the Blackbeard on the opposite end. The Candela start to rain in and the pressure comes as well. This first kill could be very defining, and Farius and Legacy are the two that get it off either side. Loss's hold has been able to withhold at least, but we've seen the slip away before as another couple of kills go back. Legacy make sure they can at least keep themselves moving. The pistol, oh, turns away at the worst possible second, but somehow still wins it out. And now it's just Dark left. Close on the triple wall. He knows pressure's coming either side. He's trying to isolate a fight, but he can't. W7M lose the first two steps in the dance, but show you they still know how to tango.
I mean, what a flick. What a flick from that machine pistol. Yeah. That is not an easy thing to do. And really, I think for a period there, I was worried for W7M. I was kind of sitting there thinking, okay, what am I going to say about, you know, how this attack has kind of failed? Because that's what I thought was going to happen. And really, W7M didn't have a massive amount of util going into blue. I mean, you could see that Dodez was just struggling. Like, he had to take a swing. He had to take a gunfight. And you kind of think whenever you have the Ying on board, you know, give him something. Or maybe it's the fact that they thought, oh, it's going to be a Wamai anyway. We're probably going to get everything burned up. I don't know. It's a tough one to call, but I think this blue, you know, Dodez was really struggling. And again, it just comes down to players in this W7M team just hitting shots and just being better. That's really what it comes down to. I think the strategic aspect of W7M is there, but there's no denying that at least two of these rounds they have won whenever the execution and the general prep work of the round hasn't looked to be going to plan. But they've had individuals who stepped up and won massive engagements with terrific gun skill, no doubt about it. And that is what's carrying them through this game, I think, at the moment.
It's always that other conversation about it, though, right? Is how far can gun skill carry you? Because it's not the be-all and end-all of a great team. It's very nice to have, and you want to make sure every player can at least shoot. We're in that sort of meta. But also under that same sort of breath, when you get against the teams that can do that and also play strategies, well, usually the strategy team is the one that comes out stronger. Here, I guess it's that sort of split where a couple of these frustrating rounds have gone away. It's a very low Selma. And that one's a bit better.
Oh dear.
Nisa, turn the throwing guidelines on, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, who doesn't play with them? They're great. Yeah. That's actually been such a good addition as like the kind of art throws, isn't it? That's very, very
At first, I really didn't like them because I was on myself. I think they were great for like people to have, and anything accessibility is. But I was like, just get in the way. But then I'm like, oh wait, this really helps me line things up.
Yeah, yeah.
And almost does things a little bit nicer. But
yeah.
Anyway. We're going to see if gun skill can keep mounting. At this point, we've got to sort of remember that Los need to remember who they are. As worrying as it is to say, they have a chance to get two defenses, but at this point, you're still looking at driving an attack aside of Clubhouse, it's not impossible. It's a map that can operate itself both ways, but getting themselves together, being there to work on that trade game and be a bit sharper in terms of controlling when they get an advantage and how they can sort of bring that one over the line is that big end piece. Are they just going to drop in? Yes, immediately in and immediately off to the races. Dark gone. They're able to get a second. Somebody do something, please.
Just, yeah, it's I think I just think it's over. Like, really, this is brutal from all accords, and W7M are just going in and they're winning. Just every engagement is going their way. Just every engagement. I mean, Loss are probably thinking, what's happened to us? You know, it's as though, like, you know, they've got the kryptonite and they just can't do anything against it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
I
can.
mean, yeah, that was a brutal one. Just dropping Logi Hatch and that being the entry point and then picking up 2 kills on the back of it is, with that pistol as well, the machine pistol is an addition. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, this could be, well, it will be a quick opening to the day. Whether it carries on for the second map, obviously this is W7M's pick. We could fully have in-hand picks here. The problem is you then go on to bank potentially afterwards, which is a bit more of an even ground, but you're still looking at, what, 55% win rates on either side for either team. It's... You know what the other worrying statistic is about Club?
What's that?
Is W7M's attack win rate across, 8 times they've played it recently, 42%. Yep. The defensive win rate, 72%.
Pretty big.
Yeah, they're almost twice as good at defense as they are on offense on this map.
I make my own entrance.
Look at the confidence, by the way. I mean, this is what you get whenever you're 5-0 up, and it's just been an absolute breeze, isn't it? Like, straight into business. Maybe too straightforward there for Volps as he loses his life. But, I mean, really good headway, though, coming in from Jim and Construction. I mean, they've kind of straight away known that, yeah, again, they're just going to gift us this top floor. Like, no problem at all for just sweeping that top down. You can see that Loss are obviously going to go straight in for that turtle defense. They're not opting for the castle this time around. So obviously for W7M, it's all about pace and how quickly you can just do those basics right. Open up your hatch, do your vertical destruction, i.e. get your rams in towards kitchen, and of course that main corridor, lock down those different angles. And again, just put just a massive amount of pressure over towards blue, which may be difficult though, Whammy, because they have lost that capital right from the get-go.
Yeah, they lose Capital, and also nobody has immediately been traded out as well. We've usually seen that first kill, if it's something in the favor of the defenders, get caught out by the attackers not much further after. This is sort of what I was talking about, where this is where we need to see them have a bit more control. They've not been impossible at this task, but it has felt a bit distant from them. Now wanting to just slowly creep their way in, as they're going to be a little bit more success from a C4. You can see them, with the drone underneath, sort of baiting the motion. Buy themselves some time, but that breach just a little bit too far away. And now with the pressure, Arthur's under, and the fact that they haven't really been able to find a body yet, they're just going to slip their way further back instead. Let the Ram get the work done, 50 seconds, and just play that you are 5, they are 4 versus game. Do not let them even that man count before they go for the drop.
Yeah, make it difficult for them, and I think this will probably the most difficult round that W7M have been presented by, because again, 30 seconds left, no kills. I mean, they've got the basics right, but this is going to be so difficult for them, and I don't know if it's going to be a case of going for the plant or just playing for kills. And I think Lovin, he's going to try and go for the kills. What a creep up in through main to find Arthur, and now it is a 4v4 potential now for W7M.
Well, they're able to at least get one more back, but Lobin just keeps in now. Dots has put one more nail in a coffin that seems endless. Kurtz finds a body. 5 seconds, though. They have a chance to pull this one together. Kurtz and Farius do find that round for the end of Lush, but there was a moment where we looked like we were hurtling into a flawless half there. They have a lifeline. They have one round into their favor, and that is what they will have to try to build a skyscraper on. It's not the deepest of foundations. At this point, W7M, as I said, they're going over to their defensive half. It is their much stronger half on club. We have seen things go away before, but at this point, we would need, I think, sort of major psych changes from both of these teams for this to flip. Because not only do I feel like Los aren't playing to the level that we've seen, they're a bit sort of shy of some engagements. They're not quite, as I said, getting those trades together. W7M are playing very locked in and unbrazenly confident. The times that we're seeing them just throw themselves in towards sight, they're limiting the shield approaches. It's the limit of electronics. It's going to find itself in some sort of gunfights, and that's seemingly where W7M are very, very happy right now.
I just think it's the confidence, isn't it, with W7M? I mean, I kind of mentioned it in that last round. Yes, they lost it, but just how quickly they were able to get themselves into the building, just sweep it with ease. I mean, they don't fear anything. And I think equally, if you bring that same level of confidence and aggression onto the defense, I think you can make things really difficult here for Loss. And again, it's not so much we're now looking at W7 and thinking, oh, well, they've lost that round, maybe there's the comeback. I don't think that's going to be the case. I just think that the skyscraper that you mentioned, I just think it's built in quicksand.
Well, let's see if it sinks in towards the break quicker than anything else then. Now they've got themselves the play here. One of the only soul shields left standing is going to be stood as they try to wrest some control over heavily fortified rafters. Curious to see how much the attention is sort of put on towards maybe the other side of the second story if they want to be a bit more direct. This being a first pick site isn't the most common for a lot of teams, but I think they know the game that they're going to play into. Right, they've limited what we can electrify, so why not play the site that often opens up anyway, that is usually open external walls, and stretch them into a bit of an unknown terrain. Where they want to drive that blitz, I'm curious about. You've obviously got the Rara that can try and build some of the safety behind them, get the cover on towards, you know, the construction doorway, but then you just put yourself into a bit of a box here. They still need to approach something. And as I said, I'm curious where they're going to start. It feels like they still are as well. There's the break on towards the construction single wall. And Palu is now the one playing against that Logi hatch, but W7M is just itching for a fight. They're in though.
Here we go.
Off to the races. Immediately trying to find the catch. Dots gets one. Dodos gets another one on the back, and this has fallen apart.
We've tried a rush without the main breach being opened first. Now that's a new one that I've ever seen on a blitz. Just basically jumping in dry, you know, not having any kind of support there, and W7 have just say not today, not happening. Yeah, I mean, it's just the confidence. I mean, look at this as well. You know, for a final kill, a lot of teams would just sit in their hands, wouldn't they? And wait, nah. W7 thinks, come on, we've got places to be.
So, was that desperation, or was that just let's get this over with? I mean, as you said, and I'd sort of hinted it, they were trying to run the numbers on what they could do work. They were droning out. They were getting construction wall open, and then, oh, they've gone for it. They didn't do anything else by that. I don't think we saw them put pressure on Jacuzzi. I don't think we saw them... Well, we know that they didn't really put any pressure in towards rafters or in towards the main breach. So it was never any other pressure. They hoped, I guess, that W7M were just a bit too spread out and weren't really paying enough attention, but we'll think about what they had the coverage on, pretty much the entirety of the floor itself, and they had a network of people to ensure that regardless of where you entered, there was always somebody behind you, whether it was the player on rafters, whether it was the player on red or cash, whether it was the player inside construction. It just was a network of problem, and much like a spider's web, as soon as you hit it, every single being attached to it is aware.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Anyway, 6-1. Los. That skyscraper's sinking.
Bomb and defuse it.
Where do we go now? Because I mean, you kind of look at Loss and who's really stepping up.
Oh, you have to just go to next map.
You know, obviously for Arthur. I mean, I know that as the new James Bond been cast yet? Have we got? Is that? I don't think that's happening. Has it? Has it? I don't know.
No.
Well, get him in there for an audition.
Send him in. Like before he had the license to kill. I mean, as I sort of said, it's a disappointing way of having to look at it, but it feels like they've checked themselves out of this map as well.
They just want to go next.
They just want to go next, I think, at this point, and they're trying to make sure that in a weird way that they keep themselves a bit sharper and keep things going a bit fast. Means that they'll get there sooner and still be a bit warmed up from it. It's a best of 3 series. We've seen people come back from the brink of the worst and pull themselves in. It's never over until it's over, but you can tell from how they're sort of applying themselves, especially with how little fact checking they kind of did on the previous round. Time to go. The pocket banshee deployed, just in case. And it works on the back of the destruction, so it doesn't get called out of the calls that are now coming together. They've got themselves circled around, and they're trying to find a first bite. They're not entirely throwing themselves in, but think about the positions that they're kind of not clearing currently. Yes, you pop the smoke on towards the CC wall. There's going to be keepers that go up, but this is only going to buy you a limited amount of time, and it's time that's being pulled away. See, they have to be worried. Someone might try and swing out and apply the pressure. They're still looking for this opening body. You can see that Parley's got his first. Dark's trying to push up red. They're swinging out the window with the secondary Malusi gun, and they get away with it whilst the Deimos is tracking them underneath. There's one, but there is a map one.
Oh, he just set himself right down the hatch to get that kill. I mean, this is what I mean with the confidence that W7 have. They are always going to carry that over to the defense, and yeah, it showed.
That may be the fastest map we've had in any of the regions playoffs so far. It's not over. It's far from over. It's a best of 3 series, but you can imagine there's going to be a heck of a team talk coming into the camp of Los, and we're going to have a heck of a break before we're back with the commercials, and then we're back with the analysts after those to talk about it. That could be one of the quickest.
I don't even feel as though we've cast it. I honestly, I don't. Have we started to play? It doesn't feel like it. That's nuts.
5 screen ready, game ready, starting 16:55.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
What a dominant start of the players for W7M. 7-1 scoreline to open us up on the series here. Their own map pick, but I'd like to bring it back to what was said at the beginning of this matchup, Leo, because you talked about how this aggression for W7M sometimes bites them in the back on their attacks. What were you saying about that again exactly?
Well, I said that they would struggle to roll themselves utility. Now, when there is no utility put in front of them, well, they're not going to have to clear it. They can just walk in. As you can see on all of the highlights, you're going to see them walk in the site, rush in, drop hatches, and get on site and get multi-kills every single time, not phased at any point by any kind of utility that's annoying to them. What did we see Lost play the entire game? Goyo, Castle, Warden, Mute. How is that going to prevent a team that is going to steamroll you and play really aggressive? And even when they played the Fenrir a couple times, I did not see a single Fenrir trap prevent a player from the side of W7M to rush in. My main problem in this is not even that they're losing every gunfight, it's that I don't see the adaptation from the IGL. Where are your trap operators to control them? When do maybe go back to a turtle, play wall denial, close off everything, and abuse the traps? I did not see anything there, anything that could prevent W7M just rush on site every single round. And in fact, the opening kill was in the first minute and a half almost every single round, and basically they had zero control over the pace. And that's my biggest problem. Where is the adaptation from Arthur that went 0-8 this game with a 0% KOST and did not call a single adaptation to what they were facing?
Well, and there are a lot of odd parallels to the Loud game too, which, by the way, before I even get to that, I just want to highlight, I feel bad because I pointed out Arthur and Dark Eyes specifically, and we've got 0% and 25% cost for the two of those.
2-16.
So 2 and 16, big showcase for the IGL and the Starfragger of Los. But there's an odd parallel to the Loud game that Los played and also lost 7-4. The only two defenses Los won involved the Clash. What do you W7M ban in their first set of bans? Clash. And Los struggle way more than they did against Loud. But second, this game, Leo and I were talking about how the opening kills, most of them were happening before the first half of the round. In the Loud game, classic Loud, they were all happening in the back half of the round. And yet, what was occurring? We get 4 Ks from Flash3, 3 Ks from STK. We get multi-frag after multi-frag from Loud. So even though the kills were happening way later, and Los were strategically worse in this game, they still couldn't hang in the gunfights against a team that didn't even make playoffs. So this showing from Clubhouse, obviously quite literally worse than it was against the Loud game, but we even had phenomenons translating from the Loud game, and they also devolved in many capacities. So, and to put it mildly, not the showing you want from the first map for them in playoffs.
No, absolutely not. And that is, like you said, put very mildly. I feel like everything that we say right now is just stacking up how dominant this game was for W7M. When we talk about the pacing on the entries, we talk about the cost that they have on their side, the performances of the standout players over on the side of Los. This is really tough and really difficult, and especially for them to have to come back from this, because what happens if you lose this game? It's not all over for you. You still have a chance of making it to the Munich Major. So for a team like Los, should they be checked out after the next map, they still have a chance of making it. But if we look at teams that are potentially dropping down from that lower bracket, it's going to be a really difficult time if you see the names that will potentially drop down there as well. Now, I want to have one more look at the map veto to see where we're headed to for the second part, because we will be going to Los's map pick. And I think, Lynx, please give me anything to convince that they picked Bank for a reason.
Hey, they 7-3 Team Liquid. That's something. Like, I know I've given a lot of disrespect to Team Liquid, but like genuinely, Liquid are a good team, and Los, who have been struggling, that's a pretty high quality win. Like 7-3 over a playoffs team, over still a big contender in Brazil, and a lot of it was off of really good attacks, and, not to say it again, some really good shield play from Arthur. So I think there's a shot here, and especially with W7M losing 7-5 to Furia. Is it Furia? And was it KZ dropping 17 kills? Yes. But hey, that's what I can point to, is at least in SAL Stage 2 alone, Los have a winning record and W7M don't.
Yeah, they did play it recently, by the way. They played Bang recently in Copa Sudamericana, and we went and checked, and actually only 4 days ago they went on that map and they lost it 7-2 against Black Dragons, a team that had one of the worst stages they've had of the organization's history, that struggled the entire stage. and they lost to that team only 4 days ago, and it was not even close. Now, before that, they did play against Liquid on it. Liquid, against whom, by the way, they lost to BO3 in the same game, in the same competition. And they did beat Liquid on that map. And yes, it was a losing record, I will agree with this, but also beating Liquid on it and then struggling to lose to Furia. Yes, it can look grim. Yes, it's not the best map, but they can also prove that they can contend with some of the biggest top teams there. And with the performance we've seen from LoS so far, it's not looking good, you know? We're not looking at the LoS that was able to take that 1 point away from W7M at the end of the stage only a week ago. I think that if you need to lose a map, it's okay to lose it, however it is. If it's close, if it's a 7-1, it's completely okay. In the end, W7M only won 1 map. It's a BO3, they can bounce back.
But I think that's the highlight, right? Is that it's not that, you know, it's not that one team has a losing record and one team has a winning record. It's the way LoS lost Clubhouse is a fault that is going to translate across maps. Sure, maybe you're not comfortable on Clubhouse, but an inability to read and adapt or to even use the utility you bring properly, that's only something that is going to hurt you. And so maybe Bank is one of those maps, like Nighthaven, where they are a lot more strategically refined, but the way they lost Clubhouse is a big warning sign and is not something that can just be fixed and isolated to one map.
Yeah, definitely.
No. Yeah, and like you two were saying, I think a lot needs to happen in these 5 minutes for LoS if they want to have a chance of continuing in this upper bracket. It certainly isn't going to be easy, but as you said, Lynx, I hope they picked this map for a reason. They've shown success on it before, but it won't guarantee us anything for the future. Can LoS bounce back, or will W7M close this in 2? Let's bring it back to our casters to find out.
With the three of you, do you want to ask Demo if he's more positive now, or do we think he's still
he's
where he
smiling.
was?
I want to score line.
I reckon he is.
I want to
We
score
were
line.
laughing because Demo was losing his mind four rounds in, or 3 rounds in the game. I was like, oh wow, it's only the first map and he's already losing it. But I have to say, Demo, I can blame you. I was feeling the same in that game.
Is this like a 5-person cast? Because then I have to do very little, which I'm looking forward to. That's probably why I'm
I
smiling.
would love that. But then mainly because we would have to do less work, and I think that's always like it's like a nice thing for us. But I don't know, maybe Leo could become a caster if he learns how to speak English. That'd be a good help.
I
don't think he has the grit. He doesn't have the grit to do this
I
job.
just want to point out we have a caster literally here right now. Like, hey guys, I'm also over here. I could join in. Maybe, perhaps.
No, I was talking about Anne, but
Okay, I'm gonna go. Bye.
yeah, okay.
All right. Well, you know, given that I would love to cast with you all, and I think it'd be so much fun, I think it'd be way too chaotic. So we're just gonna leave it to the 2 of you to see how the series turns out, because we might as well be done out to this map, but it might go to a third. Please take us to Bank, and we'll find out.
Well, Bank, where we find ourselves under a new home, and I mean, I guess we'll have to see if they can deposit anything more than a single round. I think it was put well on the desk, made up of many different talents from many different backgrounds, that we need to see a new LoS, right? We need to see a LoS that has stepped up, found energy that wasn't otherwise there before, and is desperately trying to reclaim a right to fight in these best of 3 games.
Well, I think overall, I think the desk had tried to be as positive as they could be, but I think whenever you look at just the clobbering that happened in the last map, that's very, very difficult, isn't it, to really try and say positivity? Because yes, you can treat it as that best of 3, but momentum just carries on, doesn't it? You know, I think everyone has a Siege where you have played just the best, not the best game you've ever played, but just the best day of Siege that you've played. And that could be the case for W7M, where it's just everything, the whole day's going right for them. It's not just a map, you know, it's not restricted by just one map. It could be the whole series for all we know. So you have to fancy W7M, no doubt about it.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
I guess we'll have to see how this one starts, right? Because, you know, you're looking at Bank. It can be a good map for attackers and defenders. Generically, for both these teams, it leans into the favor of starting on their attacks. So W7M, you know, they're looking at more strength sort of here. And I guess it's always the split where we could just find ourselves, if they're attacking the same way they did on the previous map, if they're bringing the same sort of aggression, if they're making sure that they're in control of everything, and now they're back on the attack driving seat of Bank, is this a bit of a false move here by Los to give them that much to work with? There's a confidence thing to it, right? You're looking, it's not specifically that the map works better for attackers or defenders, but both of these teams have been better statistically in their attacks, and I just kind of worry you're going to get 3 rounds in and then just be in the mindset of, oh no, it's happening again.
Oh, W7M, they get to go on the attacks just like Clubhouse. They will kick us off with at least a guaranteed 6 attacks for them. And you look at the way the Clubhouse played out, it was just down to sheer gun skill, I think, a lot of the time. They will be, again, dealing with another basement, not as, I would say, in-depth in terms of doing basics, per se, compared to Clubhouse, where you have to do a lot of vertical work. I mean, this bomb site, you don't have to worry about doing verts. It's mostly just taking map control, and that usually comes in 2 instances. That being server, and then also garage is always a point of contention. I don't think we've ever seen a Monty going in to take garage. I mean, this is like a lot of resources you're putting in, is taking the shield here, and well, Monty actually going to use the smokes, because again, he has to de-shield to crouch his way under, and that means he could get shot. At least it gets him in, but is it the case of, are they ready for that glass who, like you mentioned, is pretty much just a shark in the water right now?
I mean, they're waiting, right? But there's some support that's coming. That's the worries. There is somebody that's come around to offer a bit of a swing, and there's Legacy. Doesn't even need the support, and now you've got a Monty stuck. So it's the smoke that came to offer some support here. They've already used 2. There's a minute 30. If they can get the kill, they just need to send it. Why are you being scared? Bring a friend and kill this Monty. No! No! I know that there's always the fear, and we know a little bit more, but that was their plan. That was their setup. They get Volps. Importantly, they find another body, and it's traded out. Dots is still causing drama as the Monty. Is this just inside the site? It is. He's pushing his way up. He's got himself locked in. Palu's here as well. Yeah, okay, you're putting some pressure through. They're just spraying, making sure nobody's there. They're going for the plant itself. There's nothing to immediately stop this. At this point, spraying and pre-firing, put the grenade down, caught out. There's the rotate onto the Monty, and now Dodez has to stop them defusing. Can't do that, and Lost were able to save the round out, but a couple of moments there.
I mean, I think moments like that, for me, you should be losing the round just based on what you've done. Yeah, you deserve to lose if that's the way that they're playing. Yes, they've won the round, but it's not great, is it? Let's be real. It's not good enough at this level. And if you're going to keep giving opportunities away from, if you're going to keep giving opportunities to W7M, eventually they will, they will punish you for it. So they need to shape up real quick.
You also hope that they've learned lessons from it.
Bomb located by attackers.
Right, you've also got to hope that they've taken away things from that of being like, yeah, we made a bit of a lucky escape, because truthfully, they did. Getting the first kill was good. You could see that the smoke came in and offered support because the smokes were popping off. They had the 2 players. They did what they needed to do there. The Glaz couldn't step forward because of the threat of the swing player that would have been called by the Monty. They had to try and isolate a fight, and then they still won out the fight with what is a great shotgun, let's be real, but still hitting them with the slug. But then also, in terms of the extension of that, you then have the Monty cornered, surrounded, and the Monty gets 2 kills. And it's just, I don't know. It's a start. But maybe lessons learned. They have 1 round. They have already been as successful as they were last time, and now they can see if they can try and double it down, get a little bit more on the back of it. Technically, only obviously 2 kills came through there for W7M. Maybe they got a little bit overconfident, tried to get the plant in before they maybe could have actually operated with the Monty and the 2 remaining support players themselves. If, you know, the fact that they were still sort of watching on the verticality wasn't great. So instead, take their time a bit longer here, try and not be as direct in towards a site, a different site, fine, but weigh the numbers. They're clearing the basement. They're making sure that nobody's going to try and sneakily stab their way up this time.
Yeah, interesting that they are not going to try and force a shield, which certainly has been a kind of common occurrence that we've seen in Clubhouse, where if the shield were available, they would have brought one in, but it's not the case here for W7M. Instead, they're going to try and, I think, lean into more of the kind of util dump that we kind of expect to see in this top floor coming in from the windows. You've got the Grim, who's obviously going to be great at just grimming out anyone who could be inside of Janitor. It looks as though that they're not going to go for the kind of traditional take where you would just sense out and swing straight for the window. They're just going to take a little bit slower, get the wall opened up, but then still use the senses to block off lines of sight for this Thermite. Now, I think the only win con is a C4 going to land? You've got 3 C4s. You need to make it work. You need to hit a C4 if you want to stop this attack.
Wow, we talked about how late or how early the first kill came, and this time it's a lot later on. Dots does finally get the end of the first, but Amira isn't entirely obscured. Oh, that'll definitely make the mirror a bit tougher to play behind. They waited as long as they could, but now they've got a narrow sliver of support. However, they're still knocking on the door. They cannot just send themselves in. They're opting for more and more fights on the back of it, though. But if Dots goes too wide either way, well, that's going to happen. Lobin does pick up the kill on the back of it, though. There's Dark getting at least one back. 40 seconds, and they slow things down, spraying on towards the windows as they shuffle their way around, offer some more support towards the back line, and still stuck outside. It's a decent way that they've been able to at least stem the flow. Now, what do they have to try and cover the plant here? That's the sort of split. They do still have the sense wall. They're going to roll one of those out and see if they can try and make it stick. But there's a C4 from Farius that could be the decider, or it's just Dots. Lying down, waiting. How many people has he killed from this position? Well, as Dodes gets one more, that'll be one less. No health, just an echo. Can the echo define it? There's a drone above. There's the first hit. Maybe went a little bit early, and the second won't even get to see it.
Yeah, good round from W7M. I mean, that was a very clean take. They took their time with it. They knew what they wanted to do. I think they just played to the strengths of that bomb site whenever you're attacking it. Yeah, just using the window game extremely well. Putting the pressure onto the player inside of Janitor. And we know, Emmy, as soon as the player in Janitor is gone, who else is really going to be able to stop that plant? Like, no one's going to be close enough to get a C4 from one bomb site to the other, so it needs to come from Janitor, and yeah, you take up that piece of the puzzle. No way back, really, or loss. So yeah, great round from W7M from all accord. So very, very impressed to see that response from the first round.
At this point, you know, it's sort of, as I said, W7M, they spent a little bit more time working things out. They spent a little bit more time sort of running the numbers and ensuring that they had control of the areas. That they got so many kills without moving too much. I'm a little bit curious how that fully ticked together. Obviously, they had the breach quite early on. They put the pressure onto the mirror window. But then, as far as I saw, the next pressure was just from the windows and sort of baiting that player in Janitors to swing, which happened. And they got kills, and then they got 2 kills from the Thermite breach, and you know, it's those sort of engagements where I'm wondering if Loss are expecting more or less, or what is really happening there. Either way, they have a chance to set themselves off to a good rhythm here as they're opting to keep the rotation off towards open, off towards new site, and the first bit of control once again. W7M not being direct. Let's run the numbers properly.
Well, shield comes in, and going to, of course, allow them a good opportunity just to walk into kitchen using that shield and then try and get themselves tucked in by open area for a plant. That's traditionally why we see shields be brought, is just because you can do that. Obviously, for Lost, they're going to want to try and hold as much of the map as they can. A very heavy util lineup, and you've got Castle, Mira, Azami, those operators. I mean, you're going to have to use quite a lot of util from the attacker side to get rid of all that, and they do have the Flores. They've got some nades too, so nothing that I don't think that they won't be able to handle. In comes the shield with said nades, and looking to see if he can clear away some of this util. Oh, that's a great swing there as well from Dudez to assist that Blackbeard. Opens up with the second. I mean, they blocked the shield, but look what they've gained 3 kills for it. They're just feeding him right now.
I mean, he has just been on another level throughout, I guess, both this split, but also this series. He gets himself just another set for the tally and can keep himself driving on through. He opened, obviously, the day earlier on with an ace, and well, it seems like he wants to try and angle for another one. The Deimos fishing out those remaining players, stuck sort of trying to play extension, but think how awkward this site is to watch when you have the man disadvantage. You've got to watch so many different angles. You've got to watch so many different pressure points. You've got a very long, slightly obfuscated hold. And it just takes them to operate a single pinch, and suddenly you have a lone sole player. Now, Palu is hurt, as is Dodez. So it won't take the biggest blow to get them out, but you can see they're fully aware. The flash will start to roll its way down. They're just trying to force the pressure of the last man. The grenade won't quite get the catch. 30 seconds. Nothing immediately off the back. Another roll. With some flashes as the players put the pressure on. They've slipped their way in. They're trying to find the fight itself, but they don't quite get anything on the back of it. There's one on the front of it. Volps finds Arthur. Dodez won't get another ace. The party will get the last.
That clean again from W7M. I mean, you opened up with that free piece. That really just cements the round in your favor. And they just ran through the basics there in the 2v4. Didn't allow anyone from Lost to get themselves back into it. I mean, really for Lost, if you look across this whole series, they have been, they've been down and out every single round. No, I don't think there's been a single clutch yet. So that's another factor that we always look at that great teams have, are players who can clutch, players who can go in there and make a difference. I'm not seeing that from Lost.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always tough to put that in as a thing, because it's not...
Attackers need to
it's rare to have somebody who is like, without already being known as a clutch player, if that makes sense. And you look at how the roster has sort of played up until this point. You look at how Lost as a roster has sort of operated, and they've not got anyone where you're like, oh, they've saved X amount of rounds, right? They're sort of usually a little bit steadier with things. I think that's the sort of worry right now is, there was sure a bit of a divide between Dark, but he was operating more as the first port of call. He was less the one that was clutching things out at the end and more just giving them a decent first foot to step their way onto a round. W7M in the meantime are just able to shut that game down time and time again, as Link sort of pointed it out and joined in Leo's ability for cursing teams earlier on. The two players named were the ones that suffered in Arthur and Dark, and you look across and Arthur's... What does that make him for the series now at this point? That's, what, 0-11?
Yeah, it's not a favorable stat line that you want to carry, and it's simply not good enough. It's not good enough at this level. Whenever you're in the playoffs, you have an opportunity to get to the major, and this is how you show up. And here's the thing. Yes, Lost, they'll get another chance. Of course they will. Is it going to be any more favorable than what's already happened to them? Probably not.
Well, there's Dots eliminates Farius. I mean, just sheer brute strength. They're going to see if they can try and operate on the back of it. They do find Kurtz in the meantime. There's Arthur getting a kill, though. On towards the second that he just got before as well. Must have found it just before they dropped down. I missed the first, but hey, what a time. Maybe once again, we've done the reverse of the curse and brought attention to it, and now they can start to operate. They've been able to survive and hold off the pressure. Think about what's been taken out of both teams here. Fine, they don't have the Izami, the Goyo. Yeah, they're playing this position. They're gone. But now they don't have the frag grenades from the side of Palu, and they do not have what would otherwise be the bees from the pressure of Logan. So they've got to try and operate instead of something a little bit blinder, a little bit harsher on the swing round. Nothing to offer the support there.
A really good work from the Twitch, being able to clear away those Goyos. But so much util still left in the bank. Yeah, you've got your smokes, the Chanka, and I'm sure probably an Echo Camp somewhere that you can maybe try and deny from. This is going to be a really difficult plan if you want to try and go for it, and we know about this Tachanka and just how difficult he makes it. They have been able to clear the shield, though, so it does just mean that Arthur doesn't have the lineups that he would like to have, and Also, that actually changes out his guns. Instead, pulls out the chemical launcher again. Are these going to land, though? And yes, they will. So Dots has to come off. There's the Echo as well, being able to move in and get some information and also deny the plant if it did come to it. They're going to replant once again. In goes the smoke. Now for Dots, is he going to stick it?
No!
That's it.
Oh! I mean, the fire combo. I don't know even if the smoke landed, but the fire definitely did. Arthur gets himself a quad kill, and it's an ace! Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? I said it at the start of the round, 0 and 11. And then they get an ace. I'm like
You're quite good at that.
I'm the opposite of Lynx and Leo.
We should have had Leo come on, you know, midway through this game and talk about how he's like, oh, 12.
I'm a blessing.
Because Leo's quite good at coming on and saying something and then...
I mean, the thing is, okay, so the first two was great. Obviously, the first one slipped away because I was very distracted by the fight that was happening. Got the pinch, tried to move on, and then see the second, Chanka's got 2 kills. Amazing. And that was a good reaction to pressure. In a way, it's sort of what was talked about in between the break of what Los needed to do was react to what was ahead of them, react to the game, stop them playing the game that they wanted. Fine, it's 2 rounds on the same site at this point, but at the same time, different ways that it came together, and they got a couple of kills in the journey. Then they were very prepared for the plant at the end. They obviously had all of the fire, all of the smoke. And what a way to return your form in towards a game. Our second ace of today across these opening 2 maps. Always nice when that happens. But 2 apiece, and this is the problem now, the demo. Can they try and make it happen? You can. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can sort of end on 2 and the 4 in this sort of turn. As I said before, both these teams are better on their attack. Los should have more of a hand on their attack. They've done well to wrest some of these rounds away from W7M, but think about that first round and think about how we could and should probably be 3-1 up in some worlds. Oh, they're just going to try and slam their way up. We've gone back to this pace from before, all the way up and into the barbs and into, well, death. Volps is able to find one. They just quick zipped up as well with Lobin. They're inside the site looking for a fight. Volps finds another one. He's got the kit, but he's just going to keep on trying to kill. Now he's tucked as he goes for the reload. There's some of the damage coming through. They're just utilizing the blitz to force the players out. Volps is smoked and he's trying to find a soft place to stand. There's his third for the round, though. Sprayed through on towards the janitor position. A blitz goes for the blind, goes for the smash, knocks him down. Dodes gets himself a 4th. Which I don't think is really what happened there. Because Volps got the other ones for himself. Now it's a fight on a set of stairs. They're going for the plant as well. Volps is going to try and lead in. Look at how many bodies. 4 of them are on this staircase. There's one. There's the trade out.
It's almost like a strat roulette, right? One at a time, you know, only one person can push it.
You could see
just lined up in the queue.
4 outlines on a single set of stairs. There is a world that backfires, and it's cool.
No. That world, that does not exist. I hate to break it to you. Now, there may be infinite universes. That universe doesn't exist. I can confirm. They play my kind of Siege. They really do, W7M. I love it. Absolutely love it. You look at the operator choice that they brought. It is just sheer, let's see what we can cook. Like, really. And they just full send, and I love it. You know what? That's the thing. If you're going to play that playstyle and you're going to bring these operators, you either admit that if you die, the push doesn't work. You admit that, okay, now we all need to go and die. You can't sit there and kind of like try and play a different playstyle with the operators that you bring. If you're bringing that, you need to go fast, you need to go hard, and you have to kind of agree, okay, if it doesn't work, we know why, because that's the way we're trying to play Siege. It either works or it doesn't. And they just fully commit to it. Every single person is not scared to die, which I think such a great trait where I see so many players, especially young players, which I want to be really specific in that, because I think this W7M team, 2 years ago, whenever they were emerging, of course, they were, naturally really young players, and we kind of looked and said, give them time to develop. But this team has the experience. They have almost that veteran status. I don't think they're a massively young team, are they? in terms of just ages. I think maybe is the youngest, like maybe 22 or something like that. Am I wrong on that? I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure.
He knows the city of birth. And
I'm pretty sure like the youngest is maybe 22. So they're not a young team. And young players we see all around the world, whenever rookies, especially rookies come in their first year, sometimes they played scared. They are terrified to make a mistake. This team doesn't care. If they die, they die. They don't care. They move on. And that's what I think is a massive difference that this team has. It's just over the past 2 years, they have developed so well.
I made a joke there about Jesse knowing every player's birthday. He actually does have that, and he's referenced this before, and I'll finish this joke in a second when we get ourselves through on this bit of pressure as Gertz actually finds the first one towards Zodez. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. What was that? How? Okay, whatever. They're going to try and throw themselves in. Lost need to win this round. They maybe been handed a free one, and they probably have. Palu is all that's left. I can't believe he TK'd with a Flores drone.
Who else did we see try this attack? Didn't we cast that attack another time on Bank? Was it FaZe who did that?
I'm still a bit lost.
Or someone else?
The Flores
Who
drone.
done that attack?
Team kill. What happened?
I'm guessing they was trying to clear away a route for Glaz, and Glaz was probably in like a smoke and just stayed still. Because that's kind of what Glaz does.
Yeah.
I forget what it was. We've definitely seen that attack before. It's something that, again, it's not uncommon to see a full send in with the Aurora, where you would combo the Aurora with the Glaz, you block down one of the double doors, you smoke it off, then the door gets destroyed by, it should have been the Flores drone, I think, and then the door opens up and the Glaz is there just saying, hello, you know, so again, it's a strategy that we've seen before, just didn't pay off there for W7M, so it is an even half. However, how confident are you right now, Emmy, for loss on their attacks, considering what we've seen happen in Clubhouse?
I mean, I think we're going to see a different loss. I think the attacks we saw in Clubhouse, we sort of commented at the time, was this is them trying to get to the next map. This is them sort of being done with it. And you know, they weren't fully checking things. They weren't playing the way that we've seen them play. They struggled to piece things together, and it felt like they were just a bit checked out and going, look, we need to get to bank. We need to keep ourselves high. All of the warm-up. Let's get to bank. Let's just roll. I think, and I hope we'll see a different Los here. W7M's hiding at Tachanka. It's not the biggest surprise. They've obviously got the Tugarao as well, and the smoke. They're not playing with the Goyo, fine, but I think at this point you would still expect to find a Tachanka on the site, and it won't really change the approach too much, I don't think. Obviously, the limitations on the hard breach, and they're not going to be able to hold on towards the hatches. They've got them locked, and soft is currently unopened, so they could try and drop down, but otherwise, we'll see how it comes together. Anyway, very briefly, the stupid bit I was going to come up with. Imagine a desk where it's Jesse, who knows all the players' birthdays, and Jackie, who then breaks down their star signs and how it impacts them as players. That's the whole bit.
That's the bit.
That's the bit. That's the whole. Because I legitimately think that would happen with the two of them. Anyway, you've worked with Jackie. You remember her?
Yeah. I mean, myself and Ollie have a very famous clip with Jackie. So,
right. That's what I was
Jackie, we're live. No, we're not.
No, we're not. Ooh, they're alive here on the top floor. I miss her so much. She's out there killing it somewhere.
A lot of anime stuff as pretty on brand for her brand, I guess.
Jackie, if you're watching any more Siege still, we love you. Shout out Jackie. Anyway, a minute gone. Pressure taken over the top floor. They hit a wall made of a shield and said, we're not going to play this game anymore. Drop down janitors. And now holding on towards the mid floor. At this point, it's a slower, safer, steadier clear from Los. And this is almost what I was talking about, right? Immediately, this is a different feeling. Ooh, that's not a good way for that to happen, though.
Yeah, it's the aggression again for W7, and we've seen this in Clubhouse. They're not afraid, and they're just taking the fight to the attackers, and really, this round's done. You've lost the two util dump operators, you've lost your Grim, the Sense, who, as we know in this basement, is such a key thing for teams trying to go in for the plant. Yeah, just a lash out there from two players. Both of them die. And just a 1v5, which just turns into nothing. Yeah, that is pretty much Clubhouse, is it not? Just W7M moving through the map, as confident as ever. No mistakes. They are in the driver's seat right now.
So it's kind of a shame. I mean, I sort of started talking about how this feels different. And then we saw that first kill, and then we saw every other kill happen after that. And it was like, oh no. Oh no, Demo, this feels the same. Yeah. I mean, what else do you sort of say about that other than scratched first round, really? 4-3, W7M. Get it very comfortably. There was drops in the pressure. They controlled the pacing. There was a lot more of the map to play with on that site than probably any other site, you could argue. This one, definitely. Yeah, you could have a Roma try and flank up at some point and you can put the pressure back on, but the way that W7M sort of led them into the top floor, dropped down again, but they were able to still hold on and get a couple of kills. It's a great extension of the full map. Here, they don't have the same options, and to be fair, it's the site that was won consistently by the defenders on the previous half as well, so who knows. 4-3. They're not a million miles away for Los.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And they'll start an approach here on the top. Got the sense, got the ying. Not operating with a shield, as we've seen pretty commonly throughout the opening half of this game. Instead, see if they can just try and get it to land in the gunfights.
Just think for loss on the attacks, from what we've seen, they're just missing that confidence. They're going in these gunfights. W7M are just walking around the map, doing whatever they want, and they're not being punished. That's the big issue. But I will, though, counter that point and say that W7M, whenever these aggressive plays are being shown, we're doing it together. No one's just going out by themselves thinking that they're him. They're going in pairs. They're going back to basic pairs. You're doing something. Bring your battle buddy. That's something that I think some teams miss out on. Yes, aggressive play style, it's viable, of course it is. You need to make sure that if, just, a small if, because again, it's you shoot, me shoot kind of video game. If you lose that engagement, you need someone there with the trade. I think that's the important thing that W7M are doing here today.
They're fishing steadily for a loose body, but it's not being offered towards them. And at this point, as I said, W7M's sort of control and way of being a bit prosperous on any sort of portion and corner of the map is something let in. There's going to be some pressure that comes underneath janitors. We know how important that and powerful that position is, but it's actually Farius that gets caught out first. This Dark's going to drift their way round. They've obviously lost the Sens, which is probably the most important person in this lineup. So what do you do now? How do you adapt to not having that? What is your position on the plant? Fine, you have the smoke canisters in a lot of pockets, but they're not going to have anywhere near the same control for what is a pretty tricky swing in and plant. There's Dark getting a good take onto one, though. Sort of dropped, put the pressure on, rotated his way around to Archives, and then slipped it back for a second. Lobin, head removed. Now, do they know about another player currently buried? Oh, they've got to, and the pressure's going to come around either side. Is looking for a way in or out here, Dodez, with a great gun to do it on, but they just need to not give them the opening here from open window at that range.
Look at Dotso. Went down the main stairs to try and support. But has also went back up to try and stop this attack from happening. Loss of maybe thought, okay, let's just ignore that guy in open area and try and flood through the bomb site, but it's not going to happen for them. And now you've also left Dodez on an opportunity to go for a flank up square.
Well, there's Dodez getting his third for the round and finally put out of the misery of Los, who's stuck with 3 of his own. A C4 ends it, though. W7M, they put a bit of a divide into this game. The first time it's happened on this map. Will we get a timeout?
Oh, I hope so. There it is. I think it needed to come in. And right now for loss, I think maybe decision making there. You look where that guy is inside of open area. Surely that is a free kill. 99% of the time. You know the positionings. You know that if there's one guy outside of open area, probably the other 2 are going to be upstairs. Granted, I did mention that one player came onto the main stairs to stop that buck from pushing across elevators to kill the guy inside of open area. Watch the stop that Buck just sat, hold the angle, stop his escape, and then 2 other players try and push out that Rooney. I think there's a big opportunity there that they let go. So yeah, I think it comes down to that confidence thing again. You know, Lost are scared to push one player.
It's again, I'm trying to frame it in a way where we're building the positivity, but it's almost like there is just a different level between the two teams right now, and it's sort of being put into practice. And in some way, W7M, as we said before, they were the top dog team last time round and got 3rd place after a disappointing playoffs bracket. They were the 3rd place team this time, and maybe they feel that pressure within the playoffs bracket to prove that wrong, to prove that they should be one of the ones fighting in towards the top end and getting in towards the finals, and obviously above and beyond from that point onwards. Now, with this divide and with that timeout, maybe the last of their play day today. Obviously, they would just fall down to the lower bracket if they lost this. They could lose this in a manner with only 4 rounds over the 2 maps, which would be a devastating start to their campaign hopes when they run the trail, knowing that they'll have a lot more teams to get through, and that's the big problem. There's never an easy game when you are that 6th place team, especially with the divide that was between 6th and 5th and the rest of the board. Every single one is do or die. They have the pings, they have the catch, will they have the player? How long will they sit, and will Solace find themselves alone? Is actually going to try and bait the pressure themselves, and you can see that Solace is fully aware somebody's watching on this side, but they've actually... Oh, they've escaped!
I mean, come on. That is probably the freest kill there is all day. Perfect information via a drone that this guy is inside of ATMs. How he gets out of that is beyond me. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how W7M get away with that. Yeah, plus a big chance missed. Now, they brought in the Monty, which usually signifies a bit of panic here. You know, the panic Monty, as we like to dub it here, Amy, where teams will bring in that shield to try and slow things down and make life as easy as possible. Just play around this Monty, let him gather the information. No better map to do it on for a Monty than Bank, by far his best map, the way he can just maneuver into these large rooms and be, you know, completely safe, don't have to worry about crossfires. Still, W7M able to get the first pick.
There's the Brava gone. Theoretically, they could have got some of their work done, but think about what they might have been able to steal, right? And it's only really mute jammers and a bulletproof camera. And at this point, you're otherwise sort of trying to trick and truck your way ahead. A minute, though. W7M, they've been able to pull a lot of time out. There's some of that encircling above. The Ram getting some of the steady work done at this point, but they're going to be pushing in. I sort of talked about this on the other side. And the other map, even, when I say when you're going against a site like this, if they can keep themselves wide with the man advantage, it works very, very well into their favor. The Deimos tracks a man in the middle of the site itself, so they know where he is. It's sort of the worst possible person to track here. Lowen, in the meantime, might end up haunting them the longer this goes on. 30 seconds, and they're still maybe clearing. And that's such a worry, because where are they going to do right now? Look, where are they going to go? Look at the hold here. All of the W7M players.
Free smoke, Sammy. Like, what's Monty going to do? Absolutely nothing here.
Well, not go through that door for now. There is Loben caught. Finally put out of the sort of misery. The Deimos gets the track, and they don't quite catch it, but it just bought a little bit more time, and it was an opportunity. 11 seconds. They're just having to run in. They're going for the fight itself. They're able to spray their way through, and suddenly it's just Palu. Okay. The plant's being confirmed. Palu's currently blind. He's been able to slip his way at least one step further forward. There's the spray on towards the cover. Doesn't quite get the Monty. Now the other player has to step in. And Palu is aware of it. Look at the positioning that Kurtz has. It's a fight. He's going to actually drive himself through, go for the pre-fire, waits for the drop of the shield. He's playing either on either side here. Arthur is baiting some of the engagement. Can't fully put his shield up, but there's another scrappy engagement. There's the fight with the Monty. Knocks them down, and there's the pick back up by Kurtz. It was almost the flip side of the rounds that we had in the previous half. Los didn't have a lot to work with, but they just made it count.
Yeah, I mean, the Monty has to be said. If it was not for that operator, they would not have been able to get that round on the board. I'm still surprised that they did. I mean, that Monty should have been locked out. A couple of players got caught out there. And I think that's maybe a criticism of the way that I think the way that W7 approached that defense. There was a period whenever that first kill came in, and it was a 4v5, there was a moment where every single player was actually in the bomb site. You know, and I think for that bomb site, there aren't a lot of safe positions to sit. If someone's outside on copy window, if the hatches get opened up, you're pretty much going to be sat on top of one another. And that's why we see teams like to extend in toward tellers and archives, give yourself a little bit more breathing room. But Globin made that attempt to go downstairs and try and play up the hatch, gets punished because of that. But I think certainly there was moments that had to come down to just not enough safe positions, really, for W7M to sit in. And look, the Monty, massive factor. Being able to get that plant down successfully. I mean, obviously there was a moment there that W7M maybe could have won that round, but it didn't go their way. Looks like we're going to have a rehost, though.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, a rehost. A quick break in the sort of momentum, which is almost a shame for Los, really, but it at least gives them time to talk. Time to work it all out. And as you can see, obviously, where do they go next? Into Furia. But as I said, pick your poison in a region this strong, right? There's never an easy game in playoffs in pretty much every single region. But here, when you know you're probably up against a team that, by a lot of people's books, will probably be in the final of the major, if not SI, again, then shucks, what do you do?
It's a toughie. I think we may be ahead of schedule based on how this series has went.
Oh yeah, we're not going to have a day like
just a bit.
The playoffs they had our down under colleagues.
What was the exact time that they started a show and when they finished it? What was actually the...
The broadcast was 16 hours long, I believe, based on the VOD. I think it was 3 or 4 best of 3s? Maybe? They put in a shift.
All I'm saying is, they wanted an APAC LAN, there you go. Can't complain, you wanted this. All I'm saying.
This was your fault.
This was your idea, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much we can sass them. I assume they're sleeping now and resting before they're inevitably back towards it. We are here, operating in a space where we're only a couple of rounds away from having the first series settled. Not quite there yet, but not a million miles away. At this point, W7M, if you've missed it, are sitting just around up 5-4. They've been able to thread 2-round packets together. That's sort of the difference between them and Los. Los have got themselves 4 rounds throughout the showdown, but they've not been able to get more than 2 in a row. And they're obviously also all generically on the back foot across the 2 maps. You currently have Dark operating again, which is great for the team. The split as well. So, map 1 between Dark and Arthur, they went 2-16. Here at this point, we obviously had that big ace round from Arthur. They're even on 6-6, 8-6 here from Dark. It's a good sign, but you still want more, right? Because you need more, as sort of obvious as it is to say. Wanting and needing. But a brief break. What do you think the analysts are talking about right now?
Oh, and that's a good question. I would say... I don't know.
Well, yeah. You didn't have to hold me on the I would say. You could have just said, I don't know. You set me up. You strung me along. Like I thought there was a...
That sounds like a you problem.
You threw me along that. I thought that you were going to devolve into a bit, but you didn't.
No.
I think one of the problems that's evaded Los for now is the entry statistic. I think between Farias and Dark, who are often in that role for the team, they're currently 1 and 9 across the playday so far. So it's fine. That obviously includes Clubhouse, but sounds like we're slipping our way back into game. Hey, we're back into the game.
Where are we? What's the bomb site going to be?
Oh, no.
Someone's rehosted it wrong. We're back out because it should not be 5-3. It should be 5-4.
Oops. So what do we think the analysts are talking about? Well, we'll hopefully get that back up again very shortly.
Just a slight mishap there. And it should just be a quick remake. It shouldn't be, too long. It'd be pretty rapid to get ourselves back in there, of course. And for W7M, Spirit's still looking pretty high. And I think, again, for good reason, I think they're pretty comfortable right now with how things are playing out. I don't think we'll make it to labs. I just think W7M just should breeze through this. I think loss just today, I think up to the standards of a team that deserves to be going through. Don't forget, play Furia. If this is what W7M has done to them, what do you think Furia would do to them?
Well, I mean, I think that's the worry of any of this, right? Is, as I sort of said, the games are just going to get harder and harder. It's the same with anything, but then here it's like, oh no, Furia, and also NIP and really form, and also probably FaZe at some point, and you just like, we got to get through it. And then what's the potential easy game out of this? Oh, it's Liquid that's in a good bout of form. Great, amazing. I found out what the analysts are talking about, by the way.
Okay.
Because I'm friends with Fast Dan. I don't know if you are.
We've met before.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm at Disneyland.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You went to Disneyland with Fast Dan?
Yeah, Fast Dan, Chambers, the Green Giant was there as well.
Well, I'll tell you what. I was going to say that they could tell that story, but also they're all here now. We have them all in some manner on the cast. Very briefly, how do you think this game's going?
Bad.
Closer than I expected. Yeah. I think we commend Links here for making it as short as they could. I like that.
Demo, do you have anything to ask them? Now we have the desk with us.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Demo.
Demo, I want to... Sorry, you go, Leo. You go. It's fine.
No, I'll just say one thing. Like one thing that's been consistently a problem that I don't think we've picked up on it nearly as much. These guys on Loss are unable to win in opening engagements. They won 2 out of the last 9 rounds. They're getting destroyed on this.
I want to say I appreciate Leo really earnestly trying to do some analysis in this 8,000-year tech pause.
To be fair, I made that point as well just before we dragged you in, Leo, that 2 of their entries, Dark and Farias, are 1 and 8 between the pair of them over the showdown.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
it's not good. It's also...
Before this match, they were one of the worst team in all of SAL in open engagements already. So that's not going to help.
Oh, and
are we seeing how mad Dotus is?
Link's trying to say something.
Yeah,
Link, sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm trying to make a serious point, and Anne's like, "Do you see how mad this guy is? Like,
he's kicking off."
I'm like, I don't know. I'd be mad too if I was in a 15-minute tech pause. Like, of course the guy's mad.
Technically, you are in a 15-minute tech pause.
I mean, we're all. Trust me, we're all in the 15-minute tech pause.
Sorry,
we're all
Link,
together.
please make the point you wanted to make.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna point out
make
that
the point,
when
Links.
those okay. I was just I was just going to say that when Los played Liquid, it was Farius and Dark Eyes dropping 13 and 14 kills respectively, and now they're both having a really rough series.
That's a good
All
point.
I was going to say.
And this may be the point that carries the sinners. Maybe someone was angry, but Loban's all smiles. Oh, we're back into the game here, friends. Thank you all for joining. Any parting words? Thank you. Okay, now leave. Bye. Sorry, Demo. I noticed you got a bit quiet there. Were you a bit nervous meeting those three? Have you, like...
Oh, you know, rubbing shoulders with the stars. I'm kind of used to it, you know.
Are you like the sort of person, like, where it's like when you're like your parents' friends come over and you go and hide in your room and... You're like, oh, he's usually a lot more social than this.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
No, I think for me, meeting new people, I wait until I see if I like them, and then once I like you, you can't get rid of me. I think that's usually how I operate.
Like a cat in some regards.
No. I don't
if
know.
you're
I
an
don't have a
animal,
cat.
what animal would you be?
I think I need to take like a test, like a BuzzFeed test or something. Like that.
10 seconds remaining.
I think so. I mean, I don't think I've ever had anybody go silent at the prospect of that question. Usually people will just be like, I don't know, like a dog or a bird or a cat.
Attackers are heading out
And you're
to defuse
like,
a bomb.
I need to get this quizzed. I need to work this one out. Anyway, we've worked that one out. We're back in. Thanks everybody for bearing with us. There's another round kicks into gear. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. It was a 7-1 Clubhouse, W7M, Burba-da-ba-da. Los just got around to make this a 5 versus 4. And Volps is trying to find a fight down. Wants to be prepared for anyone that might try and drop down the stairs itself. But, Los, will they be a little bit slow on the approach?
Well, they've got 4 roamers to deal with. This is a pretty heavy extension. You can see the positions. You've got Archives open area and also admin office being taken up by 3. And then Volps can also assist because he could also come up in towards blue and fight anyone who could potentially be inside a square. So I do like the split here from W7M where they're all going to be in positions to try and assist one another in these engagements. So for Lost, it's just taking your time, using your util well, and there's the Dokkaebi call, which again will give that information over, but nobody's really followed up on it at the moment. I think maybe that Dokkaebi call was kind of used to let you know where they aren't rather than maybe where they are. Oh, what a drop from Dark, just straight down the hatch. Catches Loban as he was thinking about going for a rotate back down the hatch. And Arthur finds Dots. That's a lot better from Loss. They've got the opening pit. They've been able to use their util well. They've taken their time with it, and they're winning their engagements.
Well, at this point, still trying to hold on towards the top of blue as well. I mean, you can see that they're running their numbers. There goes Dodez. And it's just Volps thinking, okay, well, where do I go now? The separation between these two players, it's a high-risk position here from Volps. He's hoping he can get one before he drops away, but the pressure is going to circle him. Hey, we almost had a flashback. This does get one. Looks for the fight, and Arthur, very importantly, wins out the follow-through, but Palu, he's going to put himself in an off-the-piece position and try and catch the Blackbeard. Oh, and he might just do that. There's one. There's a slip back. Very important, because now they do not have that shield to operate. He can try and isolate. 1 versus 1's a bit sharper, a bit easier. They will have heard him going back towards the site itself, and he's trying to find a fight up towards the hatch now as well. It's a cold kit. Outside in servers, but with 30 seconds, I mean, all they have to do is try and recollect it. They still have the pocket hard breach to open up the narrow slip, and there is nothing he could really do to stop that. So instead, he has to opt for fights, which he just can't take from every possible angle. Get around.
Bad timing there.
Strong.
Just holds the angle open area, and the moment it looks away, the guy swings. It's a tough one for him. Yeah, I'm just a lot better from Loss. I mean, that's how you clear that map. Take your time, bring in operators that'll help you do so. You've got the Dame, which you got the Dokkaebi, so you can fight against those roamers. Blackbeard is always going to be an issue. W7M need to try and get the energy back up. Maybe the rehost kind of mellowed out their levels a little bit, Emmy, so maybe that rehost is trying to get them fired up again.
I think it's also the split here is taking the time out immediately. They want to keep them off map point. You can see that the sort of the deep conversations going together about it. They just want to get this locked one over, right? They push it on towards series points. Suddenly, Los, it's the first time they've been able to, as I said, tie 2 rounds together in a row in this map as well. And actually, technically in the whole series, because, well, they only got 1 in the first map. But at this point, W7M, they've broken that momentum with the team talk. They can try and push this one over the edge, but it's also time for Los to talk, because think about where we're going next. Fine. All that we said about this story in this game was likely going to be a 2-0. You saw that first map and went, oh yeah, everybody was correct. Now they've got themselves up to the 5-5. It was a 7-8 loss. Last time these 2 teams hit on Nighthaven Labs just a few days ago, regardless of superstar performances, that is where it ended up. There is more than a possibility here if W7M let this game start to slip and Los start to believe. They might make believers out of everybody. Starts here though. Got the Deimos, got the Ying, got the chance of trying to slip their way in. In fact, no, they don't. They swap off towards the Buck and try and get some of the pressure from underneath as they did before.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Get in position.
See if the timeout got them up and at it, ready to go. See the lineup from Loss. It just kind of screams like just gonna take from square. You know, there's no shields being brought in. They try and maybe go fast in towards Janitor. I wouldn't say they have a great lineup. They're trying to play the window game. Typically, you'd be looking at operators like your Sense, like your Aurora. Also, ranged hard breach out of the option would also limit them massively, of course. This is, I think, where W7M really banking that their top floor can be really strong because you've limited what they can do. I mean, Ace, Habana, and also Monty are like just fantastic operators for attacking this top floor. So, yeah, Loss, I think, really restricted with the options that they go for, so that has to be the square take here.
Quiet!
Usually, if you're going to go for the square take, taking in towards Stockroom is typically the important thing, where all of your util needs to go in towards. You know, typically you would have like a shield inside the hallway, watching in towards square. So yeah, it's going to take their time again. So you can see Loss just want to take it slow and steady. And also seems to be a Buck being utilized from downstairs. So they're going to use the kind of tactic that we've seen before, where your Buck will go downstairs and try and rip open the flooring inside of Janitor to clear that player out of that position.
Now with Palu taking a shred and a slight slap of damage, peel themselves back, but just keep the pressure up on all these openings, all these hop-ins here. Los are going to have to fight for the first foot and the beachhead before they can try and develop anything a little bit further on. There's that Buck getting the drive through. It was good bait last time round that the player sort of dropped in towards the hatch and they picked a catch on whoever it was in Dark. Finding more and more confidence the longer this series goes on is going to actually not be gifted that engagement this time. Maybe that's the call from W7M. Look, let's stop giving them these little close fights. Let's play a game with a little bit more of an arm's reach. Let's put a little bit more respect in towards this. We could settle this game in 2 rounds and then we could be done for the day. We could find ourselves a bit happier forward. But actually, is that heavy hammer starts to hit elsewhere. It's the flashes that come round. Another smoke canister, 40 seconds. They still have 1 more canister left. As all the pressure comes out on towards the default plant, they'll just stop it and force them to be in a final 20 seconds left push here, Demo.
You get some picks. I mean, they haven't even built the mirror window. This is another big issue for them. How on earth are they going to try and walk in and go for the plant? Well, seems to be they're going to try and smoke off the vision from Vaults. But look at this angle from Dots, and those Jings are not going to affect them either.
No, there he is, entirely covered. They're going to see if they can try and stick it for a second. Moves the kit round, drops it off and changes it to a different player. It's a double kill, and suddenly it's only Dots left, but getting one. Oh, no! Ooh, a bit shaky on that landing, but Los, they make it stick. Suddenly a slew of kills. And it didn't matter how long they delayed. All it did was leave us here 6-5. Los, they have the opportunity to send us into a 3rd map.
Oh my. Didn't see it going that way. 20 seconds remaining. Mirror windows intact. In terms of util, I mean, there isn't much apart from the Candelas, and obviously there's a Warden just sat in the middle of the bomb site. He's not going to be affected by that. it just felt as though that players in W7 and just dropped dead in an instant. You know, all of a sudden it was like a massive 4v1 that the Warden had the clutch up for, and I actually think he went for the drop shot, and then that's why actually on ADS that was a bit of a panic from him, I believe. So yeah, loss. I mean, the slow and steady approach is working for them, like it really is, and even for W7M, they're not as aggressive as what they once were in the opening of this half.
I think it's almost a weird sort of personality shift. Is we think about, again, you know, you talk about the aggression that they had in the first half. Oh no.
Ah, forfeit. Who's gave up?
That's not real. That's a lie. Am I stop lying? You talk about the aggression that they had. You talk about the sort of places that they got themselves into, and yeah, you're entirely right. It sort of disappeared. The longer this series has gone on for, it's disappeared. The places we found ourselves in, and in the meantime, it's the other side for Los. They have this confidence. They're stepping themselves in. They're doing more damage, and they're making sure, especially with those last-minute takes, multiple of them have been those sort of takes where there's not a lot of time left, and yet suddenly they get 3 kills, 4 kills. What is it that W7M, I guess you could ask, are missing about those approaches?
I think it's probably a matter of two things, I think, for either side here, right? Obviously for Loss, I think that they've found their technique in terms of how they want to play things, yeah? And it is very slow and methodical, making sure that you're not falling into the same trap where you're dealing with roamers just running around, you're getting picked off and you're not really trading. They're playing really reserved. They're playing, you know, in and around each other, where they're always going to be an opportunity for a trade if they need to. And then if you look at W7M, they're continuing on with that kind of same play style where they're hungry for the kills, but they're being starved. And because they're not getting the kills immediately, they're probably getting a little bit frustrated, you know, that they're not getting the kills. And then that's where the overpeaks happen. And that's probably why we're seeing, you know, a big, massive amount of multi-kills going on one side compared to the other, because they're not allowing W7M have that confidence, that luxury, and that freedom just to move in and just swing. Is it a case where Lost probably feel as though that if we try to go just full on, just try and headbutt our way against W7M, you know, it's kind of like the Pachycephalosauruses that you would have seen, you know, that where they try and headbutt each other. Same thing here. If they try and do that, they're going to lose. So they have to try and have a different approach here, and it's working for them.
Firstly, great dinosaur pronunciation. You can tell that you're a dinosaur kid, and it shines. It shines through. Second, entirely right. It's almost like you're always playing the game ahead of you, right? But you have to play the confidence ahead of it. You have to play the energy. You have to be able to, as you sort of put it in beautifully put terms, hit heads. And if those connections aren't coming together into your favor, you'll feel the bruises. You'll feel each step be a bit more awkward. And I guess that we had the first map go so quick and they were so confident to this position is going to shake you, because suddenly the smoke starts to clear and you go, oh no, we are taking too many bruises. And the further the smoke clears and the further you look away, you're like, oh, they've gotten this far away from us during this divide. That's not good for us. But we'll hopefully be back in soon to put this one to bed. As I said, it'll either be one round or we'll find ourselves going into OT. At this point, though, with Los sort of sitting on the divide, the split as well, you know, Dots is currently up, but over the past couple of rounds, we went from every single player on the side of W7M being positive, I believe, to now, well, they're still technically positive, but those +2s, +3s have faded away into zeros. And there's just that sort of dream team pairing. I said it before, Dark and Arthur, they're now both +3. They're putting the pressure in, trying to rebuild a legacy that was lost before. And we go down to the basement. Can W7M get themselves into OT and give themselves another opportunity of settling this in 2 maps?
ADS deployed and ready to go.
For W7M, look at their approach. They're going in for the basement. They're not wanting to roam. This is just a full-on turtle defense. You've got Mira, you've got Echo, you've got Smoke, all very strong operators here. Basement. It also looks as though that they're going to try and have a really stiff blue hold. And whoa, hang on a minute. Whoa, what's this? Nah, I did not expect that the mirror would be brought in to go for an open area hold. Now that is, yeah, that's something we don't see all too often, because usually the way the mirror is used is you will use one mirror window for red hall, which again is pretty standard, and the other mirror window to make a hole in the default plant wall. Yeah, that's how we see the mirror be used. Seeing an open area extension, I mean, it is bold, because they did go for an open area last time, but it was very loose. It wasn't as though they were kind of fortified up. They just had roamers upstairs trying to support one another. This, you are playing very, very structured now. You have a piece of util up there that you will utilize to, you know, its fullest. You've also reinforced the walls inside of the admin office right here. So Lost are going to have to go in and use tin openers to get that open. So it just, again, it reinforces, pardon the pun, that this ideology is we are going to hold this till our last breath using every bit of util, everything we have. It's going to be a lot more structured than what we did last time.
And for a second, you could see the player out on the rappel watching towards the drone hole. It was in case the threat of an Echo drone could slip out and give the read and then give somebody the follow through to hop out. But instead, the Echo drone is busy whirring away and getting the control inside the map itself. They've fallen away. There's always the chance they could drop on towards this hatch itself. You can see the drone rolls its way through. The spray comes out. It's a shield, and they are gone. Lobin sort of predicted the shield there. You could see immediately as soon as the drone rolled out, they heard the first chunk and then slipped the angle down. It has taken time out of the approach. That's the difference. That's the sort of setup here, and as they'll try and reclaim that time itself, it's going to turn into a fight on towards the stairs as Dodes does get dark, though, and that's the first time that body's gone away from them, and it's the sense as well. A little bit of a worry, as that was the opening sort of player, the big drive of that approach. And now you will no longer have those light walls. The calls come together. There's a player up above. Somebody has snuck their way up the main stairs and has retaken the top floor. It's Lobin, a roaming mirror. Not the most obvious scene, and it's just more time demo being taken away. They have to deal with him in some manner, and he knows that. So he's being problematic. He's popping up and popping heads. There goes Farius above. In the meantime, the rest of them just have to charge sight. They're able to get 2 kills in that go. But as Kurtz slinks their way down on the back, he's so scared of somebody coming up behind him. So instead, does the call again, but he has to make a choice. He's opting to try and find the fight elsewhere. There's only 20 seconds. At this point, they drop themselves back in towards the site. They've wasted and had the time pulled away from them. They're trying to plant inside and amongst a load of smoke, and there's still 2 more smoke canisters that can be loosed, as well as potentially an Echo drone. There's 2, there's 3 kills. Over time beckons.
Yeah, good util placement there for the smoke. Sometimes we see smoke have an absolute nightmare, and he misses a smoke canister, doesn't go off, the plank goes down. But no, was on the ball. Yeah, the approach there from W7M, really, really good. I think Lobin obviously made that round. 100% if it wasn't for him. I don't think they would have been able to get that over the line. And the reason why I say that is W7M did not hold that mid-floor for very long. You know, they were very quick to leave as soon as just a shield appeared, gone. Not even wanting to chance that. And you think about the amount of time that Lobin was able to waste there. Just that little bit of roam presence. It's almost, you know, it's almost that Lost then have to kind of go, oh, well, we have to go and sweep the whole map again. And you can't afford to do so. So then they start rushing. And it felt as though they had like a team debate with themselves. Do we go for him? Do we not go for him? If we don't go for him, I'm really nervous. I don't feel comfortable if we don't go for him. And then one guy's like, okay, I'll try and go for him. He dies. And then it's just, now really what do we do? And they think, well, we just have to try and go into sight. But that's where they want you to go. They want you to just try and play standard. They want you to go default into server, because that's where all their util is.
6 apiece, and will the lessons learned be carried over here? W7M back on towards their attack. Back on towards trying to, I guess, put this game to bed. We've Obviously not had an attack of theirs for a long time, but it was a little bit back and forth. This site, though, this was the one that escaped them. So they're the ones that are going to have to change things up, and it's a direct fight. And oh, that's a risk. Just drops shield. There's no real need for it. Farius gets a double. Gets traded out, but the damage done. Dots, sort of what were you thinking there, mate? You're the shield. Woo! There's the head of Dark gone. Loban's inside the site. Okay. Maybe it doesn't matter if you sacrifice a couple of players on the pillar of open. If now you can put the fight into the site itself. Legacy's trying to open himself just a sight line in to make sure they didn't drive all the way in towards the site, and he can keep a watch on both without entirely giving up his position. In the meantime, Kurtz playing back in the gold itself. Just sort of watch and wait, but W7M somehow have come out the better.
I mean, there's really nobody stopping Loban, I feel. I mean, look at where he is, you look at where Kurtz is. Kurtz isn't exactly playing aggressive inside of gold. Legacy isn't holding an angle onto the elevator. I mean, Loban could just walk straight up to the double window if he wanted to and just hop in, but he's just going to wait for his teammates and wait for the information to get passed through, and they still got some flashes and smokes, and also still one more Grim canister that he can use. But W7M know they've got so much time, they're happy just to wait until everything is being checked, until they get the 100% guarantee that this take will work. They get ready now with the Grim, and you look at Polly as well. He's on with a kit. Is he just going to try and go for the plant? He might.
I mean, surely not. They have a minute. They have time. They're using that as a distraction, maybe to slip their way down. And, oh, the first fight almost goes away from them, but there's two for Dodez. I mean, we talk about that gun more than enough. We've talked about this player quite a lot today as well, but for how that round started and where it ended up, W7M come out better. W7M now separate themselves from progressing through the upper bracket with a single round.
This is kind of what happened the last time we seen W7M and Lost were on the cusp of winning, weren't they? I think on Labs. I think were they like leading 6-5 or something like that, and then W7M pull it into OT and win an OT. So I think for Lost, it's almost history repeating itself. W7M are now back in the driving seat again, and we go top floor. And look, I mentioned the last time we were here, this should have been really easy for W7M. You think about their bans, all three of those bans are perfect for a top floor. Yeah, do massive work. The two ranged hard breach, you think about the can't do wall, can't be opened up. You think about janitor wall, can't be opened up. Monty, perfect for a spiral take, he's off the board. They should find this really easy, and I just felt last time they got bored and they overswung and they died. The 20 seconds they didn't need to do so. Lost played that very slow, methodical game. I think as well, there was big opportunities too for W7M to abuse the vertical aspect of this bomb site, because don't forget where the plant was going to try and be initiated. Pretty default walking in through square with the square breach. One guy downstairs with C4 upsets everything. I don't think Lost had the greatest of cover if that was to come in. So I think it is an aspect that W7M could also look for, but based on their lineup, I don't believe that to be the case. One C4, you're not going to play heavy into that. Mira's not going to be the operator to go downstairs and go for that C4. So, yeah, I think for W7M, they're just going to try and lean in probably to the same strategy, but just don't overpeak this time.
They want to make sure that this first engagement is one that they can take. You can see they're more than happy to pre-fire every angle. W7M, they're being aggressive. They're being, in some ways, hyper-attentive, but at some point that can be punished, as Loss have proven time and time potentially again. Start to get just these steady removals of the catch utility. We've seen some really decent rounds of last-minute pushes, right? And that's built off of preparation. You don't just throw yourself in and hope for the best. You make sure that when the work comes together, it has a nice ending. That's not going to change. At this point, with the chance at maybe somebody trying to step out. You can see W7M, they're itching for certain engagements. There's drifts on towards the doors of janitors. There's drifts to the jaws of the fire that's otherwise being placed. And Lobin almost gets caught, just rotating out, but he isn't. That's the important part. There's a bit more pressure on towards Kanto, but a minute 10 separates Los and the lower bracket.
Oh, well, I've been able to, of course, clear him out of that corner, which allows Arthur to get in with the Blackbeard. And you swing like that? Why? All that great util dump to get that player in that position, to give yourself a foothold, is now down the drain. Nobody's going to be in a position now to actually put pressure onto this bomb site. You've lost the only man who was remotely close. You look at where your Capitao is. No util left with a fire. He himself is fired off via the Goyos. Yeah, I think really Arthur has let that slip. Perfect position to establish a foothold. It's been just washed down the drain.
30 seconds, and the Capitao wasn't really in the right position to take anybody that did the rotates inside. Off a Sesk as well, and I mean, they're just throwing Pepper at a shield right now, right? They're not really in a position to close down. It's going to take something magical here, and the first fight is that. Dark gets one, Kurtz get another, and it's go, go, go. In towards the site, there's a massive swing, up white stairs, and Volp's all that's left here with the shotgun. Gets the drop on one, they're going to go for the plant. No, in fact, they pull off and go behind the bomb chassis itself. It's a 1 versus 1 engagement. Legacy has to time this well and bait it or win it out. He's survived long enough, and the shotgun, the execution through the wall, and Guts does it all. They're not done yet.
Oh my. How they win that is nuts. This is so weird. Because really, W7M, in position that they were with that man advantage, I mean, once that Blackbeard had died, like I said, they dumped util in to get him into that position, he throws it away. All W7M have to do is sit in their hands. And again, similar to the last time they were at top floor, they just overpeak. I mean, the guy in the elevator holding onto that angle, does he need to hold that aggressive? Does he want to even give the Capitao a chance at getting a kill? You know, cracking shot from the Capitao, no doubt about it, but don't even give him the opportunity. Sometimes I think W7M would learn a lot if they just assumed that everyone would hit a shot. You know, always kind of just play it like that. Play safe sometimes.
Camera ready to activate.
Almost all the way in potential every series they have outside of the 7-1 that we had before this one. But there's always the chance we get there again. And
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's just this sort of constant threat
Attacker's objective is to defuse
that Los have over W7M in some regards. Here, though, I mean, where do you go when you have this decision off towards open? Is the call as it's come out and as it's sort of come together here. Los, they're going to try and be a bit mobile. There's quick breaks from the Ash. Get everything on the other side of the wall and the castle wall itself. As pressure starts to roll its way on through across the top, it's that delicate first engagement that we might see come to pass once again. Break on towards Kanto. Oh, and a catch almost on towards Janitors as well. The narrow margins. Varius is able to just take himself out of there without a single scratch. There's an important one. You can see Los, they're really trying to not hand over this first engagement, Demi.
Well, that's the point that Lou had made. The opening engagements were not favourable for them. W7M, they know what bomb site they're attacking onto. This is where the Monty will come in to assist with this top floor clear, but they need players, and what are you doing? Monty's gone. At least they get the trade, but what is it with these shields today? Just give themselves up for pennies.
I really don't know, Nunes! How he pulls that one on towards Kurtz. Well, I guess it's par for the course of the day he's having, but now we talked about this duo time and time and time again, and they're the duo to try and keep the team in it. The flash comes out and the fight is scrappy. Does damage towards one. You can see that there's another player coming into support, so instead Dark gets out of there. Cannot leave Arthur in a 1 versus 4. Has bought a little bit of time, but that is it. And now I've talked about this site, how awkward, how sort of unattainable a long watch can be, because it's just so much of a stretch. across every single entrance, across every single possibility. The only one lost is the shield, but, you know, we all saw how that happened, but with 45 seconds left, Los, desperate to try and pull one body out before push comes towards shove. Hits the beepers, they'll all hear it. Oh, and now they'll start to kill it. Dark, all that is left to keep Los here in the upper bracket. W7M are inside the site and they're watching the beepers door. They're more than ready for this. There it is, W7M do push it over the line at the end. Los, a rough start towards their playoff hopes, but it's not done yet for them.
Oh, they made it difficult for themselves. They really did. And yeah, I was just worried that Monty, the way that played out. But thankfully, Dodes, who's just been on fire today. I mean, what a performance from him. Really stepped up to the mark for their team. And yeah, overall, W7M, the win is the main thing.
That is, and that'll carry them through the upper bracket. But that's not for us to talk about and look at. Instead, after a break, we'll be back with the desk to do that job for us.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
I think he's ready.
Yeah.
Cool. Can we call him in when we get there? Now, what a second map this was. What a great series from W7M. They make it very close on the second one, but at least they close it out here. They find themselves one game closer to the major, and for that, we get to speak to them as well. We'll be joined by Lobin on the broadcast very soon to ask him some questions and ask him how he's feeling after this game. Congratulations. Oh,
okay.
We'll just keep talking until you can hear us, because you're joined with us, but we can't actually ask you some questions yet. I can't wait to pick your brain later. Any updates on this? Hearing it? Perfect. All right. Congratulations on the first best of three victory in the SAL. You're now one game closer to the Munich Major. That must be a really good feeling.
Yeah, it was a pretty good match today. We almost threw the bank, but we got it in the end, so it's fine.
Well, actually, on that note, well, first off, congrats. But on that note, you know, Loban, I can be honest with you. When we saw Clubhouse and how you guys performed, we were like, oh, this will be a quick one. Like, no problem. They'll finish off Bank pretty easily against Los. But they obviously gave you a pretty hard game on Bank. What was the biggest difference that you noticed between maps 1 and 2 that made it going from so easy to so difficult the next map?
I think it's probably because how the map goes. Like Clubhouse is a map that is very easy to punish, and a team that plays like really fast and wants to do like rushes and different plays is really hard for them to play it. That's the reason why we picked it. We know that the game style for them is really hard on Clubhouse. That's why they lost to Loud twice already. And on Bank is one of their best maps. I think even being their best map, we had a lot of rounds that we should have won. Like we lost some crazy rounds. Darkies was hitting some crazy shots, and yeah, I think it was more of the map than like their game style, because I think they were playing the same thing they always play.
I'm actually curious about your own playstyle, guys, because I feel like you played 10 different operators in that last game. I think Palu played like 11 different operators. Like, you guys are so versatile. Why is that? Why do you guys play so many different operators? And like, do you have like flexible roles?
Yeah, I think we're the team that have more flexible roles, because we have like Volps, me, and Paulo, and us three that can use everything. Like I can be lurk, I can be a fragger, I can use hard breach, and I can be like the shields. I can do it sometimes. And Volps the same. And Paulo can be like the hard breach, can use the guy with the green, the ying. So yeah, I think us three know all the positions and how to do it. We just look at the position, see, oh, the Hibana here is gonna be playing aggressive. Lobin do it. The Hibana here is going to be playing really passive. Oh, Paulo does it. So yeah, I think we go more with the style of the player.
Yeah, so you basically attribute the operator to the play style depending on the strategy. That's actually super cool way to do it. So now you're making it into the next step, and you're playing Furia, if I'm not mistaken. So I need to tell you the story. You've played these guys 5 times in 2025. You have not beaten them yet. So can you tell me why? Can you tell me why? And can you tell me what you're gonna do different to beat them this time?
I think we're just gonna focus on the game. If you're gonna be thinking about like, oh, it's Furia and about anything like that, you're already losing the mind game. So we're just gonna focus on the game. We're gonna just play like, because we have a second chance with him if we lose tomorrow, so it's fine. We're just gonna do our best, do our work, because the shape that we are now, if you only do like our job and don't let any mental thing like disrupt us, we can win pretty fine.
Sounds like a good mindset. One more question before we let you go, Lobin. Now, we know you had this exact same matchup last week as well, at the final game of the group stage. That was a really close one. To then have to do a rematch the week after in the form of a best of 3, what's the preparation then looking like for that? Is it a lot different if you want to make sure that game goes a little bit more dominant this week?
I think the only difference is because we prepare more maps, but being the same team, like we just like look at the things that we did and maybe change a thing or two. Like, oh, we already did this thing twice or 3 times, we can change that, like on defense, on attack, whatever. But we only play lab, and it was gonna be the 3rd map. And like in the best of 1, like we don't have maps like Clubhouse, for example. There's a map that they're gonna ban like for sure against us in the best of 1. So it's a map that the preparation is easier. But I don't know, like playing the same team, we even played in Copa Sul-Americana or something like that the next week. So the Los is being on our feet for the 2 weeks.
All right, well, we heard you speak last week about Nighthaven Labs in the interview. I like that you kept it out as a decider for today, but you made sure you didn't have to go there today. Once again, Lobo, congratulations on the 2-0, and also best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow. We'll have to see how that game goes tomorrow, but first we're going to review what happened today in the series, and we have a look at the highlights from this series. As you mentioned, a really fast first map, but the second one, it got so much closer. I guess, Lynx, maybe you agree with what Lobin said, that some rounds here and there were trolled just a little bit?
I mean, definitely a little bit, just based on some of the stuff. It's always going to be the case when you have a map like we saw on Bank. I mean, the individuals were there, I would say, a little bit, but you look at, I think in that second half, Los's ability to, I think, coordinate together and go for those picks in the late round was really admirable and was arguably one of the biggest strengths we saw on their attacking side. But at the same time, and Leo, maybe you'll disagree, but I feel like I just kind of expect W7M to be able to hold on a little bit more. If we want to give them this reputation of being a top 4 team, being such a big contender inside of Brazil, I feel like they should be ready for little things like that, especially since, you know, they had the opportunity to go watch that bank against Liquid. But at the same time, I also don't want to discredit Los. I think they did really get comfortable in the back half of this game, especially in some of the rounds that you're going to be watching basically after round 8 on your screen. But I think at the same time, and whenever you talk to a team that's winning, they're always going to say, "Oh yeah, we trolled." You know, that's the main reason it got so close. We just trolled.
They're kind of right though. Like they won 2 times more opening kills than Los. Like they won 10 and Los won 5. Like technically they had the upper hand in 2 times more round, and it still went to 8-7 to the very last round to define who was gonna win this. So they kind of trolled, let's be honest. And also on top of that, yes, they're the favorite. They're not supposed to get that close to them. Now we'll say this: it is a classic Los map in the sense that whenever it's in their map pool and they practice it a lot, they're gonna be great at it. It was the case for Bank, it was the case for Labs, and we showed it today. Props to Los because they came in having half of the points almost of W7M, right? 10 points, 19 for W7M. They were on paper in the playoffs, therefore the weakest team. And then despite that, they put in a fight. But that shot from the dead was insane, by the way.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But if it wasn't for the individual skill on the side of W7M, a couple of multi-kills, and honestly, a lot more reaction to pressure, W7M may not walk with that one. And it could go all the way to the third map being Night Heaven Labs, and being extremely close again, because Night Heaven Labs is a great Los map and went 8-7 in the last BO1 that these two played. So it could have went really bad for W7M. Glad for them that they made it. To be honest, they are expected to make it to Munich, so not going through and being one BO3 away from it would be disappointing. But overall, I will say this, impressed once again by Dark Eyes, that once again put in the work, was the only player dropping consistently the frags, and props to him, honestly, for not giving up and bringing his team back in it. The main thing and main problem still remains the same, the center engagement still not going their ways consistently.
And to your point as well about the multi-frags and the individual performance being so clean, our MVP for the game will be Dodez, and I think we could all agree after Clubhouse, right? You know, definitely deserves that spot. But yeah, once again, but especially on Bank, he was also the MVP there, 16 kills. He had a 53% cost on Bank. This is a guy who in round 13 and 15 got a 4K and a 3K and is absolutely individually the reason that W7M made it over the line. But on Bank, he was still having an impact in just barely half of the rounds played in a 15-round game. I want to give credit to Dodez, who's been unequivocally one of, if not the best player in Brazil so far this stage. But that game, it came down to the individual performances, like Leo said, and it really came down to Dodez just having a little bit of impact, or having a big impact, yet in very isolated rounds. It was not a broader, team victory or strategic victory. It absolutely came down to the individuals.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, the form that Dodez finds himself in, because like you two mentioned, it's a back-to-back MVP for Dodez. He was the MVP last week as well with an 18 and 9, and now dropping stats like that consistently on these maps is a very scary thing, especially when they're going up against Furia tomorrow, because we'll have a look at the updated bracket. And there is so much we can say about how this continues to play out for them. I mean, you mentioned it already to Lobe and Leo, talking about how these previous matchups against Furia have gone for them. There is a lot of work for them to do. But that game tomorrow will be so important, as we expect both these teams to be at the Munich Major. We're just going to find out who gets there first, because the winner of that game tomorrow will actually qualify themselves. Now, we need to determine another semi-finalist for tomorrow, and that we will do by our second quarterfinal today. That is a game between FaZe and Liquid. And if we think back about that game, that's also a rematch, obviously, of the first week of the stage, when it got brought so close, and Liquid almost pushed that game into overtime. Eventually didn't get any points from it, but Liquid had a really strong start of the stage. I feel like FaZe overall has just been a really consistent stage. When we look at this roster, the 7-4 they played against Black Dragons, I'm glad that they finished in this spot and they got the points from it, but I do think Lynx seeing that kind of, result was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it's just been, surprising is absolutely the word I would use to describe the stage for FaZe. We always see a post-SI slump. Like, this is just it's kind of the name of the game at this point. It's been a thing for about the past 4 to 5 years. And even though FaZe have been one of the most consistent teams in the world over the past 2 years, let's just be honest, it's a curse for a reason. Even the best teams are going to face that curse. But this stage, it has hit in some particularly worrying ways, because I know you mentioned, like, you know, Black Dragon's results being surprising, but I'm still thinking about that NIP game. Weeks after the fact, that 7-1 stomp on Lair, a map that I think of, by the way, as a decent FaZe map. And NIP have completely dethroned FaZe as the best defensive team in Brazil, made them look silly in that second-to-last game, and then, as you pointed out, in the Black Dragons game 7-4, there's no way with Black Dragons looking the way they do right now that FaZe should only be winning 7-4 against Black Dragons. And a big reason why that is while KDS has stepped it up recently, Leo, that's a very recent thing, KDS stepping up his performance. Going into the last couple days of the group stage, this guy was not just in the bottom 2, he was the bottom-rated player below Vidaking.
And that's extremely surprising when you think that across the multiple stages where FaZe dominated all of Brazil and their incredible international ventures, every single time KDS was one of the top-rated players on the roster because he was the main fragger and entry. And so looking at this, we're seeing a resurgence from Cyber, who's still there, who's still delivering points, and basically used to be the lowest rated player with Vidaking in most of the international tournaments, and now he's back at carrying his team, back at the consistency. On the back of those two guys, Handy, always there, always amongst the top. You've got to praise that consistency. But like you said, I think we're seeing the cracks from 2025 and from basically the end of the Boston SI and what happened afterwards. It's no main stage at Reload, no main stage at EWC. And afterwards, when they used to be the best team of Brazil, not even close, was not like this at stage 1. They lose that crown to Furia. And then once again, today, if you look at the 5 last play days that they play at tier 1 level, they lost to NIP, they lost to W7M, they lost to Furia. So if you take this into account, FaZe has lost their main match in stage 2 against every single top Brazilian team of the top 4. And it just gives you an idea of how far they're falling. And so right now is the moment where they need to wake up and prove that they're still a top team. Because if they lose to Liquid 2, then they would have lost to everyone almost in the playoffs.
And let's keep in mind, when they last played against Liquid at the beginning of the stage, this was a super close game. And honestly, one of Liquid's best performances the whole stage, even though they lost 7-5. So just because, you know, it's FaZe, maybe the lock-in for playoffs. Leo, I think if we're going to talk about Liquid, I think we have to keep in mind that FaZe performance in the best of 1 for where Liquid's ceiling is.
Yeah. I absolutely. I think looking at Liquid, most importantly, and this roster, I was one of the early adopters, by the way, of that roster change. I don't know what you guys thought, but like Lenda and Daffodil were not some of the biggest names there was in Brazil. And so when they change these players, when they get rid of resets, when they get rid of Ask, you're wondering, surely someone big is coming. And I guess Lenda and Daffodil were not some of the big names that everyone expected. And I will say this, so far, to a degree, I've been convinced by this. Because Diaz and Maya, who are part of the roster, have been stable players, absolute standout players. Lenda, as the IGL, has helped the team bounce back. He's got a fresh vision for the game. He reminds me a lot of the IGL from Lagonis, but he's also able to be a little bit more progressive and still drop frags in the game. The only thing that I'm waiting a little bit is to see Daffodil perform a little bit better. He was supposed to come in as a fragger and still struggling, just like he was towards the end of Loud. And Nesk especially struggling hard in the entry department right now. So there are clearly a few things that are creating a ceiling for this roster. And I think the end result of that and the consequence of that, if you look at this, is the inconsistency. Both Liquid are showing up, basically. One that can beat the big teams, 7-3 against W7M, 7-2 against Furia, for example, beating W7M in the BO3 in the Copa Sudamericana only last week. And on the other hand, a Liquid that struggles to beat ENX, that struggles to beat 9Z, that is struggling to beat weaker teams. And so for me, that inconsistency is their main problem, and that comes from Dafo and Nesk, most importantly, having to step up.
Well, honestly, Leo, you're 100% correct, but I think you're underselling it a little bit, because if we go into the details, it gets even more absurd. Liquid get the same score line, to be fair, losing, but they go all 12 rounds against FaZe, and also go all 12 rounds against ENX. It's not just that they're having having close games. It's that we got the exact same round count in some instances, and just 1 or 2 separating them. There should be no world where if Liquid want to consider themselves a top team, no world where they're a team consistent enough to make Munich, where you should be able to perform like a genuine contender against FaZe, and look lost and go all 12 rounds against a team that didn't even make playoffs.
Yeah. It's a bit confusing, I guess, for both these teams. I like the way you two are talking about it with FaZe kind of, I guess, losing their top spot in this region, but we still find them amongst the top 4. But we know all too well that FaZe is not happy with just top 4. They want better than that. And then Liquid's just below that, fighting to get potentially in there as well, and you know, make sure they get to play with the top dogs and actually go to an international event. So this story and this matchup will be so telling of what really could be there to happen at Munich. I would like to see the map veto as well, because this was a rematch, as we said. It was on Lair, and it got so close. And I think last week I saw the interview when the crew spoke to Tsays, they were talking about how Tsays wants to really play FaZe again. He feels like they learned so much in the group stage. And I'm so glad as well, Lynx, that we're seeing Chalet being picked, because we see how big of a powerhouse this has been for Liquid.
So, you know, Leo, how we're talking about like inconsistency, right? I'm just gonna read you Liquid's plays on Chalet so far this stage, because first time we see it, whoa, what do you know? That ENX game where they need all 12 rounds to beat ENX. Okay, so Liquid probably aren't that good on Chalet, right? Well, next time they played is against Loud, where they 7-0 Loud on Chalet. Okay, fine. So Liquid clearly are a good Chalet team. It's in their pool. Oh, wait, no, sorry. They need all 15 rounds to beat Black Dragons, a team that didn't even make playoffs. This map, and listen, I'm excited to see what Liquid do here, because at this point, I'm like, Ollie, I'm just here for the ride. I'm ready to see what Liquid we happen to see on the day. But if you want to talk about inconsistency, no map this stage has signified that more than the one they've just picked today.
Yeah, and you I don't know if you mentioned the last time they played, but then they played Furia and 7-2'd them. So it's like...
I forgot about that one.
so literally, so they go from struggling to beat DNX to demolishing Loud to struggling to beat Black Dragons to demolishing Furia. So it makes zero sense. And that's just to give one example of the inconsistencies from Liquid. Good news is every single time it was a win. And so in the end right now, if you want the story, Liquid is on a 6-win streak on Chalet. It is still their home. They love it. The thing is, it used to be FaZe's permaban. Since they brought it at Boston, they've been playing it, and they've been surprisingly good, having beaten Furia 2 times already. They beat NIP as well. They beat Fearx on it. So it's in no way a really strong pick for Liquid and a poor one for FaZe. FaZe are actually having a really good map pool and are perfectly able to play it. And when we move to Bank, it's the complete opposite story in my head. If you look at this, FaZe have been cooking on Bank for years. They're one of the best Bank teams in the world, along with the G2, the Falcons, and the Secrets. And so this team picking Bank against a Liquid that hates it, that is on a 4-loss streak on it, that lost it last week against W7M. And before that, as a reminder, Liquid lost to Los on that map as well during the stage. So it is a really poor map for Liquid. It's going to be really rough for them. They need to take Chalet. Otherwise, it's a 2-0. And then they go to Lair, and obviously Lair has been a bit inconsistent, yes, for FaZe. But they did also beat Furia on it just recently in Copa Sudamericana after losing that 7-1 against NIP. And for Liquid as well, it was the map where they had went all the way 12 rounds against FaZe this stage, sorry. So it is an evident decider, right? The same map that they played in the BO1, exactly like the match before. But overall, we're looking at this and we're thinking FaZe is a favorite on paper. FaZe is a favorite in that map pool. And if Liquid doesn't take Chalet, it's going to be really, really tough to win this.
Wow, I feel like I've just been given so many reasons to either vouch for Liquid winning out the series or for FaZe winning out the series. I know, Leo, you're kind of leaning towards the favor of FaZe, especially if that first map goes in their way as well. Lynx, do you agree on that, or have you slowly turned into your duo, and are you just like fully Team Liquid right now?
You know what? I'm picking Liquid.
All right.
I see. And I'm going to be honest. Like, a lot of that is just based. Well, it's based on one thing concrete. Like, Liquid have shown up against the top. Well, it's, I guess, 2 concrete things. One, Liquid have shown up against the top teams. That's undeniable. They beat W7M, beat Furia, both at dominant scorelines, and they had a close game against FaZe early on. Liquid performing against the top teams has to be considered. And 2, while I did make the point that Liquid are super inconsistent on Chalet, all of those scorelines were victories. As Leo said, they are 6-0 on this map, and even if it was wildly varying scorelines, they were all Ws by the end. And if Liquid can show up against top teams, maybe they've got something here.
And maybe they do. We're gonna go and find that out, though, because regardless of who wins, it will be a banger guaranteed as the El Clasico for a reason. We'll send it back to Fluke and Demo for FaZe and Liquid.
Immediately in Demo for the Pista. I know that you know this game very, very well. and I know that you know this showdown very, very well, and I know you've discussed this showdown very, very well, Asterix, with Ollie, Exaltroika, quite a lot.
Yeah, that's my favorite series in Siege. This is it. This is the 46th time that we're seeing FaZe versus Liquid.
Wow.
So we are almost nearing the 50th anniversary. That should be next year, I believe. Which
should we do
I'll
something
be looking
for
forward to that. We'll do a dinner maybe for it. I don't know.
Yeah.
In recognition. I looked at the map ban phase and I looked at Chalet, which is where we're headed now, and then also Bank. We have not seen FaZe and Liquid play against each other in these maps for quite a while. You would actually need to go back to 2023 is the last time that we've seen a Chalet and a Bank in this matchup. Lair is the decider, and that's quite a frequent one that we've seen this year in recent times. 2 out of the last 3 times they've played each other, it was on Lair. So again, if we get there, that'll make things, a little bit more fresher. But certainly for Chalet and Bank, yes, they play these maps. Both of these teams will play it, but not necessarily against each other.
I mean, I think it's always just a fun brawl between these two teams, right? Obviously, we can talk about the preferences of map. We can talk about the fact that, across the 3 that we're going to get, we could have a very interesting sort of showdown based on the history, based on the performances. But even just coming into this map as an immediate is, in the immediate history, both of them really enjoy it. Both of them have pretty much entirely mirrored stats. 66.7% win rate on the attack, which they both share, over at least 3 or 5 play days. Both of them only winning over those 3 for FaZe and 5 for Liquid. The defense both in the high 70s. It's really such a mirror image, and I just want to bang. I want to brawl, and I'll get at least the start of that in towards the library. They're reading the approach like a book. They've obviously got Cyber hanging around underneath, trying to pot anyone that hops on the double, and it's just this constant sort of network of threat. A pre-ripped C4 will get revealed by a drone, and Handy's position here. So they're probably not going to entirely throw themselves in. They need to put some pressure underneath to stop Cyber, and that's where they're actually going to go first. If they can root him out with a shield holding on towards the window, well, they can't. There's the Echo. I was going to say the Echo, the Ella gets double down. There's Handy getting Nesk as well. Full start Liquid.
Yeah, not great. You'd see the intent was to try and take in towards barring games, but just on check, Cyber just sits and looks at a window and picks up the kills. Yeah, Liquid, this is a round to forget. FaZe, very, very good start. And again, you mentioned usually this is always, quite a good fixture, quite a good matchup. And in recent times, Emmy, out of the previous 9 times that these teams have played each other, FaZe have won 8 of those. So it has been very one-sided and very dominant into FaZe's side. And maybe that's just a reflection on where both of these teams have been for the past, give or take 2 years. Liquid, we know the struggles that this team has had of just trying to find a roster that works, the amount of change that they've had. Whereas you look at FaZe, when's the last time that team went for a roster move?
I think there's always the idea as well of when you're talking about roster moves, you're talking about the history of rosters, form is a big important part of it. And FaZe have been in great form. They've obviously been sort of knocking on the door of the biggest success or taking it themselves in recent memory. They've attained the goals other people only dream of. Liquid's, well, I don't have to be the first one to tell you that Liquid haven't really. Obviously, you've had the history of Liquid knocking close to the door of success and sort of almost making it and then not quite making it and then having the best players in the world but not quite putting them into position. It's almost like who are you? I'm the person that's lived your dream in some regard, regardless of the history. And as that first round is obviously sort of shepherded to bed there, we'll find FaZe continuing that nightmare of living somebody else's dream. A strong opener or a false start, hard to say, but well, Liquid, they're brushed aside on that initial approach, and we'll actually fall down towards the fun of a games room for the second round.
And this is going to be, I think, a round which could really determine, you know, how this is going to go. Like, if FaZe come in here and just sweep another round, just like they did last time, I really do worry for Liquid. Just in terms of, we know that momentum can be one heck of a thing that FaZe can really play with. And, you know, Liquid, I think, through the course of this stage, they have been massively inconsistent. And Cyber, oh my, what a pick. Grim down. This is what I was worried about. I mean, if this is just going to be a sign of things to come, you know, it could be a rough one for Liquid fans.
I mean, they lose the Grim, right? They lose the pressure Maya can apply. They lose the catch on what is a gameplay, or at least part of the catch on what is a gameplay that is working very well for the defenders, which is being mobile, being problematic, and not being scared to swing onto these positions. Fine. They still have a Lion that can pop a couple of E1Ds off. That's about it. So instead, they've got to try and get internal, as Lender is doing, and just ka-chunking their way across the back end of Chalet. They've been able to take a lot of land in towards their hands, but it's not contested. The problem is, when they get to this split, how are you going to remove this mirror window? Fine. You can sort of set the smoke up. You can try and throw a grenade round if you really want, but otherwise, damn it, they're just going to have to try and send a force at this mirror window.
It's going to be a tough one without that Grim to really make KDS feel a little bit unsafe. Maybe, you know, make that Grim force him off that mirror window, but without it, what are you going to do? Throw a nade at him? That's really it. That's all they can do. But if there are 1i discs in and around upstairs toward library, which I'm sure there is, it'll be quite difficult. Handy as well, a rat position right underneath the double window looking onto the single. I mean, that's certainly something that could trip up a member of Liquid if that is not going to be droned out, which I really doubt it will be. But Liquid just feels as though they've maybe hit a brick wall and they just don't really know how they can go about this.
Well, here comes the grenades, here comes the pressure of that position. They're just forcing them off and trying to get them further and further away, but it's still a watch. And, well, Defo does get one. There's also Cyber picked up alongside Vida King, and a bit of damage done towards KDS, but they find Nesk in and amongst it to level things up. This is that position. Holding on, hoping that they can get the catch. The C4 gets nobody either side. They've drifted themselves deeper and deeper, and it's actually Handy picking up the cover. Oh, Demo! They stuck him, Warden, on the end of a hook, and they reeled them in.
FaZe, never in doubt to win that round out. I mean, you pick off a big old game-changing operator like the Grim, you're always going to set yourselves up for success, and just Liquid, just nothing went for them. You know, just you didn't really know what the attempt to push was going to be. Whenever it did come in, I think it was a pretty limp attempt, you know, let's be honest. So yeah, FaZe just cruising.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
obviously timeout could have maybe been considered, because if you look at the kills spread on Liquid, one guy has got kills and nobody else.
It's a weird one to consider. Like, I fully get your point. I fully get your reasoning there, and it's also their map, which is the other thing where I'm like, that could definitely play into it. But it didn't feel like they were a million miles away. The tough thing sometimes when you're in this situation, they're not being entirely outclassed, I would say. There's some rough decisions in the first round. There they were making some decisions, but the gunfights were going away from them. They pulled them back for a second. So here I think it's more that they want to build into it. If this round goes away from them, 100% will get a timeout. But I think they're trying to trust that they can build into the fighting game of it. Maybe Dafo's just getting there first as well. I mean, who knows? Preparing for the hold above, off towards kitchen, keep themselves obviously rotating round. Not going to go down towards the basement because they don't want the smoke and the pressure. In fact, no, I'm lying to you. They are in the basement. I don't know why I read that as the kitchen. I can't read my own handwriting.
I didn't know that you wrote, you know, the code for the game. Say where the bomb is.
Yeah, well, I still handwrite stuff as Handy kills Lender. I'll handwrite like the site and things like that, so it's in my brain, and then I just apparently wrote it wrong. Occasionally when we have the international.
Writing in 2025, my word.
Okay, listen. I was born in the 90s. And
So was I.
Yeah, but very different now. I was born in the 1890s. We have the quick round on towards Ego. as they're trying to just push the vertical players away. They did get one back, and this is what I mean by it's the kill game isn't a million miles away. It wasn't, but think about what they've now lost here, Demo.
Yeah, hard breach gone. Ranged hard breach, which again would have been perfect for opening up that long line of sight that we see happen inside of Big Garage onto the wine cellar wall. So now they are restricted. The one hard breach gadget, but still struggling here, Roamers, but never mind.
Why?
Diaz gets fed 2 kills. For what purpose, FaZe? Too confident with how they've approached that. They've been punished massively. So that's a big old lifeline being handed over to Liquids, and they should just breeze past the remaining defenders based on, I mean, you've got a 2-player lead, you've got a hatch open to you also. Just play your basics, double up, take your trade game, you'll be fine, no problems at all.
Yeah, that was unnecessary. They get themselves to 4 versus 2. They've now turned what was a flat game with still time being wasted into this advantage. Maybe they were just trying to cover for one player that wanted to swap. Well, no, that is why they're saying it. I know I'm saying why out loud. They wanted to try and get the players back down via West Main, and they hoped that they could get the cover with the first and swing for the trade on the second. Just poorly opted, and Diaz more than happy for that fight. This position, well read, well known. Well. This could be the end of a round. It is. Nesk gets the last, and as we sort of said, why didn't they take a timeout? That's why. They weren't a million miles away, and now, with a round like that, you'd think, well, hey, maybe there's a lot more in that tank.
Yeah, good stuff from Liquids. And again, gift it on a plate for them. Diaz picks up that double kill, and you just know that, yeah, it's going to be Liquids round. So, FaZe just over swinging a tad. And now we see the second set of bans. I mean, we see a Blackbeard and an Ella ban come in. And generally, I would say that the Ella will be a bit of a target ban, maybe towards Cyber, because the last time that we went upstairs, he was on that Ella. And also, Ella's just great currently against shields, but you see 2 shields being banned, you're not going to get the full value of being able to just run like a double shield. You're really going to be restricted to either the Blitz or the Fuse. And look at Lenda, straight onto that Blitz, realizing that, we won't have to deal with the Grismots, can certainly make something happen on the map like Chalet. I wonder what the approach is going to be, though, from Liquid, because they tried to clear the map. They tried to come in through games, in through library, and just were completely shut down. And based on the lineup, I mean, this screams rush, no? I mean, you see the sense come in a full operator change-up. I mean, it could just be a very plain and simple solar across. Using a lot util, get the sense maybe towards big window, cover off the angles, go for the swing. I mean, certainly there's possibilities here.
Yeah, okay, the main limitation here that I can think is no hard breach. Obviously, they've sort of opted for just getting themselves in with warders already put in towards their position, but with box, with that sort of setup, and with what you need to get cracked open, it's a curious approach. They obviously have the chance of catching these loose players. They've obviously opted to try and swing it on fights. Cyber has built himself a little base here with the shield as well. This is such a, come on, fight me over here method, and they seem to want to. But it's not just a position you can pop yourself in, whether you want to take from the mudroom side, whether you want to try and take above and put pressure down. I really hope they don't just hop the double window again. But it's keeping Maya at bay, at least, and, well, it's a minute, fine. It's not the biggest amount of time wasted, but he still could slip his way back in if he wanted. He's not being put under any immediate pressure, other than just summoning some of this play out of people. There's the call, there's a bit of a flash, and a turn around the corner, answers the phone, and they sort of put a couple of shots over the bow to say, we know that you are, but look at all of this steady surrounding here, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, Cyber's fairly safe. He knows nobody can jump in through that double window without him knowing, because Denari is kind of like Ella. You've got the same gun, you've got a trap. I mean, it's still what Cyber wants, so the Elabant, yes, it would have been targeted towards him because he did a great job the last time that he was here, but still able to find an alternative, find a solution to the problem. You just worry here for Liquid that the time now, I mean, a minute 15 remaining. They haven't found this player as of yet. I mean, they still have to attack the bombs. Like, that's the scary thing about all this.
I think that's the main stress, right? They finally get their first kill. There's a second. Maya's activated. Okay, cut their way across the top. Now looking down the main stairs, seeing if they can circle somebody else, and they do. It's all happening on the far side. At this point, it's like a horror movie for the side of Souls, watching all of his team just die. And he's left alone. They've got the site. They've got everything. Who needs hard breach? Who needs the other approach when you've got bloody Maya?
A 4K. Nowhere. There's nothing going on there for Liquid. And Maya he just slipped up towards the double door and piano and just picks up 2 kills, opens it up, picks off the player going for the flank. And it makes no sense the way that FaZe have just capitulated, because Liquid didn't really do a whole lot. They just kind of took a bit of ground, but it's not as though you're seeing the traditional way of attacking that top floor where the wall gets opened up. You're chasing, getting that plant down. Just the kills appeared out of nowhere.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It was weirdly sudden, I think, more than anything, right? I know that we were sort of sat there going, there's a lot of time here. We're looking at our watch and looking at, is anything, they're looking at this. Oh, they've just hopped in. And they've hopped in immediately on towards the pressure on Ivy. Now they're fighting down the main stairs with the 2K. Where did that come from? I don't even know, actually. That's where we saw them. Whether that was where Maya entered or they entered onto, like, outside box and from the double window on rafters and just picked up a couple of kills. Yeah, okay, it's worked out brilliantly. The round ended up entirely into their favor. They're not just doing that for the sake of doing that. They would have information and support and everything, but also in that situation, what happens if they lose that first engagement? Which, what happens if they lose the second and you don't have Maya just suddenly turning on the kill button? Hey, I guess we don't have to know.
It's a good bounce back here from Liquid. And if you look at Chalet, I always lean into the attacker-sided natures of things. I think attackers should be getting a 4-2 split. Just with the way the map plays out. Don't have to focus too much on, kind of traditional approaches, patches to vertical work, getting walls opened up. Doesn't really come down to that. It's more your coordination and how well you can dump util into one certain spot and have those great pinches and crossfires that you gain from the exterior windows that this map does offer. And certainly whenever it comes to this bar and stock, it's all about how well you can clear top fireplace. You look at the lineup from Liquid, they have the shield. So they have their main man that they can fire in, create the chaos, kind of drag players out of position. And then they've also got plenty of utility. You've got flashes to support that glitch. You've also got the nades. So there is a possibility here for a really good execute. And look, their staff will get in a kill from the office, using long angles, using those DMRs, which are so common. Here comes the blitz. And again, it should just be the easy pinch and blitz. Almost fall back going for it. But again, Handy's just not in a great position. I'm surprised he's not dead. Now he is. Like, it should be sweeping this top floor.
Yep, it's a 3 versus 4. So Souls does find one before the pressure comes together. But there's Diaz. Getting on towards Vitter King, maybe, did overstay a welcome and was shown the door violently. Now, 2 FaZe players opting to try and get one more before the drop comes together. If they can just slightly shake things off. It wouldn't be the worst idea. Just catch one player before they go for a drop and catch one bit of a problem. You can see that problems are sort of mounting everywhere, though. They've got a shield outside the double window. They've got people above them, and, Cyber's found one. Diaz gets Souls. There's Cyber for another. Actually going to try and push his way up top. As the plant is being secured, Diaz is watching and waiting. The Finker about to find a fight. They're expecting the fight, and there's Cyber. Sprays through and gets a triple. A 1 versus 1 against the Blitz. And, they've headed outside. This is that sort of problem, right? They're ready. Ready for the swing, ready for the engagement. The shield will go up. They've got to go for it. Cyber, what? Unbelievable! What he has just done! How on earth can he be that good?
Wow. That right there, that's the most impressive thing. Because really, Liquid, in terms of the clutch, simple. Really simple for Cyber. You think about every single engagement that he got into, it was all 1v1s. Yeah, there was never a situation where he had to go for a snappy shot or jiggle pick, whatever. Just straight 1v1 gunfights. Every single time, Liquid allowed him to get back into that. And look, in terms of the 1v1, where that blitz comes into it, yes, it's a blitz. Do we expect Blitz to win that? Probably not. I just think we're impressed the way that Cypher has killed him. Full 180 snap onto his head.
Oh, ludicrous.
It was, yeah. And also, just really highlight how, you know, he's such a top player in the world, yeah? He knows for a fact there's no point pulling off straight away as soon as that blitz comes around the corner. Almost bait the blitz and thinking, oh, is he really going to try and stick it? And he's like, nope, I'm just going to turn around and shoot you. And like, really, if you break it down systematically, it was just perfectly played.
I mean,
he's living rent-free in his head. Rent-free in Lender's head.
It was so good, it made me sound like I was doing an impression of Morty. It was unbelievable. And just sat, waiting for the sound of him to ADS as well to make that his go-to. Ludicrous. Well, that one might haunt them a little bit longer, but they could still get themselves tied up even here. FaZe, at this point, will they try and push themselves on towards 4-2? Remember, this is Liquid's map. The FaZe opted to start on towards their attack. I guess they'll see if they can try and keep the momentum going. As we sort of talked about before, both these teams are equally good on both attack and defense. Here. Now as they try and just snatch pressure on towards the clash of Vita King, you think about what they might be able to do to remove this clash from their position. Obviously the Flores drone that they have left could try and apply some pressure if it gets deployed, but in terms of active aggression...
Yeah, brilliant.
Ooh.
Yeah, really, really good. I mean, this is kind of like the variation of the W7M strap that we would see. The old, you know, Furia now, whatever they're known as W7M. You would open up one side of that office wall and you just play really aggressive off it, and they're doing the aggression via the clash. And I mean, Liquid are going to just try and go for the full send, but yeah, it's not going to work. FaZe are really digging their heels in, and there's still that clash upstairs, who is always going to be the biggest issue here for Liquid, I feel.
Couple more kills traded back and forth, a 3 versus 3, but with the clash still on the board, that can be that moving problem, that mountain to have to overcome. Maya. Oh, are they about to get a freebie? They heard something. They didn't go for the drop. I was almost excited to see it, but as a smoke gets themselves in a very sticky position. And they heard you too as well. They're just hoping that they can be a little bit more off kilter and unknown. 40 seconds though here, and Liquid just got to try and bunch themselves together. A smoke canister goes out from Maya. They're trying to just draw the focus away from the wall, from the breach itself. Handy is the one that they need to try and get the pinch on, pre-firing angles, and there's the call where he is. So now here's the push that needs to come together, but there's clash. Uh-oh. There's the read on this position. They're swinging either side. They're wasting time. 20 seconds, and the clash can just try and get Handy out, but cannot. So instead, now the clash has to try and run away, and they're actually going down. They're saying, no, 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 you've got to split your attention. Come chase me. You're not going to move towards the site, and that's an execution. Whoa! There's still another player. Oh, and they're able to do a little bit of damage.
That's the plan.
1 versus 2, but think about it. It's on the plant now, as you said. They've just got to try and watch this clash. There's the deploy. There's the fire, and there's Diaz! Tears the head off, and we have an even half.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, can I be critical?
I would hate you if you weren't.
So, situation, diffuser gets dropped, top fireplace, and obviously attackers need to come get it. All right? Pretty simple objective there. I feel as though that clash was not utilized to the degree that it should have been for holding that top floor. I'm shocked that the clash isn't just sat right beside the smoke and almost using it to support that player. Because the smoke was kind of left up to dry against that player pushing up the stairs. And yes, there was a lot of time wasted, and I think whoever it was, who was the defender who got the kill instead of us, forget who it was, got the first kill. Why did he just stay in the corner? That's the bit that gets me. He sat in the exact same position. He just killed the guy. Obviously, the teammate's going to come and pre-fire that same position. He has legs. That's the bit that I think really shook me up, is how that other defender hasn't done more in the position. Was in the perfect spot, catches Liquid as they're full sprinting to try and go down the hatch to get themselves into the bomb site. They go for the plant. He gets that kill. He simply just repositions, and they would have won that round. No doubt about it. But because he's just sat in a corner and died, just opens things up. Yeah, that's the bit that I think's really gotten under my skin. FaZe did the right thing there, but still somehow ended losing it.
Reload.
10 seconds to insertion.
So, we wanted a brawl, and that is being in its own way provided. Here, is this route the one we expected to take? Probably not. But it's the one that we find ourselves sitting in. At this point, as I said, it's so open to either side. Being the one to put the distance in, being the one to just set themselves apart, 3 apiece, and yeah, okay, you're having a couple of big moments, and you're having a couple of people not quite hit the game yet, but it's always possible, right? It's always bubbling under the surface. Now we'll see if the ban of the couple of shields is something that entirely removes them away. They still have, in some effect, a shield of their own. Or a couple. With the Ossa. But it's a steady application here. That entry engagement. I'm not going to say it's been the most precious decider. It's sort of even-handed if he's been the one able to push it over, but generically it's gone into the favor of FaZe. Wondering if now they're on the defense, Liquid, and they're able to sort of rebuff and repel this approach. They might struggle, but when you've got Cyber, who's playing a really good game and has often been a point man across some of the biggest games there have ever been, he's gonna have to try and find himself in a direct fight. A little bit of a odd obfuscation. That means that the drop won't be as clean, but just trades of utility right now, Demi.
I think when you're using the sense almost bait in the defender to go for the peak, because he obviously has this kind of one-way angle, doesn't he, to almost find the pick, and this is always going to be the problem with Chalet that the attackers always have up their sleeve, is these exterior angles. I mean, all of them just sat on windows waiting for the peaks, and it just makes things really claustrophobic for the defenders. But there's a player inside a closet right now who could be an issue, but never mind. Dafo, the long spray, finds Handy. Oh, Viking trying his best to get that pinch, and finally they do take down Mai on that bathroom door, but still FaZe on a great position. They still trail in the man count.
At this point, I said Cyber could be important, and he's going to be maybe the most important, because Viking and KDS haven't quite been able to get themselves odds and ends in towards this engagement. Dafo, though, and Diaz both have had their moments. This next engagement has to be his to take, and as he slips his way up, Concerned gets a freebie. Dafo, where you looking? Not the right way. There's at least one traded out, though. Diaz makes sure that Liquid keep themselves a bit mobile. The swing on double window. 20 seconds. The C4 doesn't catch it, but Lender sure does, leaving a 1 versus 3. I said he would be the one that would have to take point. He's also going to have to take everything else. And with 15 seconds, oh, it's really Liquid's to throw away. Hops in, knocked out. Liquid get the first defense.
Yeah, the really important player for Liquid was Diaz, inside a closet. Just sat in a corner. One nade, he would have been dead. Simple as that. There is nowhere else that he could have moved, but because there was no, I would say, lethal utility being used by Liquid, he can just sit there. And as long as he's in that position, you can't get yourself into bedroom, you can't go for a plant. Really poor fundamentals there for FaZe to not assess, okay, what's going to be the danger points, and that is certainly one of them, and it's been completely missed by FaZe. So Liquid, effing's right in that first defense, and just play into the system. I mean, if they're not gonna, you know, Diaz really thinking, well, if they're not gonna move me, I'm just gonna sit here. Simple as that. He's got squatter rights in that closet.
I mean, you've got to give credit as well to his generic positioning. Not just in that sort of round, but even on the attack rounds, he was always in those places to be reactive, right, to where FaZe wanted to be in these trade positions. It's one of the biggest criticisms that we've generally levied against a lot of teams, it feels like recently, is that their sort of positional awareness of not only where they can be to operate amongst the plan, but where they need to go to ensure it can come together, is one of those players that today has just been a sort of delicate dance of death. They've driven around Liquid. One step ahead here on towards their map. They've not felt a need for a break of play. Instead, happy to take the pace. But at what point do we think FaZe might drift there? As I said before, it's been so traded. All of these rounds, all of this contention. They're a team that can sort of happily drive themselves up. But see, now that's 2 rounds in a row, either side of the turn of the half here for Liquid. It was FaZe 3-2 up, now to 4-3 down. This is 3 rounds in a row. That could be a bit of a blow. FaZe sneakily slipping their way across and they lose it out. Maya add another one on for the tally.
Oh, FaZe just can't get anything right in their attacks. No picks as of yet. Maya just hot right now. Can't really put a foot wrong. King is a pretty good headway now into a position where he can maybe try and explode in towards top fireplace onto the position that Daffo is in right now, because I mean, Mayo's HP can't really help him. I mean, he's going to be pretty scared to go for these challenges, knowing that all it takes is one scratch and he's gone. The nade will scare him out, and now top fireplace is in control, but have they done their due diligence? Have they cleared out Library? No, they haven't, and Daffo is going to be stuck here, no way out. Never mind. There's always a way out. There's always a way.
Can he make it? How has that happened? The coverage of the C4. I mean, hit the full Mayday button. And FaZe missing a moment like that. They've got themselves close here. Maybe uncontested. Cyber again is wanting to be that player that's the lockdown, but Nesk prepped, primed, and ready to pounce. At this point, FaZe, they're swatting at ghosts. KDS goes down, gets picked back up. They bait in a fight onto Daffo, but 30 seconds left. Maya's still back. They still need to put themselves on towards the site itself, and there's a close fight. There's it. Whoa! I don't even really know how that one came together. I thought the hit connected. So did they. Driven themselves in and saved by a wall. The kid is stuck. Hitting in barbed wire. Surely a timeout.
Yeah, gotta be. I mean, Liquid are what, sweet?
3 rounds? 3 rounds in a row.
3 rounds in a row. I think right now for FaZe, missing a lot of opportunities. It's not as though Liquid have played perfect. Yeah, I think Liquid are just playing what's in front of them and it's getting by. But really, there's 2 occasions back to back. One, guy stuck in closet, can't do anything against it. Haven't been able to get that, on the surface, pretty easy kill. Next round, guy stuck in library, on the surface of it, pretty easy kill. Haven't locked it down. There are opportunities for FaZe to punish Liquid, and they're not taking them. Maya could do no wrong. Yeah, no matter what happens this series, Maya's MVP, right? That's it, he's done. That's it. He wins it, first map. FaZe need to really analyze what is going to be the easiest way for us to win the rounds, because they're making it so difficult. So difficult.
Oh, I mean, full credit here towards Liquid. The statistic that was given, how many series over the past X amount has it been a FaZe win?
8 out of the 9.
And here, this is a Liquid that is just lessons learned, right? Yeah, it's their map. But the way they're playing, the control they're able to put themselves in here against Liquid, the confidence that they're stepping in, it's also worth sort of remembering in the grand scheme of things, it's probably the closest these two have been in a league for a while, right? You've obviously had some good league performances from the side of Liquid. Fine, they often get to playoffs, if not usually always. but FaZe are often towards the top of the board. Here, what, 2 points separates the pair of them? Then in a way neck and neck, regardless of previous results and that sort of history. Taking their time out. Is it going to be something that helps push them on? I know you sort of said it after the second round. What should Liquid take their time out? There's only one player that's got kills. You're hoping Vidiking and KDS can have that effect now of being like, ooh, it's been this many rounds and they've only got a kill each.
Yeah, they need to switch on. Really do. I suppose you also could put it down to, you know, obviously rounds at Cyber have clutched up and have played, you know, big. Those have really been the only rounds that FaZe have won. Liquid are probably thinking, game should be done by now. That's how I feel if you're a Liquid fan, especially that 1v4. I mean, that was a round that obviously should have went in Liquid's way, but still, Liquid able to shake off moments like that, which, you know, we see teams, if they lose a big old round that they should always win, and they lose that, teams will just get tilted, they'll get rattled. No, Liquid have stayed really, you know, collected here. Always just thinking, right, next round. Don't worry about that. Keep going. And they just keep running through the strategies. Speaking of strategies, we're seeing the kind of generic, I think, hold that we typically see for Kitchen is a 2-3 split. 2 players in the bomb site, 3 players upstairs. And they will be also fortified in with the Zazami, an operator that generally does get banned out on Chalet, but FaZe have allowed it up for Liquid, and Liquid's thinking, well, we'll take that straight away, the way that she can reinforce some of these rooms. And I think about like Chalet, you do have these quite large open rooms, but there will always be like something to place to keep it on, which just makes her very, very special in this map. There's Cyber, opens up onto land, and oh, I like this. I really like this. Maya again, or Daffo, sorry, it's this time, but not the same effect of Maya. Maya never would have died in that scenario.
They're still standing there, and they can try and prove that right or wrong later. And on towards the back, they got rid of Cyber. They got rid of that point man I said is so important. They also got rid of the Deimos. And now as they sneak their way up, KDS takes a shoulder and a shake of damage. The drones are rolling out ahead, but he's a bit nervous. He's a bit coy about taking the fight, because they've otherwise not opted in towards his favor. More blinds, more throw of utility, and nothing to win on the back of it. Maya has a camera of his own, giving all of the intel on when they approach, giving him the awareness when to swing. And now with the pressure on the windows itself as well, they're trying to pinch a very important player. 3 players dedicated and wrapped around this position now, and he's still able to slip his way. And Ness does the opposite, wants to find the fight. The blinds come out, and there's the pop of the smoke. But they've already rotated around and found their way across. 15 seconds. They've got to just try and send it at this point. They're still trying to go deep outside of West Main window. We can see some of the approach on towards the narrow walk-in. There's at least one on the side of Handy. There's one back for Maya. They don't know really where to look. There's the pre-fire angle. The plant is going down, but oh, can he retake the momentum? He's slipping his way all the way across. No, he just can't get there in time. FaZe wrap that round, but as close as you like.
Yeah, looks like the timeout has worked well for FaZe. And again, I think that comes down to really good opportunity spotting. You see an opportunity to go for the plant. You're thinking, really look at the operators. What do they have to stop us getting into kitchen? Or not kitchen, dining, sorry. Into dining, in behind the bomb, and going for a plant. Nothing. They don't have any denial operators that could have really packed a punch there. So I think that's a good assessment from FaZe. They're finally making things easy. You know, if you're looking at a kind of, 2v4 scenario, or 3v2, whatever it was, and you know that nobody's going to stop you getting a plant, do it. Just go and plant. Simple as that. So yeah, FaZe, make life easy for themselves. That's what they need to keep doing if they want to grind out a result here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Now it's back within only touching distance. That run of rounds has ended, and they've won that most important one in multiple different ways. One way, it was to stop a run of Liquid rounds. 3 in a row. Gone 2 ways. It was immediately after their own timeout. Great. 3 ways. Well, it was also the one that kept them off of map points. However, now all the site, well, back towards the first site, is back open again. One that was already won once here by Liquid. The FaZe are going to have to show adaptation that can carry them further. They get this, though, and suddenly every site is open again. We are all tied up and even, and we've had FaZe do something they haven't been able to do since the opening 2 rounds, is tie 2 rounds together.
Well, they need to keep it going.
Reload.
They want to get themselves over Chalet and onto their map pick of Bank, but for Liquid, nothing to worry about just yet. They will take up the mantle of our top floor bomb site in towards bedroom now, and well, we've seen this before. It was Cyber who did this for FaZe, but now it is going to be Lambda downstairs in Bar and Games using the Denari to block off the windows and entryways into that area. So you'll always know if someone's going to try and challenge onto him, and he can have a more favorable matchup. And very tough kind of, I think, setup here that FaZe need to go for. A very big extension here from Liquid using mirror windows over towards Library, wanting to lock down the whole all of top floor to try and support this player inside Bar and Games. But I think the biggest issue, though, is he's by himself. You know, who's going to be able to trade him?
I think that's always that position, right? We sort of had these conversations before of FaZe on their defense holding onto it and just sort of leaving Cyber in that position, and Cyber wanted to find the fights and let them come at him and then go from that position. Same sort of arguments here of who's going to get the trade, who's going to get the coverage, who's going to get whatever. Well, as pressure comes on towards the main stairs and you're still stuck on the other side of Mudroom, nothing has really grown. Myers used the smoke canister and slipped away. He's actually going to slip his way back in. He's drawing the focus in. Nesk, he takes a little bit of a fight from range, and as the flashes come over the top, he's actually just going to rotate himself in towards Library by the looks of it, because well, they still have the ground as Cyber now goes underneath, face clearing the stock and the prep, and instead a close fight right on the door. But all this just for a drop of Maya.
It's a lot. It is a lot, and the nades is able to push him out, get the pickup. Good from Cyber. But the time, more than anything, is the worry now for FaZe. They've got under a minute left to try and make this a success, and there's still a player top fireplace. And I mean, if Nescas went unnoticed, he could just appear with one or even two.
Well, there's the appearance. Cyber goes down. Davro gets handy as well, because they were so baited in. Locked, and that's what happens when you lose all your time. Lender finds KDS. And it is all fallen away. Bitter King, 20 seconds, 1 versus 4. Knows somebody's trying to come up behind him. And at this point, Mira doesn't need to swing, because Diaz is there to do it instead. Liquid. They sit themselves now on map point. They have a buffer of 2. Will we be on our second map soon?
Well, I think we might be. Liquid looking really convincing here on Chalet. No issues for them. Good game plan. Waste a lot of time. FaZe were painfully slow with getting things sorted. And because they're rushing, they're pressured by the time, they're missing basics. You know, basic stuff. Is fireplace clear? We don't know. And then a guy appears on fireplace and kills the guy jumping in library. You know, moments like that. Give credit, though. Liquid supporting each other really well on that top floor. Really nice crossfires being established. I mean, that's what we expect to see from attackers, is there's great crossfires, being able to trade one another really, really well. It's the defenders on this half which is doing that. I'm just not seeing FaZe play to the strength of how Chalet's supposed to be played.
Deploying jammer.
Maybe it's just one of those wins in a map ban phase
10 seconds remaining.
that plays it against. I mean, it's the hard thing to call, right? Because we sort of talked about it before of map strengths and where these teams can find themselves. Here on Chalet, they both have decent records and very decent stats on their splits. I mean, FaZe 3-0, it includes a 7-2 against Furia, a 7-2 against NIP, and another 7-4 against Furia. Liquid, in the meantime, their games, yeah, they've got 2 7-0s in there against Black Dragons and Lab. That's pretty good. And an also 7-2 against Furia, but also a 7-5 and 8-7. They've been stressed and stretched further and further on this map. Here, it's just felt very, very smooth. And then you look over to the other side, you look over to map 2, and it's a bit more obvious how it's probably going to go. Liquid 0-3 on bank, whereas FaZe 4-2. But a lair, where we go back to stats like this, where both of them quite enjoy it, both of them are pretty good at it. I think at this point we're going to have our 3-mapper here. But as Maya is almost the first to go. Doesn't quite get caught out from the pressure and is able to pull back. Oh, they're still going to have to deal with the problem child that has been that thorn in every single side. Cyber does find Nesk as the first. There's Maya with the shotgun, gets the second right back. KDS finds Lender, though, traded, and oh, there's almost two immediately threaded, but Daffo gets the double dip of Cyber and looks to find another fight. He's being sprayed through, gets a drift and a drive-by on towards KDS, on towards the secondary now, and they just keep the pressure up. Souls shuts it out, leaves just Diaz alone. With a minute 20, that's some of the fastest approach we've had of FaZe. But it's the finish that matters the most, and they seem to be probing. They have so much time here, Demo.
Yeah, much better adaptation from FaZe. Just pick up the pace. You know, we've seen them struggle with the time. A lot of their attacks so far in Chalet. I just think that's around where Liquid just not reacting well enough. Is it a case where FaZe have been very slow, and that's just the playstyle that they've kind of got used to in this game? And then a fast run happens, you think, oh, well, we weren't ready for that. And maybe now that will wake up Liquid, and they're going to use the timeout now, maybe, just to kind of just get that final round over the finish line and lock it out. So we'll see what the kind of approach is going to be, what the defense is going to be. Is it going to be more a strategic one where they're really going to think about, okay, let's go for this bomb site, let's do X, Y, and Z? Or is it just maintain the course, don't let the mental slip? Is it, you know, that's usually the two timeouts we see.
Well, this is the one that Liquid opt to call here, because they know how close they are to pushing it over. And at this point, you know, when you're talking about, as you said, the fine margins, do you want to just try and rally the team? Do you want to try and get your in? Or do you want to call a specific strat or a specific play? It's, unless you're in that call, you don't really know what's needed. Unless you're in that sort of position, you don't really know. But to be fair, these two teams have been neck and neck for a long time. If anything, there's been a bit of a tire towards the end of it here of FaZe, but nothing that entirely washes you away with it.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
Liquid,
attackers.
I think would prefer to get this done within regulation, because as I said, statistically, they're going to have a very rough second map. And I think this is going to be the decider if we have it in a 2 maps or 3 more than anything. And FaZe, though, now with another timeout and still with the performances being put together, we've obviously, since it was noticed, Fitter King has got 1 and KDS has got another 3. They've stepped in towards a mantle, but dream team pairing of Maya and Daffo is that extra step, is that extra little thing that Liquid have kept themselves sort of slipping around the map of Chalet with. One more approach, potentially. The Blackbeard's on board. FaZe. And they get it done.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Maybe they see an opportunity here for a quick one. I mean, the hatch is soft, and certainly wouldn't be the first time we've seen a quick jump in through the double window, but maybe not any longer, as that hatch is now open, so it does kind of dismiss that opportunity. But for FaZe, looks to be a full sweep across, I believe, coming in through solar side of things, and the player inside of bathroom right now, that's going to be Daffo. Has he been droned, though? That's the real question. Are they ready for him? And Daffo doesn't know if he wants to play aggressive or just take his time with it. Oh, the pinch is there. They had information on him. ADS opens things up. First pick goes to FaZe.
Oh, that could be a very important one, as I said. The duo dream team of Daffo and Maya has been that sort of tour de force here for Liquid. At this point, they've been forced out early. Minute 50 still to cook with throughout this. They've gotten a decent chunk of the map under their control, and they have more than enough time to try and run the numbers, work out the positionings, and go for that trade game, that advantage, as they can press and impress it upon the second story here. Remember how long it took for them to try and catch certain players before, and now on towards this positioning, there's just a bit more FaZe to work with. The pace they learned and applied in the previous round is continuing here on. Ooh, scared and pre-firing on towards this position. Maya's going for a bit of a journey all the way down, slips their way out, and now they're in the basement alongside Lender. They've fully peeled away from the site itself. Hoping FaZe takes a bit of the bait and they go for a bit of a retake pressure here. There's a mirror alone, but it's also the situation of, yeah, it's Diaz, but if they can get a read on, they can just smash their way through. It's one of the hardest retakes on a plant here. So they're really trusting these long angles, Demo.
You need to get the shield in a position where you can just go for it. I mean, like you mentioned, there's a Mira by herself. Get onto that, trying to isolate that pick if you can. I mean, the shield doesn't really care about the Mira windows, but I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, FaZe know where Liquid are going to be. They've drone the sight out. Now they know it's going to be a retake, and Cyber is locked onto that. A big old double kill, and yeah, Cyber cannot be stopped. 3 kills, 15 seconds left, and no way out for Diaz. Locked inside connector, goes down. FaZe. I mean, they had everything there. They knew where they weren't, so therefore they knew where they were.
It's a bit of a weird one that round, I think. Maybe they were a bit overly cautious. Maybe I don't know what the exact call was there for Liquid's defense, but the fact that they pulled so far away, it gave FaZe the chance to just take ground, right? The ripping down the door as they rotate round on the backstab isn't great. That obviously gave Cyber the lead in for what was a pretty easy kill. Maybe they didn't expect anyone to be in that position, but at the same time, you know, it led to what it led to, and a great reaction there from Cyber. And also, as we sort of said, Cyber, that point man, how terrifying a force that can be. At this
He's
point,
the reason why they're in this game.
Oh, 100%.
Like, no doubt about it. Like, I mean, I would say you make the argument for Maya, but really, let's be real, it is Cyber. Cyber had that massive clutch against Liquid.
It's not even... I mean, I don't think it's that wide a statement to make as well. When you look at the sort of kill difference, there's 2 players that are positive on the side of FaZe. Cyber has the best KD of anyone in the game itself. Yeah, sure, Maya, 13-9, some big rounds, some big moments. But Diaz, 11-6. Dafo, 11-8. They've all had these sort of splits. Nesk is almost even as well. They've had a couple of big moments. Liquid as a team, generically, I think have played better, but they're also a different dynamic because FaZe, yes, we know the capabilities of all these players. They can prop somebody up in that sort of setup. They can let them sort of live their dreams. And here, once again on their attack, but now with much more confidence, can they do what they haven't been able to do so far on this split and win an attack on towards this side? It's otherwise been really handily Liquid, even on the other side of things as well, where Liquid won it on one of their attacks. FaZe have struggled to get things to land in the bedroom.
FaZe on the attack, still carrying that momentum. Windows is after here. KDS wrapped a sense wall and very, very close on that window. Waiting for his opportunity, and obviously Nesk, I don't think there's any idea where he is, but Nesk Elf not looking for the jump out. I mean, this is a weird one here for KDS. And oh, you see a shoulder. He sees him, I think. Did he? I don't know. Hello?
It's so obvious to us. But
no.
No! Oh, that's a tragedy. Oh. Maya does get KDS. Gets immediate revenge. And then Army crawls his way to a little bit more safety, but what an unfortunate way to lose out Nesk there.
His old man eyes are failing him.
Right in the middle. Right in the middle of the screen twice, but oh well. These things happen. How he's living.
How have they missed him? Oh, ludicrous. Dear. Remember I said this? This was the area. This was the danger zone for FaZe. And if we cleared this out, they could plan. Miss the fire arrows, but still have a plan B. They've went to Sophia him downstairs, and it does mean that Diaz cannot sit safely as what he did previously, but it's going to be a full solar take. I think they know this, but Diaz goes down, Dafo for the trade, and really it's Maya who has to try and hold this down, and oh, almost the time he still gets down. It's going to be a 2v2. Dafo and Landa have to hold it here for Liquid.
2 versus 2, 20 seconds, and they have a Kappa Tower Bolt to try and plant behind, and that is it. But on the other side of it, there's a single C4 to try and stop it. Where are they going to play it and go for the deploy? There's the rotate round. The C4 will go over the top, and we'll catch one right on the cabinet. 4 seconds. Vida King in a 1 versus 2, looking for a fight. Somehow slaps the first, but not enough time to try and hunt down both. Still remains a Liquid sight, but closer and closer.
Obviously, it was better from FaZe. Still missing 2 Capital bolts. Not the greatest. And obviously, that little mini game that we had, the kind of warm up before the round really got going, was a fun one. But even you think about the player that they lost, nobody was out on that bathroom balcony. You know, that would have been massive if FaZe had kind of refortified that position, rotated someone there. They could have controlled anyone rotating in through bathroom, which is obviously a worry if you're going for that plant. Because you have to remember, in that 2v2, as one player's going for the plant, the guy who's remaining is in a 1 versus 2. And he knows the 2 options, where the defenders are going to go to try and stop that plant going down, is going to be one right in front of him, in through the bedroom rotate, or comes in through bathroom. And he can only hold one, and that's why he had to go aggressive, try and shut down one of the angles, and then still give him enough time to get that kill, and rotate back to stop the plant happening, or to make sure the plant goes down by stopping that player rotating in through bathroom. He probably would have enough time, but the C4 comes out, always makes a big issue. But yeah, closer for FaZe, but still Liquid, hanging in there.
5 seconds to go.
Hanging in there it's almost an unfair way to describe how this team has played this map, but also it is factually correct, right? It feels like FaZe have taken the back half of this game when they were on death's door. There's never been a bigger divide than 2 rounds or so, but in the same sort of breath, in the same sort of momentum, Liquid, they should have put this one to bed. The longer this goes on, the more of a worry it becomes. As I said before, if it does end up FaZe taking this map, then they have a really hard uphill to do as the follow through, and they want to get themselves into the position where they're separating the chance at a major by a single series. FaZe in the lower bracket. We said it before in the previous game for Los. It's never going to be easy for any of these teams. Imagine having to be like, oh, I'm in the lower bracket with FaZe.
Yeah.
Either way, not there yet. It's obviously still map 1 of a best of 3 series, and we still haven't got the completion of this one. So, Liquid just need the importance of being able to put the one that is into their favor over the edge, and the map that they get the full sort of control on in terms of choice and how it's otherwise going to play out. FaZe at this point, how important Cyber has been? Well, it was a sort of a story back and forth on the opening half, but there was that defense round that if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have been for them. Here, as I said before, this is a position he's often played. Leave him off to his own devices, let him draw the attention and utility out, and then he'll probably find a kill before he's caught out. He is doing exactly the same thing. Will Liquid go in for the bait itself? The call is going to come through, but there needs to be somebody else opting for the pinch. Potentially, in fact, no. They're going to move away. They're not opting for this engagement. Try and move him away with a different level of threat, and instead it's just Maya versus Cyber in a slow one-on-one hunt. Sort of feels like how most of this game is gone.
Oh, Cyber. Has he heard the jump in? I don't think he has. And rugby call comes in. He's just going to try and front it up. Who's going to pre-fire who? And the SMGs rattle back and forth. And somehow Cyber able to work his way out. And Souls with the support. The tag team onto Maya. Looks to be that might cement it here for FaZe. Liquid. Round done and dusted, it feels like. Under a minute left. 2 players versus 5. Diaz getting peppered out on the balcony. Was able to pick up 1, but still a lot of kills that he has to find, and there's Souls of the trade. Land, I think they know where he is too, and yeah, an easy one for Vita King. FaZe Clan respond very, very well, but it felt like that was supposed to be a 1v1, and then Souls has ruined it. Souls has came in with a steel chair.
You can see
as the referee wasn't looking.
Cyber's frustrated. He wanted that kill.
Yeah.
You know, and it's great that we get to have 2 great players on a great game, on a great day, go against each other, but also it's sort of this thing of they almost forgot that there's other people in the lobby.
Yeah,
It's like you can't just send the corner like that, especially with the fact that an engagement has come up and every player is still standing and also no one else is applying pressure elsewhere. It's really easy for them in some regards to be able to get a bit of support there for Cyber, and
locate and defuse bombs.
a bit too blinkered, a bit too locked in towards the race ahead of them. Now, though, this is where things get very particular. We head on towards kitchen dining. Not going to go down below, and instead we go to a site that otherwise they lost both times on their attack. And on their defense, even. FaZe took it both times on their attack. Liquid have opted to come to the site that has otherwise entirely evaded them. And is it a risk that's going to pay off rather than the bar gaming where they took it before? I guess that's down to them.
Your priorities seem split between your lab and the field. We must all choose one path. I make it work, Azami.
Magnet deployed.
You're not going to comment on that?
I was letting it play out. It was a little bit flirty. Makes it work, Azami. Mira and Azami, are they together?
I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you. I know better.
Someone give me the law. Stat. Now, resting on the pressure of where we to go, more than where we've been at this point, Liquid. How desperately do they need that opening statistic? You know what a fun thing is? They've only had it 4 times throughout the game. The last time they had the opening kill was in round 8. Otherwise, it has entirely been away from them for the rest of the game. FaZe are just so much snappier, so much quicker on that statistic. Wanting to get...
This is a fast approach.
I was going to say... almost immediate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is such a make or break play, because if he gets drones or anything, he's as good as gone. But if he doesn't, he could appear with 1 or 2 kills here, and up he comes! No, Souls is switched on for it. The big player for Liquid is gone. FaZe have the early lead. A great trade though from Daffo, swings through half wall. However, FaZe keep on marching through as the Blackbeard C4 comes in. Anyone gonna help him? Anyone help? Daffo, help! He's screaming for it.
Lendo's got his help. Now at this point, Daffo needs somebody, but also Vidaking needs somebody. As soon as he drops the shield, it's going to be dangerous. You can see a rotate to the Sophia coming around, but it's the piano of KDS that finally locks it in. Lenda and Diaz, just Diaz. All that's left does some damage, does the rest of it. But it's a Blackbeard and a Sophia, and Handy has the cover, and FaZe have the map. After everything, they're able to push it over the line and take the win on that opener. But Liquid, are they gonna rue that day for where they have to go next?
I dare say a heist of massive proportions. Do I think FaZe deserve to win that? No. Have they? Yes.
Well, that's all that they can really do at this point, and they get to carry that over. But Liquid, they've got to have a bit of a resurgence during our break before we're back with map 2.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
What a heartbreaking way to end the map for Liquid, and especially for Liquid fans as well. I mean, if we look back at the map, Veto, and we talked about Liquid needing to win this first map, you said it as well, Lynx. You thought they were going to win the first map. And let's be honest, it had Liquid plastered all over the map as well. Like, I really thought they were going to win it. They were setting themselves up so well, and then FaZe come in and they swooped that final round right from underneath them.
I mean, this is what I mean, right? Like, I finally get on the train. I'm like, I'm all for Liquid. Let's go. And then they lose it. But to be fair, it was a very close game, and I think Liquid had an upper hand for most of that game. Going into this, something we didn't talk about as much, they have a very excellent Chalet defensive half. Going into it, they'd won 18 of the 23 Chalet defenses they played, and through rounds 7 to 10, they haven't dropped a single one. But then we get to the back half of that game, and we have And honestly, it's kind of been a theme of the night, Leo. It's been the individual players, whether it was W7M or in this case, FaZe on Chalet. It's the individual players that are bailing out teams.
It's the mark of the super teams winning maps that they should not, right? It's when 1 or 2 or 3 individuals just show up, go completely crazy and steal rounds away again and again and again. And strategically, I will say this, Liquid won that battle. Liquid was the better team. And Liquid, in fact, turned most of the rounds, 11 of them, in a mad disadvantage situation and managed to win them, actually, most of the time. So it's actually impressive to see that how much coordination and team play can help them go, I guess, hand-to-hand with FaZe and all the way battle to the 15th round. The big difference maker, obviously, being that Cyber kept on going. Cyber kept on dropping double digits. Souls won as well. Most importantly, if you look at the scoreline here, KDS on round 10 is 2-9. Look at the bottom of the screen. From 2-9, he's going to go all the way up to 9-11 at the end of the match. He actually got 8 kills in a span of a few rounds to bring FaZe back into it. And that was the main missing win condition for FaZe. If only individual kill can help you, then your main fragger and entry actually dropping numbers was there to bring the game back, basically. And in terms of playstyle, I did see some things interesting. I think the defense side from Liquid especially, where they started being really aggressive, playing all kinds of crap. The bar game, for example, with the Cat-Can, the Vigil, the Fenrir, the Frost, they were trying to not give any space to FaZe. And we arrived onto that last round. And what do you see on the screen? Tubero, Bandit, Azami, Mira, Wamai. They played a total game with a slight extension above dining. And they die all the way up top, playing for the wrong win condition. They played around in unfavorable gunfights, and on the very last round, make the critical strategic mistake that cost them the map. It's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt because it should have been the map, because if they didn't win that one, it's looking very grim in the map, Vito. And it's tough to just lose it to a Cyber that goes completely crazy.
Well, and to that point, I think we also have to point out Soul's also putting in such a big performance. I mean, sure, he doesn't have 16 kills, but he's got the highest cost for FaZe, and that's because in almost every single one of those rounds, he was getting at least 1 to 2 kills every single time. Never enough to get, like, you know, the big indicator on your screen, but Souls was constantly chipping away at Liquid, constantly finding 1 or 2 picks here or there, and that consistency not only, you know, allowed Cyber to maybe cool off a little bit, but it also bought FaZe time for KDS to actually get back into the game. And when you look at the side of Liquid, I mean, the fact that we got 3 players, 13, 14, and 15 kills across the board, and then, as you mentioned, strategically looking better, you really can't help but feel that Demo's right, that this was a heist of epic proportions by FaZe.
Yeah, this one's got to hurt for sure if you look at Team Liquid, especially going into the second map. But I want to bring it back to something we said at the pre-show when we talked about Liquid. Leo, you mentioned how you thought that Defo hasn't really fulfilled his role yet. When we're looking at this, though, he was the main person to pop off, but Maya was so much more consistent in this one, especially going up against Cyber in a head-to-head.
Yeah, I think if we look at the stage, we look at one player from each team and we think Maya and Cyber, right? And it's exactly what happened in this matchup. Maya goes 15 kills, Cyber goes 16 kills, and you look at the rest of the stage and you think, okay, we're having our 2 main MVPs from the stage battle out, and still in the very important match, the first one of the playoffs, they're again dropping incredible numbers. And look, Cyber got 5 opening kills for 0 opening deaths today. He was the main stakeholder. He's the one that gets the 1v3 clutch. He's the one that gets 2 triple kills as well. Like, he is the main guy behind the fact that FaZe won this Chalet game. And if he's not there or if he performs normally, Liquid takes that map every day of the week. So it's beautiful to see these two guys fighting each other. I feel like the roster change in Liquid especially has given more steps and more space, to Maya for him to really perform. And we're seeing that consistently throughout the stage and in this match again.
And when we have Bank coming up next, if we're just treated to another kind of Cyber versus Maya, I think we're just going to be in for a very, very entertaining game. But if Liquid failed to shut down Cyber on a map where roaming can be very difficult, but Cyber might often still decide to go for his kind of solo plays. If they're not able to shut that down, I mean, the thought of Liquid even getting a foothold on a map as large as Bank, we need to command as much control as Bank, they're going to have an extremely rough time. So if you thought dealing with Cyber on Chalet was bad, whether it's the defenses or the attacks, it's only going to be that much worse and arguably that much more punishing if Liquid failed to do so on Bank.
Sounds very scary, I guess, if you're a Liquid fan or a Liquid enjoyer. Going into the second map, is there anything, Leo, you think that we could see from Liquid that they could do to turn the series around and push us to a layer as a final map?
I think the first thing for me is that I need all fraggers on the side of Liquid to step up. And I can excuse the fact that Vitaking and Lenda were dropping, quite kind of bad in the stats there. Although Lenda had 4 opening deaths, you cannot excuse that when he's playing as a hard support role. I don't understand how that's possible. But on the side of Nesk, I mean, he's been struggling the entire stage. He was 7 and 14 in entries. So he had the 0.5 KD in opening engagement throughout the entire stage and had another 2 opening deaths in this matchup. He needs to start playing more aggressively. He needs to start being confident again. Because right now he's relying on 3 of his teammates to carrying them. And it's not a 3v5 game. He needs to step up. And once again, on the side of FaZe, you have 4 players that are doing well. Then you have Vitaking, that is the agile. He's the one playing shields. You cannot blame him. Same for Lenda. But Nesk has no excuse. He's still playing the really good roles. And so if we need to see a player step up there for Liquid to have a chance on Bank, it's going to be him.
And building off that, it is worth bringing up because we mentioned it during the previous series, but the one time Liquid have played Bank so far this stage was against Los, and they lose 7-3. And what are the stats of that game? Hey, we got Maya showing up, but Nesk 4 and 10 on the KD, barely having an impact in half the rounds. A player that we also talked about, Dafo, who you've wanted to see a lot more from, and we did see a lot on Chalet, to be fair, was also completely absent that game. So this is a map that Liquid have struggled on, that they've let a team like Los, who, to be fair, I suppose are a lot better on that map than I think we might have thought that they would. This is, again, there's a big reason why Leo, I think, was talking about Liquid needed to win Chalet because it was going to be a lengthy series otherwise. Losing one Chalet was always going to be difficult, but losing like that when you definitely should have won on your own pick, and now you're going to a map that not only FaZe are really good on, but you've struggled on against some comparatively weak teams, I just don't know if Liquid have it in them, but that's at least my opinion. Who knows? Maybe Liquid will completely bounce back and be the inconsistent team we know and love.
Honestly, I would love that for them on this second map. I feel like if we look back at the final round of the first map, right, it was more like Liquid was playing that round not to lose it rather than that they were trying to win it. With how passive and scary they were playing, you mentioned the operators that they were playing there, Leo. I just really hope that trend doesn't continue in the second map, because if again they play so antsy, so passive there against a team like FaZe, and the way that Cyber has been performing, you're gonna have a really rough and difficult time. Now we have some time before the game starts because we are remaking the lobby. We're getting the players back in, and they'll ask for an extra question. And I feel like I'm gonna ask a question, Links, but maybe I'm asking a question that doesn't really have an answer. Because if we talk about Liquid needs to shut down Cyber, what can they do to shut down Cyber? Is there a specific operator that they can get out of Cyber's hands, knowing that he's gone to this more flexible role and maybe is playing more and different operators now?
And knowing that they're starting attack Links on Bank.
Yeah, well, so that's what I was going to say. That's kind of the perennial question, because when I think of Cyber on Bank, I mean, one of the big things, I don't know how often he plays it, but I do tend to go to Valkyrie. That is an operator I think of that he plays a lot generally, but has played quite successfully on Bank. As for the other sites, I mean, it's entirely dependent on what FaZe decide to go for, because, I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but typically when I think of FaZe playing Bank, you know, it's a team that they like to do a lot more kind of like anchor strats on like lockers, and in that case, I don't know how much you're really going to be shutting down Cyber because he's going to be on site with everybody else in all likelihood. But if he's roaming, Usually, I think that Valkyrie might be the operator you want to prioritize because the team gets a lot of intel, but more specifically, Cyber gets a lot of information. He places his utility at the beginning of the round, so doesn't have to worry about it for the rest. And the MPX might not do a lot of damage body shot-wise, but it's definitely a gun I've seen over the past couple years that Cyber's very comfortable with.
Yeah, he's been stuck on the Goyo duty so far. I think this stage for FaZe. He did play Valkyrie from time to time, but I think he's been stuck on Goyo and Jibarao. But yeah, his last time playing on Bank, he did not perform well. He was actually a negative KD. It was against Black Dragons. I will say this. I think it's more a global thing that Liquid needs to do. Play the split theory perfectly on Bank and executing that to get the man advantage and just roll onto that.
Well, I have good news for Cyber. He can go back into his role with Goyo 2, but whatever it'll be on the defense here, though, our game is starting. So we're going to find out, can Liquid actually bounce back after this heartbreaking loss, or will FaZe just take the series 2-0? We're sending it back to Fluke and Demo.
Yes, you are. Or did we ever really leave? That's the surprise. We're here. Demo, I'm hoping you're here, actually. I don't know. Demo!
Yo.
Oh, you are here. Good. Okay, great. Because we are continuing on with a banger here. I hope we get more of a stretch of what we had in the first map, but I think it's fair to say that is down to Liquid to prove to the room, because FaZe have already proven that they can pull things back and put the pressure in before.
Yeah, it's almost like you kind of shift them from one end of the spectrum where you're map like Chalet, which is a little bit more aggressive. I think you can certainly lean into it a little bit more if you're a team like Liquid, whereas now you're going to have to go by the book. You have to play straight Siege because that's the way Bank usually goes. There's a certain way that you have to attack this map. And Liquid have shown throughout this stage, sometimes that's the challenge, is basic stuff being done. That has been an issue for them. You know, the Death mentioned, Lynx mentioned how, you know, this team has had struggles on Bank, you know, with doing those kind of basic stuff. And I think for FaZe, who are a very well-versed team on Bank, everything's on Liquid. Liquid have to make the comeback. They cannot afford to slip up. It's quite the challenge here, because quite rightly so, they should have won Chalet, but they didn't.
5 seconds to go.
I was wondering what was going to happen there, because I heard the disconnect sound. The little... So, I guess it's a quick rehost. All of that tension we built up. We can keep it. You can hold on to that tension. It's your tension. It's my tension. As we get this nice little demonstration. I mean, EPS 104 pointed towards one team. The other team also on 104. Feels a little bit cruel, but shows how even these two teams are. Production bias. Did you make those graphics?
No.
But you're a FaZe fan?
Yeah, but I'm not going to sit there and do graphics. Come on now. Got better things to be doing.
I would like to see the graphics that you make.
No, see, whenever it comes to like photo editing stuff, not my greatest work. Video editing, different story.
You are a great... I miss the days of the memes that you would make.
I still do them time to time.
Time to time, but there was an era where you were on top. You know, it's a weird statement to make about a friend. I think back in the day, you would have crushed it on TikTok.
Well, I mean, I think I had a lot more joy back in the day.
Right, okay.
And that's been, you know, I was very naive. Whereas like, this game will age you.
Yeah, it does that. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have a couple of very talented content creators amongst our midst, including our wonderful host. And I think me proposing that you would be a great TikToker is a world that maybe they wouldn't understand. But your memes were top tier. You're in the for the UK scene especially, you're in the echelon. You're on the Mount Rushmore alongside Pojo Man, I think. Who else would you put? Yeah.
From back then, Salty has to be there.
Salty, yes,
has to be there. No.
I guess it was his job.
Whenever he was doing it, he was doing it because he had to. We done it for the love of the
For
game.
those who don't know, but Bartosz, a very specific shout out to one of the social managers of the early days of CG Sports, was the socials guy. You may be wondering why we're talking about this. We're filling time for the lobby to be remade.
I'm trying to remember who the other person is, because there was another one. Oh, who was it? Come on. I need to remember.
Well, you have time to think.
Modern Side. Modern Sign, whatever you call her. Or I call him, sorry. Modern Sign. I forgot to ask that. And that's the other person.
Well, that is your Mount Rushmore of memes of the olden days of Siege. Thanks for everyone to bearing with us as we sorted that out. Thanks for playing. Now we're back in towards the game. FaZe versus Liquid, and well, we'll sit through the bans again. We obviously were partially underway with a round just before. And it's exactly the same setup in terms of where we're going to go to. Off towards lockers, and limitation, a bit of hard breach, the Grim ban as well. Specifically pull that away. Not the most common sort of ban that we get through, but it is one that, against the right team, does really limit. In fact, looking over the times that they've sort of played bank here, neither team has ever played in a game with a Grim ban by the looks of it.
It's certainly like just a universally good operator. You know, Grim is right up there in my eyes as S tier, brings a lot to the party. You think about the hard breach gadgets as well, which I think is a very underrated thing that he brings. You think about maps where teams will go straight in for double hard breacher bans. You think about this map. You think about labs. You think about Clubhouse. Having an operator who can bring hard breach gadgets is great, but then the general use of his gadget is also fantastic for so many occasions. You've got 5 E canisters that you can use to clear out roamers. Obviously, really good for executes, we know that. And just generally just a fantastic operator that you have. So I think whenever it comes to bank, there's going to be so many opportunities that you can use those Bs, just like every map. I mean, he's just so darn good at the moment. So yeah, take it off the board. It just limits one of those options for FaZe, or for Liquid, sorry, where they can just erupt, you know, using that bits of util. So it means they're going to have to go down a different avenue, such as the Ying, who basically everything I mentioned about Grim, Ying can also do the same, which I think that's the way it is in the meta. And also, guess what? There's also a third person called Capital. That's it. Grim, Ying, and Capital. They do the exact same job. Every single one. They are like the hard breachers of clearing out operators.
Wow. We'll see if they can try and get themselves a bit further in. There's a catch. And an FNAT. And a pull back. The C4 over the top won't quite net anything, but they do find a route to run out. It's a lot of focus Lender is drawing right now, and they're desperately trying to just get something pulled away. Here comes the cavalry with Nesk on one shoulder. You can see Liquid is also surrounding the rest of the mid floor, but there's nobody catching the top. So they've been able to pull themselves up main stairs a bit, and the clear hasn't really cleared anybody. It just sort of shifted the positions round. Oh, there's a take. Cyber gets their head ripped off, and well, they've dropped their way out of open. Now, though, there is still a player above them.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume it's KDS. No, it's Handy, being led around by an Echo drone.
This could be it. This could be the big issue here for Liquid. If a roamer goes unchecked in towards that top floor, think of the damage that Handy can do for the square take. You know, whenever that hatch gets opened up, which it usually will, over towards server. Oh, never mind, they know. They know 100% that he's up there. Why else would Nest be holding on to that angle? So they are aware of a roamer. So I don't think that Handy's going to have the same surprise as what he would like to.
Well, that's it, right? So they've opted not to take him. Instead, they're going to start the pressure on towards the site and just leave someone paying attention. Handy is now on the move. Assumed to see his name in the kill feed in the top right very soon, as he looks like he's pushing over towards top square. Instead, they're moved where they're watching him from. Nesk, bottom main, hoping that he was going to rotate this way instead, but with a drone placed in that position and a shield still juggling utility, well, look what they've still got, Demo. Smoke canister, at least in the pocket. They don't have a C4, but they have an Echo drone, and they have 20 seconds to try and get this plant down. as well as pressure coming in behind. How this player has been able to slip this way, this far, this quick, this long? Not anymore, but with 10 seconds, they've still got to stick the plant, and that allows Souls to just do this. They were so focused about baiting one way. Vidikin gets a lock in. Maya tries to drive it once again. There's Maya once again. Now they've got to watch this last player. Nest gets the cover finally, but as close as it could come.
Oh, a little bit touch and go there for Liquid, but Maya straight in with a double kill. I mean, nice attempt there from FaZe. Kill the player in the hatch, play aggressive, don't allow the Monty in, but you see that roam, they knew. So he was never going to have the same impact as what he naturally would have. And because they knew he was above, did you notice that Liquid did not, they didn't open up the server hatch because of that? If you know that there's a roamer, that hatch is going to be his biggest biggest takeaway from that is he can utilize the hatch to kill you from square looking straight down to the server. If you know he's up there, you know he's roaming, you don't open up that hatch. Yeah, that would be a very direct sense of a take where you know there's going to be roamers and you just try and ignore them. So they don't open up the hatch for that reason. It then forces Andy in a position where he has to then leave the safety of that top floor, stroll into the open arms of Nest, and yeah, doesn't have the impact that what he probably should have. So yeah, I have to give credit to Liquid. They understood the assignment. They're really, really well done from them.
Liquid get at the end of it, and it was sort of problem solving part by part as well. Obviously the drive of the Monty immediately in, and you know, picking off and seeing the change of pace instead. Handy wants to fight with a DMR outside the front G or R, but nobody's there to try to fight back. Couldn't find a way to make DMR sound like door. I'm sorry for even trying, as was Handy. Looking for the fight out of that position as well. You look at what they can try and close down on, you know, operators you talked about a lot. You've got Ying filling in that sort of grim roll, putting that immediate pressure in. They want to have a brawl though. Nesk on the Deimos, the roll of the Sense, they are just going to try and steady away with utility. I wonder how much the Maestro cams are going to play in towards this space as well as the Valkyrie cams. It's a big intel drive here from the side of the defenders, and the IQ can only really get rid of half of that. But early pressure forces them back to the site.
Liquid not wanting to continue on with the Monty, which did pretty well for them in the last round. Instead, wanting to kind of focus more on a bit more util dump, bring in the Flores, for example. You've also got Landa now in the Sense, and yeah, we know how Sense kind of gets used for this top four. And also keep in mind that Liquid have chosen not to bring any hard breach, so it will not be a traditional take in free square. So the only way that they're going to probably get a plant down is via sensing and yinging off the entire bomb site and just trying to swing in through those windows and get the plant. So if FaZe are, you know, aligned for that and are ready with all their C4s, and I say all, there's one, that is it for the top floor. They've went for a Maestro and Smoke as their main form of plant denial, which I think is not the most common way that we see this top floor. Usually it's C4s galore, but hey, want to try something a little bit different. Here comes the first set of util.
Well, the first set, the second set, and what sounds like the third set is thrown in. The only one thrown out has been Daffo. Candela has led to nothing other than a quick demise for a Ying. At this point, the silence behind it sort of worries you. There's a second. Handy gets himself locked in as Cyber gets one of his own. And now, well, the pressure is coming all the way across the board. Diaz and Lender, they're looking for an engagement. But KTS decides to dance his way to the fight and get the last. Lender sat outside the building. Yeah, might pre-fire and get her down on towards at least one. And we'll confirm it with the grenades. That is just a bit of stat padding more than anything. Tied up, one apiece. Very different round, but a very solid defense here for the side of FaZe.
Yeah, easy lockout. It was a case where I think FaZe just were ready. You know, the first bit of util comes in, they then fire out their util. They use the smoke, make sure that you just can't swing in through the windows at that stage, and which is a very just long, drawn-out process there for Liquid. Just not a lot really going on for them. It just never really got going. I almost feel as though I'd like to see them lean into the shield gameplay more. I think that'll probably bear them better results than kind of what I'm seeing so far in that second round. So I think you lean in with the shields. I think it's going to be a good point that they can really, utilize and just give themselves that little bit more of active information, which would have helped. If they were able to get the information and know who's playing where. I believe they were able to spot out everyone for the demos, but again, spotting out and getting the information from the demos is very different than being able to just get the drone in and seeing where the weak spots are and then combo that over the demos, let him maybe go below. There's a really good opportunity there for Nesk as well to really play with the vertical action you can have on that bomb site. Amos downstairs, who has everyone available to track, could have really made that work a lot more.
5 seconds to go.
At this point, that sort of trade back and forth of rounds is almost that weird moment where we go, okay, this could be a traded game, or that was FaZe locking in. And now we might get a little bit more of that energy continued. You've had a couple of moments in that opening round where they were decent at fishing them out, but the stretch of the map is something that it's a game in a weird way FaZe control the pace of. Look at how Liquid tried that utility jump, tried that pressure, and couldn't quite get things to land. And instead, well, let's try it again, I guess, with a bit of the taste of the first round. Lender on the shield. But what happens if the Monty gets banned, which it probably will? Will you go to the Blackbeard, a smaller shield? Do you try and run this with a slight adaptation in that manner? I guess we'll see how important it is that Lender is followed with a gun on either shoulder. Checked in towards the front of the building, and with some long eyes watching and pressure on towards Kanto, they're going to hope to force the players further down, but, well, stopping the rotate through and just leaving yourself an angle. How do they get rid of this mute jammer up here?
Well, I think the Monty could probably just do the job, walk up and just probably shoot it off. ADS, is he going to let him do that for free? Make him fight for it in the elevator. Oh, almost Lender, very close to losing his life, but that's a wake-up call and a half for him. So Lender has to get that information fed over to your teammates who have entered into the top floor, and Dato has that opening pick, and Maya, the damage there from barbed wire, but don't tell me the Aruni's trapped. Surely you can drop down the hatch, and yep, there goes KDS.
Yeah,
Nesk was able to get handy, and well, FaZe just one by one, dying.
Yeah, I mean, obviously missing the player inside the elevator is one thing, and it not netting a kill is at least that change, but how they were able to then capitalize on all the other players sort of shows that Liquid were ready for the others at least, and they didn't have to hit it with alarm bells. ADS and Souls. All that's left is we hear the start and that scream of a Candela across the floor. 40 seconds, they'll pull themselves back. It's just this taste of the first bit of utility, but look how much is still in the pockets. And a fair amount of smokes. They've obviously got a Monty. There's a single C4 that can try and slow it down, but the Monty's just calling all of this, and it's an easy pickup from Daffo, leaving just Souls in a flawless, well, this really is traded rounds.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad there from Liquid, just using that shield to get themselves into the building. I think that's the way forward for Liquid, really using those shields. I expect to see the Monty ban, no doubt at all here from FaZe. They cannot allow that operator to continue doing what he's doing. But yeah, FaZe, just one of those rounds where, you know, they lose the opening engagement and they're just always chasing the kills. And sometimes whenever you're chasing the kills, things actually go, you know, quite wrong for you, and it kind of backfires. You just add on even more deaths to it.
It's the weird understanding of we do need to take one, right? We saw it, or you see it very apparently in the map that we had before on Chalet. The amount of times it was a 2 versus 4 round. So instead of shying away and hoping and sort of being a backline, you get in an unusual position. You try and get a kill, because if you get one, suddenly it's only a difference of, like, you know, it's a 3 versus 2. It's so much more winnable, and it's a 3 versus 2 that they didn't expect to be in at that moment in time. If you might be able to win the engagement when they go for the pressure, but if they have the man advantage, they can just set up a trade on an expected position. You want to try and shake that. Hiding the Valkyrie. being as hidden and sneaky as possible, so they can try and play with the Valk cams. But as I said, the Monty ban, it was always going to happen. What's the adaptation? Fuse instead.
Let's get in position.
At least they have a shield. That's the main thing anyway. And obviously Fuse, I think, has seen a great deal of play down here for the basement. Being able to fuse off a hatch and try and pick up those Goyo canisters, been the main way that we've seen that artwork be utilized. Again, very RNG dependent. Not all the time do we see the hockey pucks actually hit its target and get the Goyo canisters. So you are putting yourself up to the willingness of how lucky you are today. Currently here for FaZe, I think the approach is going to be just this kind of softer roam that we see time and time again, where you're not looking to hold on to a certain part of the map, but still kind of linger just beside a hatch and then just drop down if you need to. Look at this, a double swing from Blue! That is beautiful from FaZe to get them the opening pick.
Just shut him out immediately. It's Maya gone, there's a fuse, and somebody's going to step over the top. They're well aware of it, and they're not going to see what happens next. But without that opening body, well, that's a blow that they'll have to live with. The back's being opened up. I think based on the double swing, you're probably not going to get so much pressure here on towards this side. They're going to lose this first bit utility because, well, actually, no, they're not. They're going to peel away. And there's the second bit followed through that already destroyed the laser gates that were on top of the two. They weren't tricking them. I just missed the trick. Now, with two little bits of pocket destruction left on towards the approach on the site itself, will they try and land this on the default? It's actually FaZe that they got that opener, and then to be fair, they haven't really contested anything else here. I mean, they've just pulled back to the site.
Yeah, I think that's the idea of the strategy. Trying to play pretty reserved, just pester Liquid just a little bit in that opening. Oh, Cyber, what a shot! Down goes Nesk. And little by little, this Liquid attack is falling apart. Afo and Diaz are both upstairs, leaving Lenda the only person on that bottom floor inside a server, but right now he's being choked out and there's still more smokes that he has to go through, and I'm sure a C4 that Viking has his name written all over him.
Less than 30 seconds, and now, as you said, they've got to try and get it to stick. There's still that C4. Another smoke goes out, and at this point, they've just got to try and send it in a little bit deeper than they think. There's Diaz getting 1 and 2. Diaz just drops it and sends it on the hatch. The smoke does end the player with the kit, and Daffo is now all that's left in a 3 versus 1 as FaZe are able to hold on to the ship and hold on to the man advantage. There's one. The other two aren't showing their heads. And we are just back and forth.
At FaZe, good defense. Got the picks when needed to. Just played into, just the way that bomb site is with the utility. The smoke canister was able to kill the fuse, stop that plant from going in. Obviously, there for Liquid is a case of timings, maybe. Is it just worried, you lose that opening engagement from a great double swing. I think that really made the round for me, was that double swing onto the blue stairs. And it almost kind of stunned Liquid, where they were worried that there could be more of that lying in server. They had to take their time, and that's the issue with that basement. You can't afford to take your time on that bomb site. You need to pick up the pace. Remember, you're against the Goyo, against the smoke. You're always going to be up against it, so you cannot afford to waste any time in any other sections off the map. You're not allowed to struggle with a roam. You have to be able to take server. Those are areas which you have to sweep through if you want to win that bomb site.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, it's weird how handy some of these rounds feel, right, in a manner. It's strange how it's sort of strongly swinging its way back or forth in one manner. It feels like teams, as you said, they're learning these lessons of the maps. They're getting these basics nailed. They're getting the expectations of what they need to be nailed. And then sometimes it's just forgotten how, sending it in, see what happens, lol. Ooh, Andy tried to get a little hop up. Remember how this site went last time? There was a lot that Handy was able to do, but Liquid spent a lot of time chasing him around half of the map, and it was only really when they got towards the final push that anyone actually died itself. But still, that time taken out, they threw in all their utility as much as possible, and nothing came on towards the back of it. Here they need to see if they can change the fate of what was otherwise put together. With the blitz itself, obviously they didn't bring a shield on this side last time. That's at least a major change, but look, there's someone still on the side of FaZe, I think deep towards the bottom of the main stairs and garage. They have a chance to rotate up and strike in the back, and sometimes that's the benefit towards the hold, and sometimes it's just not got anywhere close, Demo.
Shields. Still gonna stick with that strategy, which I think it's the right one to do, but I don't know how I feel about a blitz walking up Spiral though. He's not as safe as the Monty. He will take quite a lot of damage as he goes for it. I would like to see them try and use him in a different aspect, and it looks to be that maybe the blitz has got a bit of a sniff here to try and pinch onto this roamer all the way in towards the basement, so Cyber's going to be up against it, fires a C4. Landa takes a lot of damage, but Cyber's more focused on the other attacker. Oh, what a peek downs Diaz. Landa needs to get to it, needs to try and pick up this kill, protect his teammate, but look at this from Cyber. Make sure there's a lot of distance between him and the blitz. Don't allow that blitz to be up close and personal. Landa was thinking about going for the revive, but Cyber just thinks, oh, well, I'll just walk through your smoke and get the pick anyway. Cyber gets out of that. I have no idea how he does that. Magical footwork.
It's the main aspect there, right? As you said, distance was so perfectly kept, and then he used the fire extinguisher to his advantage. He was like, oh, you gave me this? Amazing. Now I can finish my kill and cross the divide without the pistol dropping me, and then kept the distance from the blitz the whole time. The blitz didn't step into the engagement instead, and, you know, it loses them the trade here. A misplay and a missed moment, and again, these basics that we talked about go back and forth, but Nest does find the head of KDS, and then just keeps pushing as Maya gets one in the meantime. Cyber's able to at least keep it obviously even. They've still got the shield, but 10 seconds, and now they don't have the shield. Can they try and push it inside the site? No, as the players inside the site get executed. FaZe! They are able to, for the first time, cross this, wrap 2 rounds in a row. That's that worrying moment now. Where has that been? That tip of the scales.
Oh, that is just so decisive there for FaZe. I mean, obviously that opening there for Cyber and that 1v2 scenario, those are I feel as though I'm kind of almost repeating what I said about FaZe whenever they were attacking Chalet and they were struggling against Liquid in their defenses. That is an opening that Liquid have to take. You need to punish Cyber there. Whenever he is downstairs by himself, no way out. Also, he's an Oryx, not going to jump up the hatch. And you have a blitz. And also another thing for FaZe, they were more than happy just to let... Cyber died. Nobody was ever going to really chase after him there and try and help him. Cyber was down there just to do his job.
10 seconds to insertion.
And I can't believe that he's got away with it. I really can't.
I mean, if anything, that's the sort of paramount moment of it all, right? You have what should be a catch. Cyber's been able to get this pressure on. There's a blitz in this sort of engagement. They, in some ways, are doing the right thing, but also it's tough, and it's drawing time away. And then they opt to go for the pickup in that engagement and cross the door, hoping that Cyber would just leave, but he ain't gonna do that. He's gonna stick around. He's gonna go for the pressure and the kill, and especially with the day that he's having, you almost have to expect that he is going to want to end something that he started. And I'll hear on towards open. FaZe can set them up 4-2 in the lead as well. You sort of look at how this map balances between these two teams. Liquid haven't won it in sort of recent memory, and their defense win rate isn't much better than their attack win rate. In the meantime, FaZe are stronger on their attack here on Bank. Pressure comes across, in towards the pillars of square. The C4 gets Maya, and a shield covers a bit of the distance, but they're in a bit of a sticky situation here. They've tucked themselves in. Nest gets the cover for a double, though. Huge, huge work, and now they're just going to see if they can try and send the plant in, but the smoke doing massive work here. to delay them operating on the back of this double kill. Fine, they have this territory, but the fact they have to sit and wait is a bit of a tragedy for the approach.
Yeah, and they've not got any hard breach, so that quad wall will remain closed, and that's always a tricky position that see time and time again. Players struggle with clearing out where, you know, kitchen always going to be a bit of an issue, but looks to be not so much as, again, that shield just walks through. I mean, Nesk has been able to pick up, what, 3 kills just by holding an angle, more or less, and yeah, handy up against it. Here comes the shield, who takes a bullet into the leg and fires out yet again. Another Zoto canister, but Nesk again just picks up 4 kills, doing very little. Just a static position that he played in, and yeah, Liquid, the round has worked for them.
Again, we haven't left the weird pacing of these rounds. I don't know what it is about this game. It feels both slow and fast. And I think the responses to each other has been really, really well put together. It's not entirely coming down to a moment, but every single round feels like they're going, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And it's like a sword fight. Will it continue on the second half, though? That's the sort of split of things. Obviously, it was a 3-3 opener on our first map, on our first half, and then our second half, and then it went all the way in OT. Here, we have ourselves tied up once again. If we get to OT and we have a chance at seeing a full map round again, imagine. For all the pace of our first game.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, I would believe it. I would. I think it's too far off the imagination train. You ever been nuts train?
Only to see the dragons.
Right.
And a world of pure imagination.
No, that's not good. Let's not start.
Okay.
Let's not start the musical.
Imagine. Okay, then can I leave you with one vision from that?
What's
Just
that?
one, and then I promise I'll talk about Siege. Imagine Parker playing the role of Willy Wonka. I think.
No, he'd be Oompa Loompa.
Okay, then Milosh is.
But see, whenever I just every time I just think of, is it raining? Is it snowing?
Which way
that scene.
is it
That's all I think
going? Yeah, that's why I'm imagining Parker on that boat leading people through a confusing man. Anyway, I said I'd talk about Siege after I made that reference to somebody who was 100% not listening. But maybe Link can pass on word. At this point, again, opening engagement across this series. I know it was something talked about by the desk. This map, again, twice for Liquid across all of the rounds that we've seen.
I found one.
It's really just been something that entirely is out of their grasp here. FaZe, so good at grabbing that first body, at putting that entry in. Cyber's 6-1 on entry. Souls is 4-0. It's unbelievably sharp, their approach in towards the map, and they just haven't been able to find a place to avoid being struck by the spear tip of FaZe. As the pressure comes over all of the hatches and the rest of the map, there's actually not anything that's massively contesting them currently, but when you have Diaz on the chance at climbing around, well, nowhere is truly ever really safe.
Yeah, a few times where the Oryx has actually been like the make or break. Just one flank comes in. It's really all you need from a defensive side of things. Now, Garage was an area that really Liquid had no intention of taking on their attacking side, but FaZe more than ready for it, doubling up, using that also the most common operator that we see have a great success rate here. EMR comes in, to break away the Cuba barriers that Nesk is trying to put up. The FaZe, none of them will move until that garage is taken. They know that it's kind of have to have a foothold somewhere before you really go for that execute. A lot of FaZe members just twiddle their thumbs at the moment until they're in, and well, what a pick. Somehow Souls has been able to find the smoke of all players.
I mean, if there's anyone you want to take off of this, that's them. You can see the Tiburon was playing with the C4 for a second, but with 30 seconds, they're going to see if they can instead try and put the pressure on. Nesk wins out against the Ossa, and a support structure's coming here, but they take that one too. Nesk! Unbelievable map that he is having right now. 11-3, 15 seconds. They're having to offer their own cover, and they're going for the tuck plant in the default spot. They finally end the terror of the man inside the garage, and they're watching from above. But as Blender gets one more, a 2 versus 2, they've been able to get past the hatch itself. They're chasing down the planter, but they can't make it in time. Diaz either side, and Souls gets the catch on the last. FaZe do it in the final breath. But it still counts as a round win.
Sending 2 players to the garage, losing both of them to one person, and still winning the round. Who would have thought that is the way it would have went? And really, that comes off the back of the first F, the smoke. Yeah. Still don't know how that happened. I'm pretty sure Soul just strolled in the server and got the pick onto the smoke. If Smoke's alive in that 2v2, the round's done. Liquid win that. Like, really, that's what it comes down to, is the lack of plant denial for me. Look, obviously, Nesk has done just, what can you say? Nesk doing Nesk things inside a garage. And for him to do all that and not win that round, he'll be feeling a little bit thinking, guys, what's going on here? You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about how he's been performing this map as well, right? I know that we sort of said it last map. Would FaZe still be in it if it wasn't for Cyber? You can 100% make the same comparison here for Nesk. 11-4. Yeah, okay. There is that triple kill that comes off of that round. He was able to pull a 4K from the round before as well, so a big chunk of that has been in very recent memory. But still, if he wasn't able to get that big performance before and Open might have gone the other way, then could we be looking at a 5-2 right now? Could we be looking at a massive divide between these two teams?
It feels as though that it's very easy for Liquid to kind of slip down a big old hole. I think we've seen that throughout this stage. Yeah, Liquid, I think with the inconsistencies that they've had, sometimes they've let the heads drop and they have suffered, you know, defeats where they weren't really in the game. And I think that's the worry that I would have, certainly for Liquid right now, is if FaZe just keep up this momentum. Especially whenever FaZe, on their attacks, they know exactly what they're doing on Bank. Rory mentioned this is their map pick. They know how to attack it. They know their strategies. They know what they want to do. It should be a breeze in the park. I think Bank is a very, very easy map to attack if you know what you're doing.
It's also worth sort of mentioning right now, if we're talking about this pressure, is they're able to take the head off of Nesk, and I make the comment, will they do it without him? Now's the time to prove it. Across the board, Liquid have been, as a team, stronger. You've obviously still got Daffo that's been having a very strong series so far. He's even right now. Maya, we know how he was in the first map. He's a little bit behind the pace. In the meantime, on the side of FaZe, the only two positive players so far across the series are Souls and Cyber. And they've been having absolute outstanding games, but as Vidaking goes down once again, Cyber's taking a lot of damage. It almost becomes this worry that they have more of a reliance. Diaz swings his way around, gets KDS. As I say it, there's Cyber stepping up, and is it just going to be Cyber and Souls once again pushing this one in for it? Maya gets Cyber. Now it is only Souls left. Hit by an Echo drone, somehow finds Lendo whilst being stunned. But now he's between the two remaining players, and he's not going to get very far. There's that teamwork from Liquid. Makes the dream work. Can they do it without Nesk? Yes, they can.
Yeah, players trading back, helping each other. Yeah, much, much better there from Liquid. And I think for FaZe, you dare argue a little bit too one-dimensional, especially considering they got the opening pick. I mean, maybe it's the case of could they have taken more time with that?
I think it's not. I'm not going to say that they panicked in a way, but there was that weird kind of moment there where suddenly, you know, they've got that opening kill, they've pulled back, and as you said, it was a bit one-dimensional, right? They're just throwing themselves in, hoping they can cover it behind utility, hoping they can cover it behind guns, But Liquid aren't just gonna sit and let you do that. It's not that Liquid have been playing scared. It's not that they are on the biggest deficit. They've never really shied away from the gun games. Fine, they were a bit slower on their approaches on attack, but it doesn't mean that they're not excited for that, and it's almost not doing the due course. But this is what we talked about on the other half, where it felt like sometimes they were fully in control of the fundamentals of the game, both teams, and then the next round they were just missing aspects of it, as if they'd sort of accidentally wiped off the whiteboard and had to fill it in.
Well, FaZe, in the Monty. See if they can just strong arm their way in towards open area. Plenty of times where Shield just walks in, gets the plant down. Liquid did it. They did it with a blitz though. I think for FaZe, they're not going to be the team who will kind of back down for a fight as well. I think for FaZe, they'll see this top floor hold. They'll probably want to try and contest it if they can. Haven't done anything just yet. Liquid, safe for the meantime. So a much slower approach here from FaZe. Just wanting to use that shield. Put themselves in towards the other side of that top floor, in through CEO and meeting. Still roamers upstairs. Now drop though, so top floor is going to be in control of FaZe. They don't know that yet, but it is. And they come. I'm actually surprised that Liquid dropped so soon. Didn't really get pressure by any bits of utility. Yes, there's a shield coming, but that's really it. I'm actually curious about what the approach is here, Emmy, because I'm seeing the ace down in garage. What's he up to?
Sneaky stuff, buddy. You don't understand it. Daffo, does he understand it? He's not being shy about his approach here, and we'll hear the footsteps, but Dapper's just going to top the corner as Vidaking takes a chunk of damage elsewhere. The Monty's forced somebody down as well below. So there is now at least 2 pockets of support, and almost catches Lender on the rotate back, but there's the surprise! They knew! Oh, Dafo's caught by Handy. And an ace. I think they maybe didn't entirely know about Dafo's position, but you can see the feet underneath the barricade, and it was one at a time. There's the Endernesk as well. Lender's massively hurt still back here, and they could chase him down. In the meantime, Vidaking's trying to put pressure in the site. Maya wins one out as Diaz goes down. There's about to be another swing round. Draws the focus, ready for the fight, and oh, it's up and down, but it's over. FaZe trading still continually, and it becomes that moment where that pair of rounds FaZe got in the middle of the previous half, them taking the momentum. With how this game is continuing, was that the most important part?
I'm very impressed. Very impressed from FaZe. If you kind of break that down, the way that they've kind of operated that, they know that Liquid are going to go for that roam. They then move in towards that mid floor. They try and extend themselves in towards elevators. If you force the Monty in through lobby into elevators, player in elevator is going to drop down the hatch, naturally, okay? You place a guy in garage, he has now locked that player out of the game. It just so happened that they found 2. The first guy who was down there, by the way, I don't even think that FaZe, that's who they were after. I think that they were expecting that there would be a guy in an elevator, the Monty comes in, makes him drop down the hatch, they would catch him from the guy inside a garage. They were not expecting 2 players to be down there. They've got buy one, get one free. That's what's just happened there for FaZe. Because you remember the way that basement's laid out. If someone's in garage, you can't get upstairs again. You go up through main stairs, held by garage. Try and go in through red corridor, into CC, into server, held by garage. So I just think they're very fortunate the way that's worked out there from FaZe, but I mean, 2 players downstairs in basement for Liquid, it has not paid off.
Bomb located by attackers.
With only 2 rounds now separating FaZe from progressing along the upper bracket, or Liquid dropping down to the lower. All that pressure still obviously circling here, and we've had a worrying sort of drop out and drop off of some of the recent players here from Liquid. It still feels all or nothing on some of these rounds, but in that game, that showdown, the difference currently is that on the side of FaZe, you've got both Souls and Cyber stepping in just that extra step, and only Nesk really managing it from, I think it was 11-3 to 11-6 now. Huge pair of rounds, and then nothing for 2 rounds in a row. It's always going to hurt your chances at progressing. First engagement, that opening kill, that haunt over the name and the logo of Liquid right now, is still only 2 rounds have gone into their favor. That first engagement, and Maya almost suffers to add to that. They haven't had an opening round win since round 3 of this as well. It's just consistently a different member of FaZe each time. And in fact, overall for the series as well, Souls is currently 5-0 on entry, Handy 5-2, Cyber 6-1. You really don't know where the next blow is going to come from for the side of FaZe, but seemingly they can always master it.
FaZe have quite a lot of work to be done here, Emmy. They have got full control of the map, bar basement, because Liquid have allowed that. Liquid are really turtling in with this hold. Look at the lineup of operators. You've got the cage, you've got the tubs. They're trying to deny access to the hatches, but the Maverick is there to counteract all of that. Also your smoke and your Goyo, and it's just all about speed here for FaZe and how quickly they can maneuver around this map, get the hatches opened up, start popping the Goyo canisters. Dafo's already had to use 1 smoke canister to allow him to escape down the server stairs because he was very aggressive on the blue stairs. So he's back in sight now. That does give FaZe now the green light to get themselves in, and KDS opens up that default wall. Another Goyo will be popped. It's still really good time management though here from FaZe, and can even try and force out these smoke canisters very early on if they try and plant in the long angle, which they have done. That's just a bit of fear there from Daffo wanting to get the util out early on, just in case that FaZe were maybe thinking about a plant, but now that's all they have is just the 1 smoke canister. Yes, they have a C4, but is Diaz going to be in a position to use it? That's the real question.
30 seconds, and Nesk finally finds that opening body, one that's evaded them, and it's on the shield. Blackbeard has dropped. Can they try and land this on the back end? Cyber caught out as well, Maya. Ready and waiting with Daffo getting the spread of kills further in their favor. Daffo doubles it down for a flawless. Not done yet. Traded back and forth as it has been an eternal dance in this showdown. As a still said, weird pace. Slow into fast, into slow, into fast. There is no time signature to this demo that we can keep a track of other than when things are happening, they are happening. All that we know is neither team wishes to let the other one get more than 2 rounds ahead. But Liquid, they're the one that is a step behind. They're the one that is being led in this dance by FaZe. They're the one that needs to sort of swap the hand positioning and shake it up a little. They're going to try that on the top floor with a clash in the hands of their top fragger Nesk.
I mean, overall, for Liquid, it was well played. It was almost like a bit of a bait. You know, naturally, FaZe are me thinking, okay, these guys are just sat in bomb site, turtling. We had to deal with this. And then there was almost a flicker where everyone from Liquid thought, right, let's go aggro. And they just started swinging. And they got their picks, they got their kills. It really caught FaZe by surprise. FaZe were thinking, their win con's going to be just trying to play with a util denial. But, you know, we can deal with that. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, we're in good shape here. We're in good timing. And then they just weren't ready for Liquid to just go as ferocious as what they did. So, yeah, credit to Liquid. I love the switch up. Whenever all your util is gone, you have to do something. You know, Liquid, they all know, okay, we're out of util. They're going to be able to plant. We need to go and do something. Let's give us at least a fighting chance. And they done so. So, yeah, very impressed with Liquid on that round. Square it up, 5 rounds apiece. We go up to this top 4. And now with FaZe, last time they were here, I was pretty confused that they didn't try and abuse that extra man because they got the kind of early pick right from the rip. Just didn't really use that extra man. Nomad gonna be ready for that clash. Nesk is gonna have to get out of there and does so successfully. Because he just can't enter in now towards Stuck. To linger over towards the corridor. In goes Forestro to remove that shield, so the player in Janitor will be a little bit more naked now. But I think for FaZe, it's just this default take of trying to get in towards square, open up that breach, and see what happens.
Yes, as well, they sort of have a perfect combination of operators to deal with in some manner that clash. You've obviously got the pressure you can apply with the Glads from a bit of distance. If they deploy the shield, the Flores can make sure they pick it up or lose it. The Nomad as well, to just cut off areas they can sort of presently play in and pop it behind. Yeah, fine, they don't have the Capital to apply the pressure in that manner, but it's still just this limitation. The Clash has been able to get themselves a bit tighter. It's just going to get droned out in the lockdown, but it's not going to slow close down. Does get hit by an air jab, at least in one location, as Maya gets themselves an opener. Said the Flores can try and lean in on the back of this clash. They're just trying to draw the attention in. Nesk is re-shielded and de-shielded back and forth either side, and is making sure that all the focus is put on towards them. The spray through. And it's sort of a statement of saying, look, you can't just swing onto us, right? We are here, we are paying attention, we're keenly aware. There's an Echo drone as well, just to really lock in the idea that we know you're in that box, but Cyber doesn't care. Kills Maya out and about. Souls has taken a lot of damage. They've been able to wrest some control of the map, but they need to try and get something that isn't under the constant threat of the awareness here of Liquid. There's the catch, there's the smoke, there's the roll, and there's the pressure on towards Janitors, on towards the plant, and on towards that slip past here, but it's a fight with a clash. They find immediately. Cyber gets it. The smoke forces the plant off, as well as maybe an Echo drone, but as Diaz and Daffo both take a lot of damage, as Daffo swings out, almost gets Vidiking as well, but he's retaken the position behind the glass shield that will just keep on whirring. KDS finds Diaz, and Souls finds Daffo. 10 seconds. And an Echo.
No.
Ooh, can't quite play that on the drone. He lost it in the last thread. They've moved off. They're watching. Oh, the side lender. The fadeaway onto one. Not quite enough. Not quite enough. FaZe sit on map and series point.
Oh, what a round. What a pivotal round at that. I actually thought the Echo was going to win, and then he just switches on and he sees the static. Just as he goes on the Echo camera, it gets shot. And did you see the HP too? From the free FaZe players? I mean, it was potential. Really was potential, but fine margins. That kill onto Nesk inside of Janitors. I thought, okay, they've killed the clash. They've got Janitor control now. A retake comes in. I'm thinking, oh my word, misses out the engagement onto the thermite. Almost, so many back and forths in that round. Really could have went either way, but it's landed in FaZe's pocket.
Attackers have located a bomb.
At this, as I said, was that doubling down of rounds? Was that flip of the favor of momentum from Liquid's first into FaZe's double? Was that too much? Liquid could push themselves in towards OT, but if you keep chasing, eventually you can't catch up properly and overtake, well, then they will be the ones that go the distance.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And they will be the ones that secure themselves that upper bracket continuation to face, I believe, NIP. It is. FaZe. They are more than hungry for that. After being that top dog team, that hammer lifters, to drifting into mid-table? No. Not my FaZe. Not everybody's FaZe is what they sort of cried out. Resetting the pace when we get into the best of threes. But Liquid, the team almost perpetually trying to fight their way back up towards the top of the board, and against these teams holding on for the pressure and for dear life in some regards. We've gone from a flawless to a close round back to this position now with the roam game up towards the top, on towards open, a site that has been back and forth in some manners between these two teams, but FaZe took it on the attack pretty well before. There's the pressure, there's the force. Nest takes a lot of damage as well. Just trying to catch whoever's in the core of Archives.
I mean, this is a very kind of crab game plan here from FaZe. Try and get in everywhere that you can and just let Cyber do his thing. He's been the standout in this series for FaZe. Diaz, though, opens up the opening pick. Oh no, this is very bad timing. Cyber, do you know? Do we know? Oh my. Oh, he's back in. He's in, he's out. Where's he going?
I mean, a fight on the... It's baiting so much time as well. That's the thing. The grenade comes out over the top. Cyber finally wins it. But it took, you know, 50 seconds extra out of the approach. They get themselves into the 4 versus 3, though, and that's the worry. Because in the meantime, they've also obviously been able to find Lender in that approach. The Echo is gone. The smoke's taking a lot of damage as well. It'll only take a sliver of that remaining grenade to get the end of it, but that's otherwise it, right? The Capital bolts could be that big draw of the attempt on a plant if they want it, but they're sitting, waiting, hoping to catch them on the rotate round on towards the Beeper's side. FaZe, 40 seconds to set themselves up for this approach, for this final landing, and as the motion starts to come round, Maya, that man of the first map and moment, is going to try and flirt and flit their way back up towards the back of blue, but they have to time this perfectly. Anything less and there'll be an easy pick. Diaz, his health absolutely disappears, but a trade comes out and there's the drop from range onto Cyber. Maya's now all that's left though, but they don't have the kit. 15 seconds and they're going to try and fight their way towards it. One more standing in the way. Scared, pre-fired, picking it up. 10 seconds, right decision. Ring around the rosies and run, run, run. Get out of there so they can't quite get you. Maya takes them through into overtime. Huge clutch, not done yet.
Oh my word. Oh my word, should I say? Because this guy equally is the same as Cyber. It's just Maya and friends versus Cyber and friends. That's all this series been. Two absolute standouts. Honestly, both of them putting their teams on their backs. Wow, 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 wow. OT. Where this goes, who knows?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So we've had 2 even halves and an almost perfect trade pattern of rounds. One each, one each, one each. As I've said a couple times, apart from one pair where FaZe doubled it down. This truly has been just step for step. And now we're going to continue on with Liquid back on their defense. They're off to lockers and CC. They lost it once. They've won it once on their defense side. Ooh, in fact, we're off into a timeout instead. But, I mean, the comparison of the first game to this is unbelievable.
Yeah. It's... It's certainly a game where sometimes when it comes to these big matches, usually like a stump. You know, we kind of seen that in EML this week. But this is the game that's living up to it. And if we go to map 3, wow. Could be a 45 rounder, we don't know. That's the way it's going.
There's an element of me that really wants it to be one. Right? There's this selfish aspect of getting to this position, getting to this sort of setup, and both teams giving it this much. It's not an elimination game. But only one team can win, and you're like, oh, this is great. I kind of want both teams to win. We have a momentary break, though. As we get ourselves in on the rehost. Can FaZe do what they need to do here in overtime? Or can Liquid? On the map where they had the lowest chance, to be fair, when we looked across the sort of analysis, we were pretty confident that if we got to bank and they had lost Chalet, then it probably would go away from them. They haven't won this in their last 3 play days over the past 5-6 months or so, in terms of the tracked core stats that we have. In fact, they haven't even been able to get to OT against Loss, against NIP, against Furia, none of them. And yet, here, against FaZe on their pick, we talk about these teams being in form. Liquid are in great form, great steading. Where FaZe might have taken a foot off the gas a little bit since their earlier successes in the year, Liquid have stomped on theirs. And then, if they pull this map together, we go to Lair as a decider, which both teams enjoy pretty comfy success rates on. So yeah, we could have an all 45er 3 maps in a row.
Just take a breath. And still OT is to come. Really, it's anyone's game. Big moments, I think, has been the main thing in this series. You know, clutches define a massive part of this game. We're well aware of that. Can really just shape how the outcome's supposed to be to how it actually ends up playing out. And like I mentioned, the battle between Cyber and Maya, it's a big one.
Do you know what, though? They are both individually not the highest rated on their two teams, or they weren't before the start of that round. The Souls currently sitting plus 11, and Dafo was a little bit higher but has dropped off recently. It's the weird moment where it's like, it's almost, I guess, the description and the paramount of it. Chalet was massive and explosive. It was fully Cyber and Maya, and it was a lot of big clutch rounds. And then we went through about half of this map, maybe even 75% of it, and it was not a huge amount of clutches. Or, you know, there was a couple 3Ks and a 4K, I think, but it was a very different pace to it that has now started to return to that opening Chalet. The past 4 rounds or so, you're getting these moments, you're getting these plays, and I still, you know, I still worry about that entry statistic. I think the team is -9 on entry now.
Yeah, not great. But still such an even team, or even game, considering that the team hasn't been performing too well on that stat. And just bear with us, everyone.
Is it bear with you?
Yes.
Is it Milosh?
I was thinking, I was going to say, I was waiting for you to guess, apparently I was going to say, no, it was Milosh, but you beat me to it.
To be fair, he's the first person we think of when we say the word bear, so.
He's the only person who could take off a shirt and you'd still say, why are you wearing a sweater?
Maybe one day we'll convince them to make content about that.
We're not shaving Milosh as a content bitch.
If we go all 45 rounds, we're in 6 apiece. Our second OT in this series. Last one went all the way and was won out eventually by FaZe, who doubled down with some rounds. But last map was so traded. FaZe immediately in with the timeout as well. Heads in, talk about the game, talk about the plan. But they were, you know, it was last time round. I think both teams got one single round, if that makes sense, or 2 single rounds by themselves, and everything else was blocks. Here, the fact that it is such a pattern is a rarity, even in a 3 versus, even like in even halves, it's not always this manner of an even half, right? Imagine if Liquid then immediately called their timeout.
Just
like, I want to
keep delaying it.
I want to keep talking. We're back in.
Oh,
Liquid I thought they were staying on the defense last time. I guess that's
is
why
that
we had
why
the
the
rehost.
rehost? Yeah.
It's got to be.
You said the same thing.
I like how they did start setting up and then we're like, oh, wait a second. FaZe were like, hang on a second. Well, FaZe back on their defense, and they're up towards the top floor. They actually won this site both times. This was, I'm not going to say comfortable wins. The first one was, there was a lot of utility that was thrown in. They didn't quite get anything on the back of it, Liquid, and then they got shut down. The second time was a bit more back and forth, but it was still pretty confident. I think it's the only site where it's repeatedly been in someone's favor or not. So here, let's see if they can hold it down or what lessons Liquid have learned. It's been a long time since we've had them on their attack, but again, I'm wondering if that entry statistic that over the past 3 rounds has entirely been theirs after being entirely absent for the rest of the game, pretty much, is something they can continue even after that slight break. Cyber on the Valkyrie, one of those classic player-operator combinations that just makes you a bit scared.
New feed up and running.
Pocket cam, bit of info. Actually, I don't hate the position. It is one of those areas behind that desk that can go undroned and unchecked, and gets the pick. Could be pretty important. However, I think he has this shot. He has been droned out, so Liquid have done the droning correctly. However, he still nets the kill. Landers went to push him below. Sense is gone. Now that is a massive operator that we look at in towards that top floor, and really for Liquid, whenever they're not bringing any hard breach, they're not going to be going for the quad wall, so the only way into that bomb site would be through the windows. And without the sense, how are they going to do that now?
Yeah, that's a massive blow. I don't think there's any other way of really phrasing it right now, right? You've sure got the Capital, you've got the chance at going in with the blinds, but Lender being able to toggle on and off that steady approach and cover massive swathes of flat land when you know the distance you've got to hit and cover is just horrifying to deal with. And Cyber sat untraded on the back of it. As I said, he's one of those players that can double up, but Dafo's about to maybe find a fight, and Cyber is unshaken for now. Places a C4 on one side of the wall, and the fight comes on the other. Great pickup. But it's drawn the man with the kit away, and it's drawn a lot of this focus away. And that's everything that Cyber wanted to do.
Well, what do Liquid have? They have a kill. They've got nothing else. No map pressure at all in towards that top floor. And a minute left, they're gonna have to go quick. But they still have got smokes that they have to deal with. C4s also. KDS with all the Keybas hasn't been dealt with either. I just don't know where Liquid go from here. All FaZe have to do is just hold their angles, play their trade game. Because we know that Liquid, they're not going to drone things. They're going to make mistakes because they're just limited with the time.
Ooh, Vida King almost cooked alive inside Janitors as he's able to get the smoke canisters off, but pulls his way out of the fire from Capital. But the pressure here on towards top main, they're just driving and blinding and driving and blinding as nobody seems to know which way is up, down, left or right, or where the players are. Caught on the end of the spray. Handy gets a double though. Just try to sprint your way in, and unfortunately shown the exit in the door. There's Nesk getting one back, but 10 seconds, and they've pulled themselves back on towards top main, still slipping on the way through the smokes, going for the plant itself, but it's close cover. In fact, no, it's not. Dafo gets the kit secured in a 1 versus 3. Immediately pops up to pop ahead, but there's the trade out. And there's the finish off. The closest they've come towards taking an attack on this site, Demo, but not close enough.
Yeah, just too slow for Liquid, and you could see that the final minute, they almost had to move at like 200% computing speed, and they have crashed out massively. They just tried to dump util, but look at FaZe, just how clever. Just walk away from it. You know, they've got no map pressure at all. Stock, main stairs, all those areas, just fall back into. You know, nobody's there. No, you don't have to worry about that. And yeah, just then play their angles. For Liquid, because you're rushing at that speed, you're going to miss something. And really, there's a guy in the elevator, even though the tub got 2 kills. I don't think they knew that there's a guy just chilling, just waiting for them. We're going to kill them anyway. Just tub beating to him. So, yeah, massive time issue there for Liquid. And really, it starts with Cyber again. I have to come back to that point. The fact that he gets the opening pick and just wastes so much time he just sets his team up for such, I don't want to say comfortable, because with all that util being tossed at you, it's not as comfortable as you think, but certainly a lot easier than what it could have been to allow Liquid to set up and do their util dump with actually knowing what they're doing, because Liquid, they didn't have a clue, they just had to rush.
Now, once again, one round separates Liquid from their dreams being lower bracket dreams. Not impossible dreams, but yeah, not quite in the nice sleep pattern that you otherwise get from a deep sleep. FaZe on the opposite end could progress themselves across the top bracket, separate themselves from an international appearance yet again to add to an already pretty much endless tally. Get themselves a showdown with NIP. Now though, where will Liquid get that energy, get that lockdown? Daffo obviously was able to bite back some big moments in the previous round, with Ness getting one more. Here they've got this stretch above. They've got themselves at least some exploration of the map. The worry is they get encircled and taken out. You wonder where they're going to use their pocket utility at some point. Nesk, the classic pocket Goyo canister.
Just in case you need one. You don't know.
That was a nice little 2-and-2 there, as we had the framing of one player coming down from the top floor and someone trying to escape out of there, but shows how close they are to each other. Two ships passing in a set of stairs. It's weird, because I don't think ships should really be on those. FaZe get the hatches open, get themselves some awareness, and now can start applying pressure to the site itself.
Well, this was the kind of similar way the round played it last time we were here, and Liquid, again, loose roam, not looking to really hold it too in depth, and again, FaZe, the clear run of things, they can just move in, get hatches open, do everything that they need. And FaZe, I think their timing was fine, like they were able to move through and clear away all of the util. But then Liquid kind of thought, okay, let's flip the switch and go aggro and start swinging players on hatches, taking gunfights, not allowing FaZe to really execute. I think FaZe will be much better prepared for it, so I think Liquid, obviously they're bringing in, I don't think they had the Dechenko last time, so this is going to give them a lot more util than what they previously had, but still, it's how well can they deny that? And just look at that room. It does not, I wouldn't want to drop into that. I don't like that room.
I don't think you should, and it seems like Cyber, not just Cyber, the whole of FaZe is thinking the same thing as they peel back, but think about what has been otherwise used and how much time is left, right? The Shumikas, we've got about 14 left. They're being a bit cautious and a bit pacey. KDS is the man with the kit, and he's still drawing this attention. You've still got a C4, and you've still got maybe even 2 smokes and 2 frosts if you really want to slow it down. The cost of utility is actually coming into the favor here against FaZe. There's the roll of the Sense gadget. There's a C4 that does a lot of damage towards KDS, and he can't even move behind it. So at this point, what is that wall offering other than some destruction? Cyber swings. There's suddenly FaZe! Where did they come from? Where do you go? Liquid and Daffo holding on with a shotgun, but as the plant is being secured on the back end, the smoke won't catch KDS. The gun sure wheeler, 1 versus 2. But at this point, with 1 on the back, they're actually going to try and cement the kills. Both of them, yeah, on the far side, they could try and slip their way in, but he doesn't know this truly. There's the cover.
Oh no.
Not enough time holding on. He's off the kit immediately. He didn't stick it. And at this point, 20 seconds, Daffo, and he's caught. There it is, FaZe. They will progress along our upper bracket. Could do it within the 2 maps required. But it took almost every single bit of it to get there here. Liquid, they fought so hard and got so far and so close, but not close enough.
FaZe with another victory, and yeah, a much better, I think, from FaZe in that last round on that basement attack. They didn't allow Liquid to go for the 3-2-1. They thought, you know what, let's do it to them, and just, you've seen the collapse, the flurry of kills, and yeah, we know as soon as that diffuser gets planted, it usually only goes one way.
Well, the way it did go is the way that is FaZe branded, and they will keep themselves progressing across the top and make sure that they are ready to go against NIP as their follow through and 1 step away from another international performance. As I said before, not the most unusual for them, just another one to add to the list at this point. Now, that is all for you and I believe, at this. And we will be heading back over towards our desk in but a moment, and they are ready to take it. So, without further ado, let's send it to the desk.
Thank you so much, Fluke and Demo, for all the casting today, and you two really got through it with all the overtimes and everything that we had on these maps. What another close series, or another close, well, 2 maps actually from both these 2 teams. And again, even despite this being a really slow game, Leo, FaZe somehow they managed to pull out on top.
Yeah, I was baffled by the change of pace from the game 1 to the game 2, I guess. Between W7 and Los, that was just about speedrunning Siege. We just went into a game of strategy, of tactics, of coordinated and team play, and it was beautiful to see, honestly. And I will say this, despite Liquid losing this 2-0, what a great showing from them. They took this all the way through, also on maps that where FaZe were really comfortable, Tank, for example. And despite losing most of the opening engagement, once again on map 2, they continue deliver every single time to turn rounds away they should not win, turn around man disadvantage situations just by playing well together, playing strong to the late round denial. It was clearly the win condition. I mean, defense, they played smoke 5 rounds out of 6, they played echo 3 rounds out of 6, they played Tubero, they played the Goyo, anything that could help deny, and in this very last round, play the Tachenka, the smoke, and the Tubero all 3 together. It was very clearly a game of, let's not give you any pick, let's play towards the late round, and let's try and deny you. And if you look at the opening kills, in most of the rounds actually, or actually multiple rounds, it happens in the last minute, you know? Last round, the opening kills had 28 seconds left in the round. Round 10, 30 seconds, round 7, 40 seconds. It was a very slow and strategical game, and honestly, amazing showing from both teams. Once again, FaZe on top thanks to huge individual players.
Yeah, I think the highlight for me is this was a game that Team Liquid kept extremely close, but a game that Cyber and Souls won. Yet the takeaway from all of this is Liquid are certainly here to play. This might have been a 2-0, but there's an extremely winnable game on both of these maps and across this whole series, and this is a very beatable FaZe. If Cyber and Souls just drop off just a little bit, I'm talking like 5-10% from what we had today, which was crazy flicks and crazy moments from in particular, Liquid likely take at least a map, and I think a lot of the big teams right now, Fury and NIP especially, could easily handle the FaZe that we saw today. And for a team that is still currently the world champions, that we're still waiting to see kind of maybe reclaim some of that power they had for 2 years, I don't know. I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah, great stuff from them, though. But I think just 2 very close rounds there at the end of those maps. We'll probably have a FaZe maybe shivering their timbers just a little bit, but we get to speak to them as well. We get to ask them actually how they experienced those late rounds moments, as well as we should be joined by JP to ask him a few questions very soon. Hopefully he's had some time to calm down. JP, congratulations on the win here. But talk me through those final rounds on both maps. 15 rounds in the first one, 14 in the last. How's your heartbeat doing right now?
I mean, I'm calm, but these games they tend to be emotional, like El Clásico in Brazil, Liquid and FaZe. Sometimes get emotional, and it shouldn't, but it happens, so yeah.
Honestly, it was such a fun game to watch. I will say this, the level from both teams was actually insane. I couldn't help but notice one thing is that you guys play a striker quite a lot, actually. And I'm actually surprised to see it like close between KDS, between Souls 1, between also Handy, and I feel like you guys are making different use of it. Sometimes Striker is used as an entry, sometimes it's used for the hard breach. Why do you guys use Striker so much? Because I feel like in the world, you're one of the teams that uses it the most.
I mean, it's like the most flexible agent we have. And in most of the situations, we have to adapt, so we just pick him because like it's usual. It's usable in almost every situation we want to adapt. So it's basically that it's nothing like set it. It's always an adaptation. Most time, like 9% our use of Striker is an adaptation.
So it's basically Vito King that calls something that he sees and is like, okay, I need a hard reach, or I need frags, or I need something. And then it's because the M4 is so comfortable and a good gun that they just jump on it, basically. Okay.
Well, congrats on the win, and you guys will, now that off of that victory, you'll be playing NIP tomorrow, who I imagine that, you know, loss to layer early on will at least be something you're thinking about, not letting affect your play. But like last time you guys met, it was a pretty strong showing for NIP. I just kind of wanted your thoughts on them as a team going into playoffs, and also what you guys are thinking about when preparing your game for tomorrow.
We know that that layer that we play against and on the stage wasn't that good. Like, we didn't play the map at all. It was our worst game of the year, in my opinion. And we are not worried, to be honest, about that game. We know that you're well prepared now, and it's a best of 3. If you like lose one map, you can like turn it back in the other 2. So we are not worried. Some people would say like, you won a 2-0 game like we won in 2 OTs. It's not a convincing win. But when you won a game like this we won today, you build like your mental, and it's very important. I mean, when you build your mental in games like this. So I feel we're well prepared, and we should win tomorrow.
Sounds awesome. I'm excited for the game tomorrow coming up. But as you said already, JP, this was really the El Clasico inside of the SL, inside of this region. Now, what are you most proud of from your teams or your players today that helps you win out this El Clasico?
Of course, our mental. Always, like, at the beginning of the year, until AWC, our mental was one of our biggest problems. We couldn't turn back games that were close, and sometimes we start losing and we couldn't bring the game back. So having our mental being built again, it's a thing that we are very proud of the team, and I'm sure that's a thing that will help us to win a major or win again SI. So yeah, our mental for sure.
All right. I'd love to hear that, and I hope for you that the mental stays strong tomorrow as well with the game that you have against NIP. Thank you so much for your time right now, and good luck in the best of 3 tomorrow as well. Always good to hear from JP and get his thoughts about that game, especially from watching it kind of from the sideline. And even though he isn't playing himself, he still gets to see everything that happens inside of the team with all the changes and everything. And despite whoever it is that gets to play striker, it still seems that Cyber was just too strong today for anyone to go up against. Just 2 very solid performances, Leo, on both these maps, really.
Yeah, in fact, Cyber played so well, he only played Nomad, and that's why he's dropping 31 kills. Honestly, what a great show from Cyber once again. In line with his whole stage, extremely consistent. Him and Souls won as the standout players. On the other side, I must praise Nesk, who really bounced back on the second map.
Absolutely.
I think he was the one carry when Maya maybe wasn't there. And it goes to show that he still has that spark, he still has that potential. But overall, and I will say this, for Liquid to take FaZe, even though it's a 2-0, for them to take FaZe to an overtime on both maps is a great show of strength. And it's not a good sign for the other teams. The problem is that with NIP's resurgence all the way at the top, being the first seed in the group stage, Furia being the best Brazilian team out of any other team here at international events, W7M being stronger with Palu, and now FaZe, you only have 4 spots coming out of that region. Liquid used to be part of that top 4. With NIP's resurgence, it's becoming increasingly hard for these guys to make it. And so looking at these guys, the fact that they were able to go toe-to-toe with FaZe is a good sign in the sense that maybe, just maybe, in a BO3, they can take down a W7M or an NIP, or maybe even a Furia, and make it to the Munich Major. I wouldn't take that loss as a problem, I would take it as a learning lesson, where they prove to themselves that they can contend with the top 4 in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, I completely agree, and especially if you just look at the performances kind of behind Daffodil and Maya, if Nesk has some of that map 2 performance on map 1, if Diaz, the second highest rated player, steps up a little bit, that might be a completely different showing. We might be talking about map 3 instead of a 2-0 victory for FaZe. That it is in large part because of our MVP Cyber. I think, honestly, Leo, maybe you would agree with this, him and Souls could maybe share co-MVPs a little bit, Souls being a bit more consistent, flashy, but the stuff Cyber was doing in some of these rounds was crazy. And
yeah,
3 flicks on Chalet. The stuff he was doing was honestly the best we've seen from this season. He has been one of his best.
Yeah, and especially, you know, one thing I want to highlight as well is the AIN1 entry. But oh, by the way, he's moved to a more flexible role right now within FaZe. It's yeah, literally what I'm trying to see from this. It's crazy if you think that your Flex Sports trying to do things like that, going crazy on the entry as well. But a very well-deserved MVP for Cyber. And it does move FaZe up further in the bracket, and that's really what all that matters for FaZe, because they now get one game closer to qualifying to the Munich Major. We'll have one more look at the updated bracket and see where we find ourselves after our first day of playoffs, because we've only had 2 best of 3s, but tomorrow we'll get the really important ones. We're looking at the semifinals for tomorrow: NIP versus FaZe and Furia versus W7M. To remind you, once again, the winners of those games will punch their ticket to the Munich Major, and then of course for Los and Team Liquid, who have now jumped down to the lower bracket, links, it still isn't all over, because the lower semifinal, if you get there, if you win, you still go to the Munich Major.
Yeah, so, and especially for Team Liquid, I think, as Leo was talking about, a victory over W7M, NIP, FaZe, the only person that I don't think Liquid would really have a chance against would be Furia, just because Furia are looking unbeatable right now. But the Liquid we saw today, again, 5% more, absolutely a contender for that spot, and I'm very happy to say that going in. I think the only team that still kind of feels like the odd man out will be Los, who I believe will play the loser of whoever it is between NIP and FaZe, if I'm correct.
It flips.
But, yeah, exactly. And so, do I think Los have a chance against either of them? Not really. But I think with Liquid showing today, I think this has just become an even more competitive bracket.
I think the realistic expectations here is probably to see NIP FaZe is really hard to predict, but Furia and W7M, taking into account the record of the 2025 and the fact that W7M played Furia 5 times and lost 5 times, you would expect W7M to fall to an nemesis, and W7M versus Liquid, Palu versus Nesk would be such an incredible game, but I'm getting too ahead of myself. Tomorrow we've got a big game, 2 big games actually, against basically what I would call the biggest top 4 of Brazil, now that NIP is all the way back on top.
Yeah. Oh, please inject these games into my veins. I mean, you've already talked about the I guess the tea that there is really between Furia and W7M, where they've gone up against each other so many times, and Furia have won it every single time. That'll be something that plays in the back of mind of the W7M players. And then for the NIP FaZe one, I mean, I'm glad you asked it, Lynx, asking JP from FaZe about how they feel about that game that is coming up, because it was a 1-7, and if he says that was the worst siege we've played over the whole stage, or the whole year rather, then I'm really curious to see what they can bring out tomorrow, if they will dare to go to a layer again, for example. If they are bringing out anything else to take down NAP, because they really have joined that squad of like the top dogs inside of the SAL and really could see themselves booking a slot at the Munich Major tomorrow. But as all the other regions have already started doing that, we will only qualify teams to the Munich Major tomorrow too, to be precise as well. It'll be same time, same place for us. Unfortunately, neither of you will be here with me on the rest tomorrow, but I'm sure you'll be enjoying the games from wherever you are watching it. A thank you to production for the smooth show. A thank you to you two as well, and the casters for talking us through everything today. It'll be same time, same place again tomorrow, as we said. So we'd like to see you then. And for now, have a good rest of your night.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yeah!